Chapter 23:18. In the blink of an eye, Tianming and Ouyebing had exchanged dozens of blows. At this time, Tianming actually began to gain the upper hand. Tianming's battle strength is terrifying. He can actually suppress Ouyebing. Many people were shocked. One had to know that Ouyebing was the strongest Void Emperor among the younger generation of the celestial world. Although he was defeated by Lu Ming, it was only because Lu Ming was too abnormal, not because Ouyebing was weak. But now Tianming could actually suppress Ouyebing. Tianming is worthy of being the second-ranked genius of the primordial realm. His talent is terrifying. Yes, if the primordial realm didn't have an even more abnormal Lu Ming, he would be invincible. Every one of the destiny laws is abnormal. Once they grow up, their achievements will be limitless. Discussions broke out in the surroundings. Many people sighed. Tianming's talent was terrifying. In the future, he would definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 9 absolutes, or even surpass some of them. But then everyone thought of Lu Ming. Although Tianming was strong, he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. Everyone sighed. It wasn't that Tianming wasn't strong, but that Lu Ming was too abnormal and couldn't be understood with common sense. Ah! Ouyebing roared. He was not reconciled to being suppressed by Tianming. He wanted to erupt with all his strength and attack crazily, wanting to turn the tables. He condensed all kinds of weapons and attacked Tianming. Unfortunately, these weapons exploded and crumbled under Tianming's attacks. Tianming became stronger and stronger as the battle went on, and his advantage continued to increase. He completely suppressed Ouyebing. Bang! In the end, Ouyebing was sent flying, vomiting blood as he was blasted out of the battle stage. Ouyebing was defeated. The genius who was known as the strongest in the Void Emperor realm was defeated once again. What strength! The primordial realm really has a few geniuses. Apart from Lu Ming, Tianming should be the strongest in the Void Emperor realm. Yes, he's invincible among the Void Emperors. Many people discussed. Tianming's reputation had risen to the peak. Some of the 9 absolutes looked at Tianming with solemn eyes. Tianming would definitely be a great threat to them when he became a true emperor. However, Xianyuan Yi and Lin Xiaofeng's eyes were calm, exuding strong confidence. Tianming didn't continue. He left the stage and returned to his seat. Now, it's time for the battle between the 9 aces. Many people thought to themselves and became more and more expectant. But at this moment, a petite figure appeared on the stage in a flash. That's a space-time spirit mouse. Many people's eyes flickered. Bubble. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Bubbles was about to make a move. Lu Ming hadn't seen Bubbles fight for many years. He wanted to see how strong Bubbles was. The talents of the top 10 war beasts were absolutely astonishing. Now that they had received guidance from the Almighty of the Heaven Realm, their improvement would definitely be astonishing. Bubbles' gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Xinghe and Yuan Xian. The two of you come up here. I'll let you work together. Chirp chirp. Bubbles pouted, her crisp voice resounding throughout the entire arena. This guy really wants to challenge Stellar River and Yuan Xian. Lu Ming smiled. Both Stellar River and Yuan Xian had a grudge against Lu Ming, and had always targeted Lu Ming. Bubbles naturally remembered that. Stellar River and Yuan Xian's faces turned ugly. I'm a loser from back then. I alone am enough to deal with you. Why do I need 2 people? Yuan Xian said coldly and rushed onto the stage. You can't do it. I'll defeat you in 1 move. Yuan Xian curled her lips and revealed a look of disdain. Ha ha ha, defeat me in 1 move? What a joke. Yuan Xian laughed crazily. Bubbles actually said that she would defeat him in 1 move. Even Tianming couldn't do it. Who did she think she was? What a joke. You go first. I'll let you go first. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Chirp chirp. Bubbles said as if she didn't care about Yuan Xian at all. Yuan Xian was furious. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Yuan Xian shouted and rushed towards Bubbles. At the same time, he unleashed his strongest combat power. Facing the space-time spirit mouse, Yuan Xian didn't dare to be careless. He attacked with his strongest combat power. He was surrounded by all kinds of laws and charged towards Bubbles. However, when he was halfway there, his body stiffened in midair. The various laws that covered his body suddenly disappeared without a trace. Yuan Xian's face changed drastically. He roared and manipulated the laws again. However, the laws disappeared as soon as they appeared. Time laws, it's the time laws. Using the time laws to control the power of time, and travel back to the moment when the opponent didn't manipulate the laws. Therefore, when Yuan Xian's laws appeared, they disappeared. How terrifying. Many people saw the trick and were shocked. This was already manipulating the power of time. Void Emperor was only able to do this, as expected of the space-time spirit mouse. At this moment, Bubbles appeared in front of Yuan Xian, and kicked Yuan Xian's face. Yuan Xian's body was like a broken sandbag. He flew out of the stage and fell heavily on the ground. He vomited blood and his face was completely swollen. Defeated. Yuan Xian was defeated. Bubbles really only used one move. Many people were shocked. Bubbles' combat power was beyond their imagination. Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at Bubbles with a grave expression. How useless. Bubbles muttered and stopped looking at Yuan Xian. This made Yuan Xian vomit another mouthful of blood. It was from anger. Yuan Xian had suffered a huge blow today. He originally wanted to defeat Tianming and avenge the humiliation back then. However, he was easily defeated by Tianming in the end. That was fine, but now he was defeated by Bubbles in one move. Bubbles was his defeated opponent back then, but now she defeated him in one move. He couldn't accept it. Bubble ignored him and swept his gaze over the remaining youths. Those who were swept by his gaze all had a change in expression. Will she challenge Tianming? Many people thought so. However, in the end, Bubbles didn't challenge Tianming. Her gaze fell on Yebing. You come out and fight. Bubbles pointed at Yebing. Yebing's face was gloomy. Bubbles actually challenged him? However, today, in the face of a challenge, he had to fight. He couldn't back down. Otherwise, his reputation would be completely ruined. He stepped out and landed on the stage. Although your space-time law is mysterious, it depends on who your opponent is. If your opponent's strength surpasses yours, your space-time law won't work. I'm not Yuan Xian. I'll use my powerful strength to break your space-time law. Yebing said. Many people's hearts moved. That was indeed the case. The space-time law was incomparably mysterious and unpredictable. It could mobilize the power of time and space. It was terrifying. However, no law was truly invincible. When one's strength reached a certain level, it could break all laws. Chapter 23:19. You talk too much. If you're not going to attack, I'll attack. Bubble muttered, then suddenly rushed towards her opponent. Her speed was extremely fast, as if she was traveling through the void. Yebing didn't dare to be careless. He used the divine weapon seal technique and surrounded his body with all kinds of weapons. The weapons vibrated, shattering the void and stopping Bubbles' attack. Yebing's strength was indeed much stronger than Yuan Xian's. His combat strength was astonishing and could already affect Bubbles' space-time laws. Therefore, Bubble naturally couldn't defeat Yebing as easily as she defeated Yuan Xian. However, after the two exchanged blows, Bubble still had the upper hand. Bubbles' figure flickered, and no matter how Yebing attacked, he couldn't hit Bubble. In fact, under the influence of Bubbles' space-time law, Yebing's speed was much slower, and the speed at which he condensed divine armament seals was also much slower. After dozens of moves, he was sent flying by Bubble, suffering heavy injuries. Yebing was defeated again. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Today, he had suffered 2 consecutive defeats at the hands of the Yuan realm's geniuses. The talent of the space-time spirit mouse is indeed amazing. It's only been a few years, and it's already reached this level. That's natural. When the top 10 battle beasts grow up, they'll all be peak powerhouses. How do you think the combat strength of the space-time spirit mouse compared to Tianming? It's hard to say. I feel that the space-time spirit mouse is stronger. Not necessarily. Many people were discussing. While they were shocked, they couldn't help but compare Tianming and Bubble. Both of them had defeated Yebing. It could be said that they stood at the peak of the Void Emperor realm. However, it was really hard to compare who was stronger between the two. In terms of laws, the destiny laws were indeed stronger than the space-time laws. However, a law also depended on who was using it. The space-time spirit mouse was born to control the space-time laws. No living creature could compare to the space-time spirit mouse in terms of the application of the space-time laws. Those so-called Elysian children controlled the space-time laws, but in terms of the application of the space-time laws, they were far inferior to the space-time spirit mouse. Therefore, it was hard to say who would win. Many people were curious. Would Bubble challenge the heavenly mandate next? However, everyone was disappointed. Bubble didn't challenge Tianming. She seemed to have had enough. After the bubble went down, no one in the Void Emperor realm went up to challenge it. Many people looked expectant. Next was the main event, the battle between the 9 aces. This time, the reason why so many people had come was to watch the duel between the 9 absolutes. More than 10 years ago, the ranking of the 9 spellcasters had been determined. Over the past 10 years, the 9 spellcasters had rarely fought each other. Everyone wanted to see if there would be any changes in the rankings of the 9 absolutes in the past 10 years. Whoosh! A figure rushed onto the fighting ring. It was the Black Tortoise Forest. As expected, he was the first to make a move. The Black Tortoise Forest is ranked last among the 9 extinctions. I wonder if he can make it this time. It's hard to say. None of the 9 extinctions are weak. We'll only know after we fight. Everyone expressed their opinions. Next, Xian Wulin started his challenge. He challenged the 8th-ranked genius of the 9 extinctions. The two exchanged many moves, but in the end, Xian Wulin was defeated, not a match for the other. Xian Wulin was unwilling to give up. After taking a pill to adjust his condition to the peak, he challenged the 7th-ranked genius. However, he was still defeated. In the end, he had no choice but to give up the challenge. His ranking remained at the 9th place. Next, it was the battle between the 9 absolutes. Fierce battles continued. The 9 absolutes had long entered the true Emperor realm. Their combat strength was so strong that it attracted everyone's attention. Especially the geniuses below the Void Emperor realm. They could learn a lot from the battles. Exciting battles took place one after another. However, there were very few changes in the rankings. In the past, the higher-ranked geniuses were indeed stronger. This was the case until now. There was only one change. The 5th-ranked genius defeated the 4th-ranked genius and took his place. The rest of the rankings did not change. Soon, the 3rd-ranked prodigy defeated his opponent. He turned his gaze to Xianyuan Yi and Lin Xiaofeng. In the end, he challenged the 2nd-ranked genius, Xianyuan Yi. You overestimate yourself. Xianyuan Yi stepped out and landed on the fighting ring. I will defeat you within 10 moves. Xianyuan Yi said indifferently, full of confidence. 10 moves? Xianyuan Yi, you're too confident. The 3rd-ranked genius. His face was a little ugly. I'm already flattering you by saying 10 moves. Do you understand? Xianyuan Yi said indifferently. His figure suddenly rushed towards the 3rd-ranked genius. The 3rd-ranked genius was a blue-robed youth. He had fought with the foreign race prince outside the Two-World City, and was defeated. At that time, he had the combat strength of an 8th-order true emperor. Now his combat strength was undoubtedly stronger. Boom. The blue-robed youth erupted with all his strength and attacked with a terrifying divine art. 10th-order true emperor realm combat strength. Someone exclaimed. The blue-robed youth was much stronger than when he fought with the foreign race prince. His combat strength had increased by 2 levels, reaching the 10th-order true emperor realm. It was extremely shocking to have such combat strength at his age. Unfortunately, he had met Xianyuan Yi. Xianyuan Yi's world force surged, and the laws of the world filled his body. A halberd appeared in his hand. Boom. The halberd was incomparably huge. It grew to the size of a mountain, and slashed towards the blue-robed youth. The halberd was invincible and powerful to the extreme. When it slashed down, the blue-robed youth's attacks and defenses collapsed completely. Boom. The blue-robed youth frantically retreated. He was blasted tens of thousands of meters away. His face was abnormally pale. A deep wound appeared on his body. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed freely. He was severely injured in one move. I've already shown mercy. Otherwise, you would have been dead. I said that I'll defeat you in 10 moves. Otherwise, I'll defeat you in 1 move. Xianyuan Yi said indifferently. The blue-robed youth's face turned ugly. 1 move, it was really just 1 move. Xianyuan Yi defeated him. The difference in combat strength between the two was too great. The scene was silent. Many people were tongue-tied. This result was far beyond their expectations. The blue-robed youth, ranked 3rd among the 9 absolutes, was defeated in 1 move by Xianyuan Yi. In everyone's imagination, even if the blue-robed youth was no match for Xianyuan Yi, the two should be able to exchange blows. However, the result was completely one-sided. A 10th order true Emperor realm combat strength can't even withstand a single blow. How strong is Xianyuan Yi? He's at least at the 12th order true Emperor realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defeat him so easily. It's even higher than that. No wonder the Lan family offered 100 Chaos Stones as a reward. Could it be that Xianyuan Yi can really defeat Lin Xiaofeng? Chapter 2320. This time, many people had guessed that Xianyuan Yi must have made great progress and had amazing combat strength. Otherwise, the Lan family would not have offered 100 Chaos Stones as a reward. But when they saw that the 3rd-ranked genius could not withstand a single blow from Xianyuan Yi, they were still very shocked. Perhaps Xianyuan Yi could really fight Lin Xiaofeng. Lan Cheng and some of the older generation experts of the Lan family smiled, especially Lan Cheng, who stroked his beard and smiled confidently. Xianyuan Yi stood on the fighting ring. He was tall and slender, and was full of confidence. His gaze landed on Lin Xiaofeng as he spoke in a firm and confident voice. Lin Xiaofeng, come up and fight. Xianyuan Yi's voice spread throughout the area. As you wish. As soon as Lin Xiaofeng's voice fell, his figure was already on the fighting ring. Lin Xiaofeng, you were lucky to beat me more than 10 years ago. Today, I will trample you under my feet and let everyone know who the strongest genius is, whether in the heaven realm or the primordial realm. Xianyuan Yi said proudly and confidently. I'll take the 100 Chaos Stones. This was Lin Xiaofeng's answer. He was also full of confidence. Everyone's eyes fell on the 2 young figures on the fighting ring. These 2 were the strongest geniuses in the heaven realm and the primordial realm. Their future achievements were limitless and unpredictable. These 2 people had fought a peak battle more than 10 years ago. That battle left a deep impression and was still unforgettable. After more than 10 years, the 2 were going to fight again. This time, who was stronger and who was weaker? Boom. Boom. Xianyuan Yi and Lin Xiaofeng exploded with powerful auras. Their auras intertwined in the void and produced a violent roar. Explosive divine slash. A sky piercer appeared in Xianyuan Yi's hand. The sky piercer rapidly enlarged and towered into the clouds. There were precepts surrounding it and its aura was shocking. Then, the sky piercer viciously slashed at Lin Xiaofeng. Clang. The sound of the saber resounded throughout the area. Lin Xiaofeng's saber was unsheathed. A ray of saber light rushed up and slashed at his opponent. Boom. The 2 terrifying attacks collided fiercely, causing the space to shake violently. Even the fighting stage let out a violent rumble. Boundless energy swept out in all directions. Xianyuan Yi and Lin Xiaofeng both shuddered and took a few steps back. However, as soon as they stopped, they both stomped heavily on the fighting ring and rushed towards each other like 2 rays of light. Boom. The 2 of them collided in the middle of the fighting ring. As if 2 stars had collided. Saber radiance and halberd radiance swept out in all directions. Clang. Clang. Following that, the 2 of them engaged in an intense battle. In the blink of an eye, the 2 had already exchanged several dozen moves. So strong, comparable to a 13th level true emperor. That's right, a 13th order true emperor at such a young age. Amazing. Many older generation figures sighed. In the past, not to mention reaching the 13th rank, even becoming an emperor at this age was considered not bad. This era was truly a crazy era. The 2 of them fought fiercely on the fighting stage. As they fought, their auras grew stronger and stronger, and their battle prowess grew stronger and stronger. In the end, their combat strength had surpassed the 13th rank of a true emperor, and entered the 14th rank. This made many people gasp. Lin Xiaofeng and Xianyuan Yi's combat strength had reached the 14th rank of a true emperor. The battle became even more intense. The two of them had exchanged more than 200 moves, but there was no clear winner. Lin Xiaofeng, is this the limit of your combat strength? What a disappointment. At this moment, Xian Yuanyi's voice was heard. That's all you've got. It's impossible for you to defeat me, Lin Xiaofeng said. Is that so? Lin Xiaofeng, today is the day I rise. From now on, I will be the strongest in the world. Xian Yuanyi shouted and suddenly let out a long whistle. Boom. The halberd in his hand suddenly surged and he struck out, colliding with Lin Xiaofeng's battle saber. Amidst the violent explosion, Lin Xiaofeng's battle saber shook violently and finally exploded with a bang. Lin Xiaofeng's figure retreated rapidly until he reached the edge of the fighting ring. His chest heaved up and down as he looked at Xian Yuanyi in shock. 15th rank of a true emperor? You've reached the 15th rank of a true emperor? Lin Xiaofeng said in disbelief. The crowd was in an uproar. Xian Yuanyi's combat strength had reached the 15th rank of a true emperor. This was too terrifying for someone so young to have reached this step. The 15th rank of a true emperor was close to the peak of the true emperor realm. Once one reached the peak of the true emperor realm, they would be able to break through to the emperor realm. Many older generation figures had to spend a lot of time to reach this step. Xian Yuanyi, on the other hand, had reached this step in less than 100 years. It was too shocking. The third-ranked youth in the Blue Mountain was only at the 10th rank of a true emperor. The difference between him and a 15th-ranked true emperor was too great. Terrifying, too terrifying. Is this Xian Yuanyi's true combat strength? No wonder the Lan family is so confident. Who can defeat a 15th-ranked true emperor at such a young age? The Lan family took out 100 chaos stones. It seems generous, but they're confident that Xian Yuanyi will get it. Moreover, they can push Xian Yuanyi to the peak in one fell swoop. This move is brilliant. Many people were discussing and admiring the Lan family's methods. Lan Cheng stroked his beard with a smug smile on his face. After this, the Lan family would have 2 of the 9 absolutes geniuses. Moreover, one of them would be the #1 genius in the world. The Lan family's prestige would definitely reach the peak. The Lan family would also become stronger and stronger in his hands. Lan Cheng was incomparably happy. It's a pity that Lu Ming is dead. It's a pity that I didn't get the indestructible ancient scripture. Lan Cheng sighed in his heart. Boom. At this time, Xian Yuanyi stepped forward and a powerful aura pressed down on Lin Xiaofeng. Lin Xiaofeng, I've said it before. This time, I'll trample you under my feet and prove to everyone that I'm the #1 in the world. Xian Yuanyi shouted loudly as the power of the sky piercer in his hand grew stronger. Fight! Lin Xiaofeng shouted. He was unwilling to admit defeat. He became one with his saber and attacked Xian Yuanyi. However, the gap between their combat strength was there, and it was difficult to cross it. The difference between a 14th-ranked true emperor and a 15th-ranked true emperor was real, not a difference in cultivation. The two of them exchanged a few more moves, but Lin Xiaofeng was no match for him. He was sent flying and vomited blood. In the end, he was hit by Xian Yuanyi and was sent flying off the battle stage. Chapter 23-21. Xian Yuanyi stood on the fighting ring, holding the sky piercer in his hand. He looked like an invincible god of war, majestic and imposing. On the other hand, Lin Xiaofeng's face was pale and full of dejection. He had lost. From now on, he was no longer the #1 expert in the world. The #1 genius of the younger generation had changed hands. Haha, good. Lan Cheng laughed even louder, his smile blossoming like a flower. All of this was as he had expected. There was no change at all. Xian Yuanyi had indeed defeated Lin Xiaofeng and seized the title of the world's #1 genius. His prestige would reach its peak, and so would the prestige of the Lan family. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? If not, this duel is completely over. Lan Cheng stood up with a smile on his face, and his voice spread throughout the arena. I'll do it. At that moment, a clear voice was heard. Outside the square, a rainbow light flew in at an extremely fast speed and landed on the fighting ring. It was a young man of 15 or 16 years old. He was elegant and had an extraordinary temperament. However, many people were stunned when they saw the young man's face. Long Chun, Huang Ling, Huang Li Bubbles, and the others were all stunned and dumbfounded. At the same time, Blue Cloud, Hung Xinghe, Yuan Xian and the others including Lan Cheng and the others, were also dumbfounded. Even Lu Ming himself almost bit his tongue. His eyes were wide open. Because the young man looked too much like Lu Ming. He looked 70 to 80% similar to Lu Ming, but more delicate. No, he's not Lu Ming. He's only 15 or 16 years old. He can't be Lu Ming. Immediately someone said. A person's appearance could be changed at will. However, one's aura, or life chi would not change. One could clearly tell a person's age from their life chi. The young man was definitely not old. He should be 15 or 16 years old. Of course, a 15 or 16-year-old could not be Lu Ming. My hair, could this young man be Lu Ming's illegitimate son? Heartless monk chanted the name of Buddha and muttered softly. However, everyone present was an expert, so they naturally heard it clearly. Many people's hearts trembled. Perhaps this was really possible because the two of them were really too similar. This monk. Lu Ming rubbed his nose speechlessly and looked at the unscrupulous monk with disdain. What a wild imagination, Lu Ming thought. But at that moment, the youth turned to Monk Wuliang and cupped his fists. Master, do you know Lu Ming? Of course Lu Ming is my brother. We've known each other for decades. Little guy, what's your relationship with Lu Ming? Monk Wuliang said. That's my father. The young man said. Puff. Lu Ming had been drinking a mouthful of wine, but at this moment he spat it out. He stared at the youth dumbfounded. The young man actually said that he was his son? Son. He has a son. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. At the same time his mind raced. Little Qing. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He thought of Xian Yanqing. He had only had sex with Xian Yanqing before. Calculating the time, it just so happened to be the same age as the young man. Moreover, Lu Ming sized him up carefully, and realized that there were indeed some traces of Xian Yanqing in the young man's eyes. Could it be really my son? Lu Ming had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. This feeling was very strange and indescribable. The others, such as Long Chun, Huang Ling, Bubbles and the others, were also dumbfounded. Brother Lu Ming has a son. Little Lu Ming? He really looks like him. Chirp chirp. Bubbles cried out. Chirp chirp, I was just guessing. I didn't expect that I was right. Monk Wuliang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Ming, Huang Ling sighed with mixed feelings. Lu Ming's son. Blue Cloud, Hung Xinghe, Yuan Xian and the others had a cold light in their eyes. As for Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu and the Primordial Body Cultivator Supreme Elders, they all looked at Lu Ming with strange expressions. Lu Ming resisted the urge to rush out. Now was not the time. Even if the other party was really his and Xian Yanqing's son, it would be the same after they recognized each other. If he went out now and showed his true body, he would probably not have a share of the 100 Chaos Stones. Lan Cheng and the others would definitely not let him challenge Xian Yuan. Everyone's thoughts turned in their hearts. Senior, do you know where my father Lu Ming is now? The young man looked at Monk Wuliang and continued to ask. He is in seclusion in a secret place and can't come out for the time being. Monk Wuliang made up nonsense. What seclusion? Let me tell you, Lu Ming is already dead. A cold voice sounded. It was Blue Cloud. The young man was actually Lu Ming's son. He was unhappy just looking at him. What did you say? You're talking nonsense. My mother said that my father is unparalleled and invincible in the younger generation. How can he be dead? The young man glared at Blue Cloud. What unparalleled, my ass? You're really deceiving yourself. Blue Cloud despised. In my opinion, you must have been defeated by my father before, and even abused very badly. Otherwise, you wouldn't deliberately belittle him like this. A light flashed in the young man's eyes as he said coldly. Blue Cloud's face flushed red. The young man's words just happened to poke his sore spot. He was abused by Lu Ming more than once. Each time, it was very miserable, causing him to lose face. Ha ha ha, little Lu Ming, you're right. He was abused very badly by Lu Ming. He was simply kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, crying for his father and mother. He even betrayed his ancestors. Monk Wuliang added fuel to the fire and directly implicated the Lan family. This made Lan Cheng's expression ugly. He wished he could slap Monk Wuliang to death. On the other hand, Blue Cloud's face alternated between green and green. All right, young man, you want to challenge? Who do you want to challenge? Lan Qing quickly changed the topic. The young man's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Xian Wulin. I want to challenge him. The young man pointed at Xian Wulin. What? Everyone was shocked. The young man actually wanted to challenge Xian Wulin? The young man was only 15 or 16 years old. How strong could his cultivation be? It was already rare to be able to become an emperor at this age, but he actually wanted to challenge Xian Wulin. No matter what, Xian Wulin was still one of the 9 absolutes. His cultivation had already broken through to the true emperor realm. Now he even had the combat strength of a 6th-order true emperor. How could he challenge the 9 absolutes at such a young age? Xian Wulin's face darkened. It was embarrassing for him to be challenged by a 15-year-old young man. At such a young age, you're overestimating yourself. You actually want to challenge the 9 absolutes. You don't have the slightest bit of self-awareness. You're no different from your father. Blue Cloud was very unhappy and seized the opportunity to mock and ridicule. Oh, since that's the case, I'll challenge you first. Come down and fight. The young man looked at Blue Cloud. You want to challenge me? Blue Cloud's expression changed slightly. Nonsense, you come down and fight. Don't tell me you don't even dare to accept my challenge? Chapter 23-22. The young man used provocation to challenge Blue Cloud. However, Blue Cloud had no choice but to accept it even though he knew it was a provocation. The other party was only a 15 or 16-year-old youth. If he didn't even dare to accept this challenge, then he wouldn't be able to show his face in the future. He would be laughed at by others. Since you want to fight, I'll grant you your wish. Blue Cloud said coldly as he stepped out and landed on the battle platform. Lu Ming's palm couldn't help but tighten. He was a little worried for the young man. He was ready to take out the fallen star Bao at any time. If the young man was in danger, he would help. Bubbles and the others were also staring at the arena, especially Bubbles. He wouldn't let anything happen to the young man. You're so arrogant at such a young age. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Blue Cloud said coldly. The young man was only 15 or 16 years old. He didn't believe that the young man could be a match for him. He was also a top prodigy who had cultivated hard for decades to achieve such an achievement. He had never heard of anyone who could achieve as much as him at the age of 15 or 16. There had never been anyone since ancient times. Make your move. Once you make your move, you'll naturally see what I'm capable of. The young man said indifferently. His expression was calm and indifferent as if he didn't take Blue Cloud seriously at all. Blue Cloud was getting angrier and angrier. Since you're courting death, I'll grant you your wish. Kill. Blue Cloud roared angrily as light erupted from his body. Then endless light converged into a giant lion that pounced towards the young man. The giant lion was as big as a mountain and had a terrifying aura. Blue Cloud used his ultimate move right away. If the young man was hit, he would definitely die. Since the young man said that he was Lu Ming's son, then he would send him on his way. A sinister look flashed in Blue Cloud's eyes. Seeing that the giant lion was about to pounce on the young man made his move. A layer of dark light emanated from his body. Then, a black sword light burst out and slashed towards the giant lion. The giant lion that Blue Cloud transformed from his ability was like a piece of tofu. It couldn't withstand a single blow, and was directly defeated by the young man's dark light. Moreover, the black light did not stop there, and continued to attack Blue Cloud. The speed of the black light was so fast that Blue Cloud couldn't dodge it. How is this possible? Blue Cloud roared in anger. Both of his fists continued to bombard the giant lions. However, they were all swept away by the black light and disintegrated. Whoosh! The black light hit Blue Cloud, and Blue Cloud let out a blood-curdling scream. He tried to retreat, but it was useless. His body was directly cut in two by the black light. He fell to the ground, howling in pain. Hiss hiss hiss. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air, and looked at the young man in shock. One move. With just one move, the young man had cut Blue Cloud into two halves. This was too shocking. One should know that Blue Cloud was a top-notch genius who had mastered an ultimate law. His current cultivation had even reached the level of a 5-star illusionary emperor. Even with such a high level of cultivation, he couldn't even withstand a single move from the youth. This was too shocking. Some of the older generation figures saw even more. What kind of power is that? It's so terrifying. This young man's cultivation is at the level of a 3-star illusionary emperor, but the power he cultivates is terrifyingly strong. That's right. It's a bit like the power of the immemorial cultivation system, but it's more condensed, sharper, and more terrifying. Some of the older generation figures discussed animatedly. It was already extremely shocking for a young man to reach the level of a 3-star illusionary emperor at such a young age. However, the power that the young man cultivated was even stranger. When the young man attacked, there wasn't any fluctuation of law. Obviously, the young man didn't cultivate the law system. However, it wasn't the immemorial cultivation system either. This was because the young man's power was even more terrifying than the power cultivated by the immemorial cultivation system. Some of the older generation figures discussed in shock. Nest, you're amazing. You're really amazing. You're worthy of being Lu Ming's son. He defeated Blue Cloud in one move. He's really amazing. Monk Wuliang, Long Chun, and the others were also discussing in shock. This power. Only Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This was because he had seen this kind of power once. Back then, after he had sex with Xian Yinqing, the next day, Xian Yinqing seemed to have changed into a different person and attacked him. The power that Xian Yinqing used was this kind of power. It was invincible, and its attack power was so strong that it could even penetrate the laws. He's really my son. At this moment, Lu Ming came to a conclusion, and felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. No one would be able to remain calm if they suddenly had a son. Lu Ming couldn't wait to rush out immediately and reunite with the young man. Then he would ask about Xian Yinqing's whereabouts. If the young man was here, then Xian Yinqing must also be in the Taiqing sky domain. He had to get to the bottom of this matter. However, he wasn't in a hurry for the time being. It wouldn't be too late to wait until the Lan family's matter was resolved. At this moment, the experts of the Lan family had already rescued Blue Cloud. With Blue Cloud's cultivation, being cut in half was a small matter and could be easily healed. The biggest blow to him was that he was defeated by the young man in one move. Impossible, impossible. Blue Cloud kept yelling in his heart. He couldn't accept it. He had been defeated by a 15 or 16-year-old boy in one move. This was a great humiliation. You can't even withstand a single blow. The young man shook his head and looked at Xian Wulin. Now we can fight, the young man said. Xian Wulin narrowed his eyes and stepped onto the fighting ring. Buzz. Stars appeared around Xian Wulin. There were a total of 360 stars that covered his entire body. Xian Wulin didn't dare to be careless in front of the young man. Clang. A sword chime sounded and a pitch-black battle sword appeared in the young man's hand. Remember, the one who defeated you is Lu Shenhuang. The young man's voice sounded and the sword light whizzed out, piercing the void and slashing toward Xian Wulin at an extremely fast speed. Lu Shenhuang. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Was this the name that Xian Yinqing had given the young man? Lu Shenhuang meant the divine wilderness continent, and also the place where Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing met and fell in love. They had experienced unforgettable times in the divine wilderness continent. Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist. Xian Wulin roared as he waved his hands and stars flew toward Lu Shenhuang. Whoosh. 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 Lu Shenhuang's battle sword shook and sword chi whizzed out. Streaks of black sword light slashed at the stars. Pung. Pung. The stars exploded like fireworks. Xian Wulin's expression changed, and he used all his strength. More stars flew toward Xian Wulin. Each star contained his power of law, but Lu Shenhuang's sword light was shockingly powerful. It could easily tear apart his power of law. The two quickly attacked and the sky was filled with sword light and starlight. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. What terrifying strength! A genius, a genius! Some of the older generation exclaimed at Lu Shenhuang's battle strength. His cultivation was only that of a 3-star Void Emperor. However, he was able to fight against Xian Wulin. His fighting strength was not only shocking, it was unimaginable. Chapter 23-23. My hair, my nest, this is too perverted. Too heaven-defying. Unscrupulous monk started to spout nonsense. As expected of Lu Ming's son. He's even stronger than Lu Ming. Long Chen sighed. If that was the case, then Lu Shenhuang was stronger than Lu Ming back in the day. When Lu Ming broke through to the martial emperor realm, he became a 4-star void emperor, and fought against Xian Wulin. In the end, he managed to defeat Xian Wulin by combining 9 types of laws. However, Xian Wulin wasn't as strong as he was now. At that time, Xian Wulin was only a 3rd-order true emperor. It was obvious that Lu Shenhuang was stronger than Lu Ming back in the day. Of course, now that Lu Ming's mastery of various laws had deepened and he had cultivated the primordial body cultivation, his physical strength had skyrocketed. Now Lu Ming's ability to fight beyond his level was much stronger than before. Great! Lu Ming was overjoyed to see Lu Shenhuang's strength. Damn it, how could this be? Some were happy while others were worried. Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian, Lan Cheng and the others roared in disbelief. Lu Ming was already abnormal enough, but his son was even more abnormal. How could this be? They roared in their hearts and went crazy with jealousy. Peng, peng, peng. Lu Shenhuang and Xian Wulin fought fiercely, causing explosions to ring out. However, the more they fought, the stronger Lu Shenhuang became. His entire body was covered with a layer of black light that merged with his battle sword. The sword light was extremely sharp, and it constantly destroyed Xian Wulin's stars. In the end, the sword light destroyed the stars even faster. Before Xian Wulin could condense his stars, Lu Shenhuang had already arrived in front of him and slashed out with his sword. Xian Wulin screamed as he coughed out blood and retreated from the battle stage. There was a deep wound on his body that was bleeding profusely. Xian Wulin had lost. He had been defeated by Lu Shenhuang. From now on, the position of 9 absolutes would be replaced by Lu Shenhuang. Xian Wulin's expression was extremely ugly. This was a huge blow to him. Lan Cheng's expression was ugly as he said coldly, Lu Shenhuang, do you still want to continue? No. Lu Shenhuang shook his head and rushed down the stage. He landed on a seat and closed his eyes to meditate. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? If not, then the first place today belongs to Xian Yuan Yi. Lan Cheng stood up and announced, his voice spreading throughout the audience. Let me. As soon as Lan Cheng's voice fell, he was interrupted. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward, landing on the battle stage. Many people's eyes fell on Lu Ming, but when they saw Lu Ming's appearance, they were slightly stunned. This was because they had never seen Lu Ming's appearance before. Another genius that had never appeared before? Some Heavenly Emperor characters revealed looks of surprise. With Heavenly Emperor realm cultivation, they could sense that Lu Ming should have changed his appearance. But they could not see through Lu Ming's original appearance. What a brilliant disguise technique. Some Heavenly Emperor characters whispered, You want to challenge? Who do you want to challenge? Lan Qing asked. If I want to challenge, of course I want to challenge the first place. Xian Yuan Yi, come down and fight. Lu Ming's gaze looked at Xian Yuan Yi. What? Many people were shocked. Someone actually wanted to challenge Xian Yuan Yi. Xian Yuan Yi's combat strength was obvious to all. He had reached the 15th level of a true emperor. This kind of combat strength, without a doubt, was unparalleled among the younger generation. But now someone wanted to challenge Xian Yuan Yi. This was crazy. Many people originally thought that Lu Ming's challenge was nothing more than the same as Lu Shenhuang's, casually challenging a few experts to hone himself or gain fame. But now, Lu Ming wanted to challenge Xian Yuan Yi, which was greatly beyond everyone's expectations. This kid must be playing to the gallery. He wants to challenge Xian Yuan Yi to increase his fame. Even if he loses miserably, his fame will rise. Yes, it must be so. Some people discussed. Xian Yuan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he rushed to the battle stage. Kid, swords have no eyes. If you challenge me and I make a mistake and cripple or kill you, you only have yourself to blame. Xian Yuan Yi said coldly. He was not in a good mood. He had already defeated Lin Xiaofeng and ascended to the first place. Everything was perfect. But now someone wanted to challenge him. Everything seemed to be flawed and not very perfect. Therefore, he wanted to kill Lu Ming. Later, He would kill him in one move to make an example, and let everyone know the consequences of challenging him. Kid, what's your name? At this time Lan Qing asked. I'm just a nobody. Let's not talk about it. Lu Ming smiled faintly. A nobody dares to challenge Brother Xianyuan. He's overestimating himself. In my opinion, this person is playing to the gallery. Brother Xianyuan doesn't need to accept the challenge at all. Just ask someone to throw him out. A voice sounded. It was Xian Wulin who spoke. Xian Wulin had just been defeated by Lu Shenhuang in public, so he was in a bad mood and would bite anyone he could find. At this time, Lu Ming rushed out. He was very unhappy with Lu Ming and directly mocked him. You can't even be compared to a 15-year-old boy. How dare you yell here? If I were you, I would just destroy my own cultivation. Lu Ming looked at Xian Wulin and sneered. You, kid, Brother Xianyuan doesn't need to do anything today. I'll teach you a lesson. Xian Wulin was furious. He rushed to the battle stage and cupped his fist at Xianyuan. Brother Xianyuan, you don't need to deal with a nobody. I'll teach him a lesson for you. Okay. Xianyuan nodded and moved to the side of the battle stage. In his opinion, it was best that Xian Wulin did it, so that he would not have to do anything. You want to fight? Lu Ming looked at Xian Wulin and said. That's right. I'd like to see what makes you dare to challenge Brother Xianyuan. Xian Wulin said coldly. You can't. You're too weak. I don't want to torture you. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming shook his head with a look of contempt. Xian Wulin's lungs were about to explode. Who was he? He was one of the 9 absolutes. But today he had been defeated by Lu Shenhuang, and now, even a nameless person was looking down on him. He was furious, and his killing intent soared. Kid who doesn't know how to talk nonsense. Show me what you're capable of. Xian Wulin roared. Hundreds of stars appeared all over his body, and hundreds of stars gathered together and blasted towards Lu Ming with extraordinary power. As soon as he attacked, Xian Wulin used his killing move to blast Lu Ming into ashes. Boom. The huge star fell like a meteor, dragging a long tail. Its power was terrifying. But then Lu Ming moved. There was no energy fluctuation on his body, nor was there any fluctuation of laws. It was just a simple punch. Chapter 23-24. Boom. The punch landed on the huge star. The huge star was like a bubble. It could not withstand a single blow and was burst by Lu Ming's punch. After destroying the star, Lu Ming's fist didn't stop and continued to attack Xian Wulin. Wherever the fist passed, the space would explode, forming a terrifying spatial storm that swept toward Xian Wulin. Xian Wulin was completely enveloped by Lu Ming's fist. It was as if the space around him had solidified, making it difficult for him to move. How is this possible? This thought surfaced in Xian Wulin's heart. Thereafter, Lu Ming's fist landed heavily on his face. Bang! Xian Wulin was sent flying out of the battle stage and crashed heavily on the ground. He lay there, vomiting blood. His face was completely deformed and swollen beyond recognition. This! Everyone was stunned and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. One punch, just one punch, defeated Xian Wulin. They weren't on the same level at all. It was a complete one-sided defeat. One had to know that Xian Wulin's combat strength was at the 6th order True Emperor realm, but he was defeated. Who was this person? They had never seen him before. How could he be so strong? Physical strength, he's an Archean physique cultivator. Suddenly someone exclaimed. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Just now Lu Ming's body didn't have any fluctuations of laws. He relied purely on his physical strength. Only an Archean physique cultivator could cultivate his physical strength to such a level. Baoda's eyes lit up. He was also an Archean physique cultivator. He was naturally curious and excited to see another Archean physique cultivator with such shocking combat strength. I told you that you're too weak. I didn't want to torture you, but you just had to ask for it. Lu Ming said indifferently and looked at Xian Wulin with disdain. Xian Wulin vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood. Today he was defeated by 2 people. One was a 15-year-old boy, and the other easily defeated him with one punch. Today, he was destined to become a laughingstock and be ridiculed by others. Is there anyone else who wants to stand up for Xianyuan? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the young geniuses present. No one spoke. Lu Ming was able to defeat Xian Wulin with one punch. His combat strength was unfathomable. If others were not confident, who would stand up for Xian Yuan? In that case, Xian Yuan, let's fight. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yuan. You have some skills, but you are still far from being able to fight me. Xian Yuan stepped out and sneered. In his opinion, defeating Xian Wulin with a single punch was nothing. Black Wulin only had the strength of a 6th-order true emperor. Anyone above the 8th-order true emperor realm could defeat him in one move. On the other hand, he was a 15th-level true emperor, much stronger than Xian Wulin. Therefore, even though Lu Ming had defeated Xian Wulin in one move, he did not think much of Lu Ming. You talk too much. Make your move. Lu Ming said. I've already said that swords and sabers have no eyes. If I accidentally hit you too hard, you'll only have yourself to blame. Xian Yuan, he said coldly as a halberd appeared in his hand. Dong. Xian Yuan suddenly took a step forward and slashed the Fangtian halberd toward Lu Ming. In the process of slashing, the halberd rapidly grew to a length of 1,000 meters and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward and the fighting ring rumbled. His body suddenly dashed out, and he threw out a punch. Lu Ming circulated his physical strength to the maximum for this punch. Boom. Lu Ming's fist and the halberd collided. There was a terrifying roar and Lu Ming's body retreated madly. He only stopped after retreating a few hundred meters. This person actually blocked Xian Yuan's attack. Many people were shocked. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage and was pushed back, they were still shocked. Who is this person? He has the strength of a 13th-order true emperor. There is such a genius among the younger generation in the heaven domain? A 13th-order true emperor was also impressive. Among the 9 peerless youths, only Lin Xiaofeng and Xian Yuan, he had the strength of a 13th-order true emperor. The third person was only a 10th-order true emperor. This was almost the pinnacle of the younger generation in the heaven domain. There was such a genius among the Archean physique cultivators. Xian Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as a ray of sharpness flashed in them. He was also very surprised that he did not defeat Lu Ming in one move. Let's see how many moves you can take. Die. Xian Yuan roared and charged at Lu Ming with the halberd in his hand. My physical strength is still a little lacking. Lu Ming whispered. Now that he had cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious art to the middle of the 4th level, his physical strength was equivalent to a 13th-order true emperor. He was still not a match for Xian Yuan. Boom. Lu Ming punched again. But this time, Lu Ming used the indestructible golden body from the indestructible ancient scripture. The indestructible golden body could turn one's body into a divine weapon. Not only did it have a terrifying defensive power, but it also had a powerful offensive power. The indestructible golden body complemented the powerful physical body of an Archean physique cultivator. The two complemented each other. And the power that erupted was extremely shocking. The law, it's the power of the law. He's cultivating the law system. No, his physical body is too amazing. He's obviously an Archean physique cultivator. He's cultivating both the physical body and the law at the same time. Someone exclaimed, feeling incredulous. It would take many people a lifetime to cultivate one of them. However, Lu Ming had cultivated 2 of them, and seemed to have achieved amazing results in both of them. Boom. At this time, Lu Ming and Xian Yuan collided for the second time. Another violent roar sounded. This time, Lu Ming and Xian Yuan's bodies shook violently and they retreated. Hiss gasps could be heard, and many people couldn't help but widen their eyes. They were evenly matched. In this move, Lu Ming and Xian Yuan were evenly matched. There was actually someone in the world who could fight with Xian Yuan. They had already felt that Xian Yuan had just unleashed the combat strength of a 15th level true emperor. Even Lin Xiaofeng couldn't contend with such combat strength. However, Lu Ming was able to contend with it, and they were evenly matched. This meant that Lu Ming's combat strength was also at 15th level true emperor. There was actually a genius in the world who had reached such a level. It was simply amazing. Damn it. Lan Qing roared in his heart, and was a little worried. He was worried that if Xian Yuan was defeated, his plan today would be ruined, and the 100 Chaos Stones would be given to someone else. I must win. Lan Qing gritted his teeth and whispered. Xianyuan Yi's eyes were also filled with shock. He also didn't expect that there would be another youth in the world who could reach such a level. I'm invincible. This person must die. Xianyuan Yi roared in his heart, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. There was actually a genius in the world who could fight with him. He absolutely couldn't allow such a person to appear. Kill. Chapter 23-25. Xianyuan Yi crossed the void, and the halberd seemed to be able to split the sky as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Wherever it passed, the void was directly split in half, revealing a terrifying dark crack. This kind of attack power could be said to be invincible among the younger generation. No one could stop it. Even Lin Xiaofeng would be defeated by this move. But Lu Ming's face was calm. To be honest, such an attack did not bother him at all. Boom. The muscles and bones of Lu Ming's body vibrated violently, reaching hundreds of millions of times per second. The vibration of his muscles at such an amplitude caused intense friction with the air and space. Lu Ming's body directly rushed out and blasted out a punch. The fist once again collided with the halberd. In the violent roar, the halberd exploded, and Lu Ming's body swayed slightly, but Lu Ming's other fist also blasted out. This punch directly pierced through the space, causing a spatial storm to sweep toward Xianyuan Yi. Lu Ming did not use the power of the world or other magical techniques. He only relied on the strength of his physical body and the immortal golden body. Xianyuan Yi's face changed wildly. His body glowed, and a halberd condensed in his other hand. He slashed out with the halberd and blocked Lu Ming's fist force, but his body was forced to retreat again and again. Xianyuan Yi fell into a disadvantageous position, and his offensive was suppressed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's muscles and bones vibrated. He did not need to step at all, and his body naturally rushed toward Xianyuan Yi. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming kept punching, and the terrifying power smashed the space. Moreover, Lu Ming did not care about defense at all. He only wanted to attack with all his strength. Xianyuan Yi roared, holding a halberd in each hand, madly slashing it, and engaged in a fierce confrontation with Lu Ming. After a few moves, Xianyuan Yi's halberd landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. However, Lu Ming's muscles and bones vibrated rapidly, rebounding most of the power. At the same time, the invincible golden body's defense had also blocked the majority of the power. The other side's halberd could only leave a shallow white mark on Lu Ming's skin. It couldn't even break through Lu Ming's defense. At the same time, Lu Ming punched Xianyuan Yi. Xianyuan Yi's body shook violently, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. He retreated wildly and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air, their hearts trembling. Lu Ming's defensive power was also too astonishing. Xianyuan Yi was not a match at all. The two people's battle prowess was equal. Each person struck the other with a move, but Lu Ming was completely unscathed, while Xianyuan Yi was severely injured. Number 1 in the world? Is that all you have? Lu Ming said coldly. In the next moment, his figure suddenly rushed towards Xianyuan Yi and launched a new round of fierce attacks. Damn it! Outside the battle platform, Lan Qing roared in his heart. His eyes were full of anger and cold light. Xianyuan Yi could not be defeated. Once Xianyuan Yi was defeated, his plan would be ruined. Moreover, he still had to take out 100 pieces to give to Lu Ming. He would never allow that. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He took a slight step, and a force rushed towards Lu Ming along the ground. On the side, the heavenly emperors of the other major forces noticed this. Their eyes moved slightly, but no one spoke. Seeing that the force was about to hit Lu Ming silently, at this time, Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu snorted coldly. He also took a slight step, and a force gushed out from the ground, intercepting Lan Cheng's force. Boom! The two forces collided. The ground suddenly exploded, and a large pit appeared. The force was rampant. What's going on? Many people were shocked. Lan Cheng, as a heavenly emperor, you actually secretly attacked a junior. You are really shameless. Or, you see that Xianyuan Yi is about to lose and can't bear to part with the 100 pieces of chaos stones? Since you can't bear to part with it, don't say it first. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu said coldly. Many people's gazes swept towards Lan Cheng. Seeing Lan Cheng's gloomy face, they came to a realization. It seemed that Lan Cheng saw that Xianyuan Yi was about to lose and secretly attacked, but was intercepted by Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu. Damn it! Lan Cheng roared in his heart, but he could not flare up. He could only keep a sullen face and not speak. While at this time, the battle situation on the battle stage was already completely one-sided. Lu Ming launched a torrential attack, completely ignoring defense, only attacking. Xianyuan Yi was not a match at all. Even if he resisted with all his might, he could not block more than a few moves too. Bang! Lu Ming's punch hit Xianyuan Yi's chest, almost piercing through his chest. Xianyuan Yi vomited large mouthfuls of blood, his body retreating wildly. Lu Ming pursued and blasted out another punch. Xianyuan Yi's body was sent flying out like a cannonball. Half of his body exploded. His body flew out of the battle stage, flying towards the crowd. Lan Cheng's face was gloomy. With a wave of his hand, a force wrapped around Lan Cheng, catching him. At the same time, it helped Lan Cheng recover from his injuries. Defeated. Xianyuan Yi was defeated. Lu Ming defeated Xianyuan Yi with absolute superiority. Everyone's hearts were complicated. They knew that an even more terrifying Heaven's Chosen was born. The pitiful Xianyuan Yi had just defeated Lin Xiaofeng, and just ascended to the throne of the 9 Absolutes #1. His but had not even warmed up the seat yet, and he was kicked off the throne by someone. Is there anyone else who wants to come up and challenge me? Lu Ming did not look at Xianyuan Yi anymore. His gaze turned to other directions. No one responded. Lu Ming's combat strength was so horrifying. Even Xianyuan Yi could not withstand a single blow. Who could still be his match? Since no one answers the challenge, then I'll be #1 this time. Lu Ming opened his mouth, his gaze turning to Lan Cheng, and he said, Family head Lan, since I got #1, then those 100 chaos gems are mine. Lan Cheng's heart ached. 100 chaos gems was not a small number. Even if the Lan family was large, it would not be easy to take out 100 chaos gems. Originally, he thought that Xianyuan Yi would definitely get first place. Giving 100 chaos gems to Lan Cheng's son-in-law to help the Lan family's son-in-law advance to the next level was naturally not a loss. However, he could not bear to give 100 chaos gems to someone else. Kid, who exactly are you? I know you used a disguise technique to hide your head and tail. You didn't even tell me your name. Yet you still want to get 100 chaos gems. What a joke. Lan Cheng sneered. He began to find excuses. Ha ha ha, Lan Cheng, are you trying to cheat? That's not what you said before. You released the news that as long as it's the younger generation, whoever gets first place will get 100 chaos gems. Now you're looking for so many excuses. I know you must have thought that Xianyuan Yi would definitely get first place at first, so you took out 100 chaos gems to prepare for him. However, you used 100 chaos gems as a gimmick to attract others to set off Xianyuan Yi. You're treating everyone in the world like monkeys. Lu Ming mocked. Nonsense, how dare you slander me? Show your true form, I want to confirm your identity. Otherwise, don't even think about getting 100 chaos gems. Lan Cheng said. Alright, since you want to see, then let's see. Lu Ming said. After saying that, his appearance changed rapidly and returned to his original appearance. His aura also recovered. Lu Ming. Chapter 23-26. At the sight of Lu Ming's appearance, Lan Cheng could not help but widen his eyes and yell. The others were also dumbfounded. How is this possible? Isn't Lu Ming dead? Blue Cloud, Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian and the others roared in disbelief. Huang Ling, Long Chun, Bubbles and the others were overjoyed. I was wondering who could have such powerful combat strength. It turns out to be Lu Ming. It's amazing. Lu Ming has only been an emperor for a few years, but he can suppress Xianyuan Yi. He's invincible in his generation. It's incredible. He just used his physical strength and didn't use the power of laws. Indeed. All around, there was a hubbub of noise as the sounds of discussion converged into one. Lu Ming was too famous. He had become an emperor with many different laws, which was unprecedented. As soon as he became an emperor, he defeated Qian Wulin, one of the 9 absolutes, which shocked the entire heaven field. A few years later, He defeated and captured the prince of a foreign tribe outside the two-world city. That battle had pushed Lu Ming's reputation to the peak. But it was far from comparable to today's battle. In today's battle, Lu Ming defeated Xianyuan Yi and became the strongest of the younger generation in the Tianyuan world. It seemed that every time Lu Ming appeared, his combat strength would increase by leaps and bounds. The speed of his improvement was shocking. Father. At this moment, Lu Shenhuang stood up and stared at Lu Ming without blinking. There was astonishment, surprise, anticipation, curiosity, and other emotions on his face. Lu Ming also heard Lu Shenhuang's voice. He turned around and looked at Lu Shenhuang. Their eyes met. Lu Ming nodded slightly and smiled. Lu Shenhuang took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. He stepped forward and came to the fighting ring to face Lu Ming. His mother's comment about his father rang in his mind. Unparalleled in the world. Today he saw that it was true. Father. Lu Shenhuang spoke again. Your mother is Xian Yanqing? Lu Ming could not help but ask. Although he already knew that Lu Shenhuang's mother was definitely Xian Yanqing, he still couldn't help but ask to confirm it. Yes. Lu Shenhuang nodded firmly. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Looking at Lu Shenhuang, who was 70 to 80% similar to himself, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. She didn't expect that after parting with Xian Yanqing for more than 10 years, they already had a son, and he was already so old. Divine Wasteland, step aside first. After I settle the matters here, I'll go with you to find your mother, Lu Ming said. All right. Lu Shenhuang nodded and retreated to his seat. Lu Ming turned around and faced Lan Cheng. At this moment, Lan Cheng's face was contorted with a ferocious expression, and a murderous intent emerged in his eyes. Lu Ming, you still dare to appear here? Good, very good. Lan Cheng said coldly. Why can't I appear here? Lu Ming sneered and asked. A few years ago, on the battlefield outside Two-World City, you killed the beings of the heaven region and stole their treasures and resources. This is a serious crime, and you must pay with your life. Lan Cheng said coldly. Ha ha ha, a thief crying thief. Since that's the case, I'll explain everything today. Lu Ming laughed heartily. He then recounted how the Lan family and the Yen family had besieged him, and how the Lan family and the Yen family had killed Bai Tai and the rest to silence him when Bai Tai and the rest arrived. How could such a thing happen? Many people's eyes flickered as they pondered. Back then, the Lan family had announced that Lu Ming had killed them and stolen their treasures, and the Lan family and Yen family had encountered him. According to the rules of Two-World City, they had attacked Lu Ming. Could there be such a secret? Nonsense. Lan Cheng scolded. Nonsense. I suspect that the people of the Lan family were instructed by your Lan city to steal my indestructible ancient scripture, but in the end, they were discovered and killed to silence me. Then they framed me for the crime. Such behavior is not worthy of being called a great family of the heavenly world. In my opinion, the one who should be punished is you, your Lan family. Lu Ming shouted. Presumptuous. How dare you slander me? Today, no matter how glib your tongue is, you will be punished. Men, take Lu Ming down, cripple his cultivation, and throw him into prison. Lan Cheng shouted. Bang. Bang. Immediately, two experts from the Lan family stepped out. They exuded a powerful aura and dashed toward Lu Ming. These two great emperors were extremely powerful. Let's see who dares. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu shouted coldly, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. With a wave of his hand, a giant hand formed and pressed towards the two great emperors. Hung Yu, I'm afraid it's not up to you to protect Lu Ming. Lan Cheng roared and rushed out. His heavenly emperor cultivation also erupted. With a press of his hand, a heavenly lion roared and pounced towards heavenly emperor Hung Yu's giant hand. Boom. With a shocking explosion, Lan Cheng's face changed drastically. His body was directly sent flying as he looked at heavenly emperor Hung Yu in shock. He was no match for heavenly emperor Hung Yu at all. At the same time, the two great emperors from the Lan family were also sent flying by heavenly emperor Hung Yu's remaining force. Hung Yu, you want to violate the rules of the heaven region by yourself? You want to go against everyone? Lu Ming has committed a crime, and he must be punished. Lan Cheng shouted. The one who is guilty is your Lan family. The one who went against everyone in the heaven region is your Lan family. Lu Ming shouted. A bunch of nonsense. Lan Qing said. Hee, if what I said is a bunch of nonsense, then isn't what you said a bunch of farts? Lu Ming scolded coldly. How dare you? Lan Qing roared. Lu Ming, a junior, actually dared to go against him and contradict him. It was simply impudent. The anger in his heart soared to the sky, and he wished he could slap Lu Ming to death. Fellow Taoists, lend me a hand. Lan Qing's gaze looked at the Yin family's heavenly emperor, Luo family's heavenly emperor, Vast Expanse Hall Master, and the rest. These forces were on good terms with the Lan family. They even had marriage relations with the Lan family. Lu Ming killed his fellow heavenly realm cultivators and stole their treasures. In my opinion, he was able to rise so quickly by relying on such methods. It's simply a heinous crime, and he deserves to be punished. The Yin family's heavenly emperor stepped out and walked side by side with Lan Qing. A powerful aura erupted as they resisted heavenly emperor Hengyu together. That's right. Today Lu Ming must be taken down. Cripple his cultivation, and interrogate him strictly. The Luo family's heavenly emperor also stepped out. Following that, 2 more people stepped out. They were both heavenly emperors. One was the vast hall's hall master, and the other was Xing He's master, a terrifying heavenly emperor powerhouse. 5 heavenly emperor powerhouses stood together, and their aura was shocking. Hengyu, I've said it before. Today you alone can't stop us. Lu Ming must be taken down. Lan Qing sneered. Then he stared at Lu Ming. With a stretch of his hand, a terrifying force condensed into a giant hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. You dare? Chapter 23-27. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu gave a long howl. Heavenly Tao pressure erupted. The entire world was trembling, terrifying to the extreme. Bang! Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu made his move. A battle sword appeared in his hand. A sword slashing toward Lan Qing. Hengyu, I'll face you. Xing Xinhe's master was a gray-robed old man. He made his move. A palm rumbling toward Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. The 2 people exchanged a move, sharing the limelight. Xing Xinhe's master was also an extremely terrifying existence. Even among heavenly emperors, he was an expert, not weaker than Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. While at this time, Lan Qing's large hand already approached Lu Ming. But Lu Ming stood calmly on the battle stage, his expression unchanged. It was as if he did not see Lan Qing's attack. Right at this time, an old man suddenly appeared beside Lu Ming. The old man's expression was calm, a punch rumbling out. This punch did not have the slightest bit of energy surge, and also did not have any power of law. It was just pure power. But when this punch rumbled out, the large hand that Lan Qing condensed directly exploded. The terrifying fist force continued rumbling toward Lan Qing. Lan Qing's expression changed, hurriedly using a divine ability art. A heavenly lion pounced out. With a rumble, Lan Qing's body trembled, involuntarily retreating repeatedly, looking at the old man beside Lu Ming with a look of shock. Primordial Physique Cultivator, you're a Primordial Physique Cultivator. A Heavenly Emperor Realm Physique Cultivator. Who are you? Lan Qing roared angrily, extremely shocked. He did not expect that there was actually a Heavenly Emperor Realm existence following beside Lu Ming. Furthermore, it was a Physique Cultivator powerhouse that he had never seen before. Heavenly Emperor Realm Physique Cultivator. In the crowd, Baoda's eyes emitted an excited light. At the scene, the others were also extremely shocked. There was actually a Heavenly Emperor Realm Physique Cultivator, following beside Lu Ming, helping Lu Ming at the critical moment. Primordial Physique Cultivators were virtually almost lost until now. The people who cultivated were extremely few, and those who could cultivate to success were even fewer. Presently, in the Heavenly Realm, there was only one known person who could reach Heavenly Emperor Realm Physique Cultivator. But it was absolutely not the person in front of them. Could it be that this Physique Cultivator powerhouse did not come into being and has been living in seclusion all along? Someone guessed. Fellow Taoist, are you planning to make an enemy out of me and my Lan clan because of a mere junior? Lan Qing stared at the old man, and said coldly. His words contained a hint of threat. If anyone dares to touch him, I'll smash them to death with a single punch. The old man pointed at Lu Ming and spoke indifferently. His words were very simple and clear, but it caused everyone to be stunned. Whoever dared to touch Lu Ming, he would smash them to death with a single punch. This made many people gasp. These were the words of a celestial emperor, and no one would doubt them. Lan Cheng's expression darkened as he said, "I'm afraid you alone won't be enough." The Yen clan's heavenly emperor, the Luo clan's heavenly emperor, and the Boundless Palace's palace master also unleashed their terrifying auras to suppress the elder. But in the next moment, 3 more old men appeared beside Lu Ming. They were wearing the same clothes as the previous old man. Their expressions were calm, but a terrifying aura erupted from them, crushing the aura of the Yen clan's heaven sovereign and the others. Lan Cheng, the pupils of the Yen clan's heavenly emperor, and the rest constricted sharply, revealing looks of disbelief. Heavenly emperors were all heavenly emperor realm powerhouses. Furthermore, they were all body cultivators. How was this possible? At the scene, the others were also stunned, dumbfounded. There were actually so many heavenly emperor realm powerhouses by Lu Ming's side. This force was too terrifying. The Lan clan's side could not do anything to Lu Ming at all. Damn it, how is this possible? Where did these powerhouses pop out from? Lan Cheng roared angrily in his heart. As a heavenly emperor realm powerhouse, he had basically seen or heard of all the heavenly emperors in the grand pure heavenly domain. But he had never heard of these few old men in front of him. Where did so many heavenly emperor realm body cultivators pop out from? Could it be those old monsters in seclusion? Lan Cheng could not help thinking. The grand pure heavenly domain, or the primordial realm, naturally had some old monsters in seclusion. Their cultivation base and strength were terrifying. Generally, they were cultivating bitterly in seclusion. Only when the foreign races launched a truly terrifying war would these powerhouses come out. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Lan Cheng's mind. Lan Cheng, hand over those who chased me on the battlefield that day, and those who killed Senior Bai Tai and the others. Also hand over the Yen clan. I want to see all of them. Lu Ming took a step forward, staring at Lan Cheng intently. His voice spread across the entire place. Lu Ming would not let any of those who attacked back then go. All of them had to die. How dare you? Those people were clearly killed by you, and now you want me to call for reinforcements. Lan Cheng roared. Even now, he still insisted that Lu Ming had killed them and robbed them of their treasures. Lu Ming, although I don't know where you found these helpers from, my Lan clan is not afraid of you. Lan Cheng continued to shout, his body erupting with a shocking aura. The Yen clan's heavenly emperor, the Luo clan's heavenly emperor, and the vast hall's palace master also raised their auras to the extreme. The world was filled with a terrifying heavenly Tao pressure. Bam, bam, bam. Several old body cultivators took a small step forward. This small step caused the entire ground to tremble. The battle stage under their feet was directly reduced to dust. Lan Cheng and the others' expressions changed slightly, and they could not help but take a few steps back. In the confrontation of auras, they were at a disadvantage. This made their expressions extremely ugly. Everyone, are you just going to watch and let Lu Ming be arrogant here? This kid killed people and robbed them of their treasures. His character is extremely bad, but his talent is high. We must not let him continue to grow. Lan Cheng looked at some of the others. Today, the heavenly emperors that came were not only the Yen clan's heavenly emperor and the Luo clan's heavenly emperor, but there were also a few other heavenly emperors. However, their relationship with the Lan clan was not that good, so they did not make a move before. At this time, these people's eyes were flickering. They were considering if they should help the Lan family, or not help either side. Lu Ming's talent was too shocking. If this continued, he would become a top expert sooner or later. Moreover, he had many powerful experts by his side to help him. If they offended Lu Ming, if Lu Ming did not die, they would be the ones in trouble in the future. Therefore, these people were hesitant for a while. Today I will take those people. Lu Ming said coldly, and then sent out a message. Rumble. Just as Lu Ming sent out the message, a violent roar came from the depths of the sky. Then, the sky cracked open, and an incomparably huge palace appeared in the depths of the sky. Above it, there was a gray mist that filled the air. This is the Chaos Palace. Many people's pupils shrank, revealing a look of shock. The Chaos Emperor's Chaos Palace was extremely famous in the Heaven Domain. Although the Chaos Emperor had fallen long ago, he had left behind some powerful puppets. More than 10 years ago, they had shown their terrifying strength in another battlefield. Now why would the Chaos Palace suddenly appear here? Everyone was puzzled. At this time, 9 rays of light flew out from the Chaos Palace. Those were 9 figures, each of them exuding a shocking aura. Heavenly Emperors. Chapter 23-28. In the blink of an eye, 9 figures came out of the Chaos Palace and stood in the sky above this square. Everyone at the scene held their breaths, because these 9 figures were all Heavenly Emperor realm existences. 9 Heavenly Emperors came all of a sudden. What kind of terrifying force was this? Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. These 9 people were Tu Yi, Gold Yi, and the rest. They had long been nearby. Just now, Lu Ming sent them a voice transmission, which was why they appeared. So it's fellow Taoists from the Chaos Palace. Today my Lan family's daughter is getting married. I didn't expect that fellow Taoists would actually come here. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Lan Cheng had a bright smile on his face as he greeted Tu Yi and the rest. However, Tu Yi and the rest ignored Lan Cheng and flew directly to Lu Ming. Then they bowed to Lu Ming. Subordinate pays respect to young master. What? Everyone was stunned by his words. Most of the people revealed a dumbfounded look. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were agape. At this moment, they seemed to have become idiots. What did the 9 Heavenly Emperors of the Chaos Palace call Lu Ming? Young master? The 9 Heavenly Emperors of the Chaos Palace were Lu Ming's subordinates? At this moment, many people felt that their brains had turned into paste. It was difficult to think, and they even thought that they were dreaming. Lan Cheng's expression was also stiff. His eyes were wide open, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Following that, a trace of fear emerged. Even Heavenly Emperor Hing Yu and a few body cultivator elders were a little surprised. They did not expect that there were actually so many terrifying powerhouses behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming is indeed worthy of being Lu Ming. Long Chun, Huang Li and the rest sighed. Next, I want to follow Lu Ming. I will follow him no matter what in the future. My hair. The unscrupulous monk madly chanted Buddha's name. This is my father? Lu Shenhuang whispered. Looking at the figure standing among the many heavenly emperors, it was like a moon surrounded by stars. At this moment, Lu Shenhuang felt inexplicably proud, because this person was his father. Although this was the first time they had met, he was still proud and excited. Primal Chaos Palace, damn it, all of this should have been mine. In the crowd, Yuan Xian roared in her heart. Because of jealousy, her eyes were red. Yuan Xian had seen Tu Yi and the others before. Back then, Yuan Xian and the others had told him that he had to defeat Lu Ming in order to become the young master of the Primal Chaos Palace. However, in the end, it was Lu Ming who defeated him, so he naturally lost the qualifications to inherit the Primal Chaos Palace. What he did not expect even more was that Tu Yi and the rest were actually Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses. This made him go crazy with jealousy. How great would it be if he inherited all of this? But now he could only roar in his heart. He didn't dare to make a sound. He was extremely sullen. Seniors, there's no need to be so courteous. I'll have to trouble all of you today. Lu Ming smiled. Young master's enemy is our enemy. Tu Yi turned around and looked at Lan Cheng and the others. 9 heavenly emperors, how terrifying was their aura. The faces of Lan Cheng and the others changed wildly as they retreated again and again. The gap was too big. Lu Ming had more than a dozen heavenly emperors on his side. They completely crushed Lan Cheng and the others, causing their faces to be extremely ugly. Hand over those people from back then, not a single one of them. Lu Ming stared at Lan Cheng and said coldly, Lu Ming, it's clearly you who killed people and stole their treasures. My Lan family's people are only following the Heaven Realm's rules to hunt you down. Yet, you harbor a grudge in your heart and want to kill them. Outrageous. How can there be such logic in this world? Lan Cheng roared and continued to quibble, using the Heaven Realm's rules to suppress Lu Ming. Lu Ming sneered. He had already lost his patience and was too lazy to argue with the other party. Lancheng, you don't have to quibble here and use the Heaven Realm's rules to suppress me. I'm not here to reason with you today, but to ask for the people. Today you have to hand them over even if you don't want to understand? Lu Ming said indifferently. These words made many people's hearts tremble, and they were shocked to the extreme. Lu Ming's words were very obvious. Today he was not here to reason, but to ask for the people. The Lan family must hand over the people, even if they don't want to. This was forcing the Lan family to hand over the people. A junior actually forced a heavenly emperor, no, not just a heavenly emperor, but several powerful forces. This was simply domineering. Many young people were watching with their blood boiling. Lan Cheng, the Yen family's heavenly emperor, and others had ugly expressions. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many experts standing beside Lu Ming, they would have slapped Lu Ming to death long ago. But now they could only endure. Hurry up and call for help. Today, if the Lan family doesn't hand over the people, then I will slaughter the Lan family and the Yen family each, and bury them with Senior Bai Tai. Lu Ming said coldly. He had already lost his patience. You dare. Lan Cheng, the Yen family's heavenly emperor, roared. Why wouldn't I dare? Kill. Lu Ming shouted and rushed directly to the Lan family's area. There, countless Lan family disciples gathered. You're courting death. Lan Cheng roared furiously, wanting to deal with Lu Ming. However, Tu-yi threw a punch one after another. Many huge mountains appeared and blasted Lan Cheng backward continuously. The Lan family's great emperors wanted to attack, but Jin-yi appeared and released a terrifying aura. All the great emperors of the Lan family vomited blood and retreated. Kill! Lu Ming roared and threw out a punch. Bang! Bang! 7 to 8 true emperors from the Lan family were killed by Lu Ming. Blood and flesh splattered all over the place. Lu Ming showed no mercy when facing the Lan family. Bai Tai was killed by the Lan family and the Yen family. He must avenge this. Lu Ming, you're crazy. You killed the experts of the heavenly world. These people are the power to fight against the foreign races, but you killed your own people. Are you a spy of the foreign races? Lan Cheng roared. He was going crazy. Lu Ming was too decisive, killing the experts of the Lan family directly. At this moment, the people of the Lan family scattered in fear. Ha ha ha. How many can these trash kill? In the future? I can kill 1,000 times, 10,000 times more of them. I alone can fight against thousands of them. Kill. Lu Ming roared and threw out another punch. A few experts of the Lan family were killed. Run, run. Blue Cloud was also mixed in the crowd. He was running away in fear. In his opinion, Lu Ming was a madman. However, at the next moment, he screamed in horror. Lu Ming had fixed his eyes on him and appeared above his head in an instant. He stepped on Lan Yun's face and Lan Yun screamed in pain. His body fell heavily to the ground, and he screamed in agony. Let go of Blue Cloud. Lan Cheng roared and his eyes turned red. Blue Cloud was not an ordinary person. He was a top genius and had the potential to become a heavenly emperor in the future. He must not die. He tried his best to attack Lu Ming, but he was blocked by Tu-1. Hand him over. Lu Ming's response was only 2 simple words. His voice was sonorous and powerful. At this moment, the scene was silent as if time had frozen. There was only one person in everyone's eyes, and that was Lu Ming. Chapter 23-29. Luo family's heavenly emperor, Xinghe's master, and the rest, had ugly expressions, but none made a move. The power that Lu Ming brought was too strong. More than a dozen heavenly emperors, if they made a move, it would only be courting death. Young man, you're too much. Right at this time, a voice suddenly sounded out. The direction that the voice came from was the depths of the Lan family. The voice was old, seemingly full of the aura of time. Ordinary people were still fine, but Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu, Earth One, Gold One, and the rest, after hearing this voice, their expressions changed wildly, revealing solemn looks. Because this voice gave them a lot of pressure. Ancestor, ancestor. Lan Cheng cried out excitedly. Many people's hearts shook wildly. Legend had it that the Lan family had a peerless powerhouse guarding, always hiding in the depths of the Lan family, in close seclusion all year round. That was a 4-star heavenly emperor. Could it be that it was this one? Was the Lan family's peerless powerhouse going to come into being? Bang! Just as everyone's imagination was running wild, a burst of chi erupted from the depths of the Lan family. This chi was ancient and powerful, shocking the heavens and the earth. Even the heavenly emperors felt a terrifying pressure, their faces extremely solemn. Bang! It was as if the ancient heavenly Tao was pressing down on everyone's hearts. Many with weak cultivation had to kneel down. Then a figure appeared in the depths of the Lan family. This was an old man, wearing a coarse hemp garment, white hair fluttering in the wind, stepping on the air and coming over. Each step he took seemed to be stepping on people's hearts, making people's heartbeats accelerate. We pay respects to ancestor. The Lan family's people bowed one after another, their faces revealing wild elation. Ha ha ha, my Lan family's ancestor came into being. Lu Ming, you dare to kill my Lan family's people. You're dead, you're dead. I'm going to skin you alive and pull out your tendons, making you never reincarnate for all eternity. Blue Cloud roared loudly, his face full of madness and malevolence. Is that so? In that case, I can't let you off even more. Lu Ming's expression was calm, opening his mouth indifferently, filled with ice-cold killing intent. Blue Cloud's expression changed wildly, roaring loudly. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? Bang! Lu Ming suddenly stomped down on Blue Cloud's face. A terrifying force exploded out. Blue Cloud let out a miserable scream. All his bones had been shattered by Lu Ming, and his meridians had also been turned to dust by Lu Ming. Blue Cloud had turned into a pile of mud, and was lying limply on the ground. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. He wasn't dead, but he couldn't even scream. The others gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. They thought that Lu Ming would not dare to make a move when the peerless masters of the Lan family appeared. However, he severely injured Blue Cloud in front of the peerless masters of the Lan family with one kick. Lu Ming, you're courting death. Lan Qing roared. The Lan family's patriarch's face darkened as well. The other party actually severely injured Blue Cloud in front of him. This was completely slapping his face. Young man, you're young and impetuous. Now let go of Blue Cloud and kneel down to cripple your cultivation. The Lan family's patriarch said coldly. Get lost. Lu Ming's response was only one word, get lost. This word caused everyone's expression to change wildly. Lu Ming was simply audacious. Actually telling a peerless powerhouse to get lost? The Lan family's patriarch's face completely darkened as he said coldly, young and ignorant, then I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. After the Lan family's patriarch finished speaking, he took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. However, in the next moment, an old man appeared in front of Lu Ming, a body cultivator's supreme elder. Get lost. The Lan family's patriarch shouted coldly and reached out a large hand to grab the body cultivator's supreme elder. He was a peerless powerhouse. Ordinary heavenly emperors were not his match at all. However, this body cultivator's supreme elder's expression was calm as he threw out a punch. Bang! The body cultivator's supreme elder's fist collided with the Lan family's patriarch's palm. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The Lan family's patriarch's expression changed drastically. His body trembled as if he had been electrocuted, retreating repeatedly. One of his arms was somewhat deformed. On the other hand, the body cultivator's grand elder didn't even sway a bit. Everyone could not help but stare with wide eyes. This body cultivator powerhouse was actually able to blast back the Lan family's peerless powerhouse with one punch. This was too shocking. Could it be that he was also a peerless powerhouse? Lu Ming's expression was calm. Among the body cultivators, there was indeed a peerless powerhouse. He was the archaic body cultivator lineage's strongest supreme elder. So it's a kindred spirit. Today, I want to experience it. The Lan family's patriarch spoke coldly and urged his strength to the limit. Bang! The Lan family's patriarch's figure enlarged with extreme speed, turning into a giant that could support heaven and earth. He blasted out a terrifying move. A streak of divine light slashed down violently toward the body cultivator's old man. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were able to borrow the power of Heavenly Tao to launch terrifying attacks. In this streak of divine light, there was the power of Heavenly Tao. It was indestructible and could annihilate everything. However, the body cultivator's supreme elder still just blasted a punch out. This punch seemed to be able to pierce through the universe, able to defeat heavenly Tao. Bang! The divine light that the Lan family's patriarch slashed out was directly pierced through. The terrifying fist force penetrated heaven and earth. The Lan family's patriarch gave a muffled groan, his body retreating wildly, retreating several tens of thousands of miles. His body trembled, spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood. Everyone sucked in a cold breath, perilous waves stirring up in their hearts. The Lan family's patriarch was defeated, beaten until he vomited blood in one move by a body cultivator powerhouse. He was completely no match for him. How can this be? Lan Cheng, as well as the other Lan family's people, the Yen family's heavenly emperor, and the rest, all revealed shock and disbelief. The Lan family's patriarch was actually no match, being injured by the other party's one punch. Blue Cloud's eyes were filled with despair. Hand him over. At this moment, Lu Ming continued to speak, his voice becoming colder and colder. Sigh. The Lan family's patriarch sighed, revealing a helpless expression. He understood that he was no match for the body cultivator's elder at all. If he insisted on fighting, he would definitely be the one to die. Lu Ming, my Lan family can hand him over, but you have to let Blue Cloud go. The Lan family's patriarch looked at Lu Ming. Let Blue Cloud go? Wait for him to take revenge on me? Didn't you hear him shouting that he wanted me to live a life worse than death? Moreover, Blue Cloud has been trying to kill me in the past. I have already spared him a few times. If he doesn't know how to cherish the opportunity, then there won't be a future. Lu Ming said coldly. Blue Cloud revealed a look of horror and despair, wanting to struggle with all his might. However, all the bones and meridians in his body had been shattered by Lu Ming, and he couldn't move at all. Boom! Lu Ming's power erupted, bombarding Blue Cloud's body. Blue Cloud's body directly exploded, turning into ashes and dissipating. A top-notch Sky Pride was killed by Lu Ming just like that. Lan Cheng and the other powerhouses of the Lan family were red-eyed, and their hearts were bleeding. The Lan family had produced many Sky Prides in this generation, but they only had 2 top-notch Sky Prides. But now, one of them was killed in public. Moreover, it was in front of Lan Cheng, the Lan family's patriarch, and countless other powerhouses. Chapter 2330. Lan family's old ancestor, Lan Cheng, and the rest were enraged. Cold killing intent emanated from their bodies as they wished they could slap Lu Ming to death. However, when they saw Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu, the physique cultivators, and the 9 heavenly emperors from the Chaos Palace, they held themselves back. There were so many heavenly emperors, and even some peerless experts. This force was enough to wipe the Lan family off the face of this world. Therefore, they did not dare to kill Lu Ming. In fact, if they wanted to kill Lu Ming in the future, they would not dare to let others know. Otherwise, this force would be enough to wipe them out. They were mad with hatred, but now, they could only suppress it in their stomachs. Hand him over. Lu Ming said indifferently again. Lan Cheng almost vomited blood from anger, and so did the rest of the Lan family. Lan family's old ancestor's face was incomparably gloomy as he squeezed out a word. Hand him over. Go and find those who attacked Lu Ming back then. Lan Cheng ordered. Not long after, some true emperors from the Lan family arrived. They were all the people who killed Bai Tai and Lu Ming back then. At this time, these people looked at Lu Ming in horror. Yen family, where are your people? Lu Ming looked at the Yen family's heavenly emperor and said coldly. Our Yen family's people are not here. It will take time to call them over. The Yen family's heavenly emperor said. I'll wait here. Lu Ming spoke calmly. He really started to wait there. At the scene, everyone was discussing in low voices. No one left and they all waited here. Time passed day by day. Finally, a rainbow light rushed over from afar. The Yen family's people had arrived. Some of them were the ones who attacked Lu Ming back then. When they saw Lu Ming, their faces changed drastically. Some were in disbelief. They thought that Lu Ming was dead. They did not expect that Lu Ming was still alive and well. After that, a master from the Yen family told the Yen family about what had happened. He hadn't told them before because he was afraid that they would resist and run away. Hearing this, the Yen family members were terrified. They simply couldn't believe that Lu Ming would force the Yan family's heavenly emperor to hand them over. Back then it was the Yan family's celestial emperor who ordered them to attack Lu Ming. But now, the Yan family's celestial emperor was going to hand them over to protect himself. However, they didn't dare to say anything. This was the celestial emperor's decision. The celestial emperor's orders couldn't be disobeyed. They still had family and friends. The people from the Lan family and the Yan family gathered together. There were dozens of people in total. Lu Ming's gaze swept across these people. He remembered each and every one of them very clearly. Being swept by Lu Ming's gaze, these people all revealed frightened expressions. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward, causing the void to tremble. I can give you a chance to fight me. As long as you can kill me, you can live. Lu Ming said indifferently. The Lan and Yan family's eyes lit up. Even the Lan family's ancestor, Lan Cheng, and the Yan family's heavenly emperor's eyes lit up. Although Lu Ming had defeated Xianyuan Yi only had the strength of a 15th level true emperor. On the other hand, these people had the strength of 17th level true emperors. One of them had even broken through in the past 2 years, reaching 18th level true emperor. Among them, there were more than a dozen 16th level true emperors and 15th level true emperors. This kind of strength was enough to kill Lu Ming. This was an excellent opportunity. Lu Ming was courting death. If they were to kill Lu Ming, the Chaos Hall's heavenly emperor and the rest would have nothing to say. Promise him that you will seize the opportunity to kill him. As long as you can kill him, I will reward you handsomely. I will do my best to help you become a great emperor. Lan Cheng transmitted to these people. Those people's eyes lit up, especially the few strongest experts, whose eyes were incomparably bright. This might be a blessing in disguise. As long as they could kill Lu Ming, they would be handsomely rewarded. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stepped on the void like a primordial beast. Every step he took caused the void to rumble as he closed in on the true emperors from the Lan and Yan clans. Attack! One of them roared and charged at Lu Ming. Pulling one hair would affect the whole body. When one person attacked, the others all charged at Lu Ming. There were dozens of true emperors, and the weakest among them was a 10th order true emperor. Their combined strength was terrifying. Dozens of attacks came at Lu Ming from all directions, wanting to drown Lu Ming. Can Lu Ming be their match? Everyone's eyes were fixated on the battlefield. Boom! At this time, Lu Ming made his move. He ignored the attacks in front of him and charged forward with brute force. The attacks that landed on Lu Ming's body were destroyed. Die! Lu Ming roared and punched out with both fists. Streaks of terrifying fist force blasted forward. In front of him, there were 5 to 6 figures. Their bodies were like huge watermelons, and they were directly blasted into the air. So strong! Many people's hearts trembled. Those people were all 10th order true emperors and above. There was even a 15th order true emperor among them, but they were still killed by Lu Ming with a single punch. After killing those people, Lu Ming didn't stop and continued to charge forward. Lu Ming pushed his physical strength to the limit. At the same time, he erupted with world force and several types of laws. Lu Ming only used 4 types of laws, but these people were no match for him. Boom! A fist energy that was as thick as a mountain blasted open a large hole in the air. Wherever the fist energy passed, another 5 or 6 people were killed. One of them was a 16th level true emperor. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally understood that Lu Ming didn't use his full strength in his battle with Xianyuan Yi. Otherwise he could have killed Xianyuan Yi in one move. Xianyuan Yi's expression turned ugly. Those below 15th order true emperor, retreat and attack from afar. Those above 15th order true emperor, attack! Someone shouted. All of a sudden, they formed a temporary formation. Those below the 15th level of the true emperor retreated and attacked Lu Ming from the rear. Those above 15th order true emperor attacked Lu Ming fiercely. There were 2 17th level true emperors and 1 18th level true emperor. Their battle prowess was the most frightening. They launched a sure-kill attack. Die! Lu Ming didn't dodge and punched out. A 17th order true emperor's attack was destroyed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's fist energy continued to crush his body. He screamed in despair as his body was torn apart. Whoosh! Lu Ming's body spun, and his right leg swept out like a whip towards another 17th Order True Emperor. This person couldn't withstand a single blow. Just like the previous one, he was sent flying for tens of thousands of miles by Lu Ming's kick before exploding. What? Everyone was shocked, their bodies and souls trembling. In particular, those who had fought with Lu Ming were even more shocked, revealing a horrified and incredulous expression. Two 17th Order True Emperors couldn't withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. Chapter 2331. The others who were fighting Lu Ming turned pale with fright, especially the 18th level True Emperor. He could not kill two True Emperors with combat strength of 17th level True Emperor so easily. Lu Ming's combat strength was far above his. Run, run. The remaining people had the same thought and turned to run. The 18th level True Emperor was the fastest. You want to run? A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as his 6 feathered wings appeared. With a flap, Lu Ming caught up to the 18th level True Emperor. Seeing that he could not escape, the powerhouse with the combat strength of a level 18 True Emperor turned around and roared. He unleashed all his strength and charged toward Lu Ming. However, it was all in vain. Lu Ming's fist landed, directly crushing the other party's attack and penetrating the other party's body. The terrifying force tore the other party's body. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the other party's heart of the world. The 18th level True Emperor was killed instantly. Many people were speechless. This level of power was too terrifying. What was an 18th level True Emperor? One of the laws must be a supreme law. Controlling 9 different laws at the same time would give one the battle prowess of an 18th level True Emperor. Only the top geniuses could reach this level. Some of them only managed to comprehend a supreme law after becoming an emperor. However, they were also terrifying geniuses with limitless potential. Clearly Lu Ming was one of them. Lan Cheng and the others felt their hearts bleeding. Today they had lost Lan Yun one after another, as well as that expert just now. This was definitely an unimaginable loss. However, they could only watch helplessly as Lu Ming massacred those people. Die! Lu Ming let out a long howl, and flapped his 6 feathered wings continuously. His speed was extremely fast as he charged toward the remaining people. They screamed and begged, but it was useless. It was too late for regrets as Lu Ming killed them one by one. Not long after, dozens of experts fell, and their world cores were taken away by Lu Ming. What kind of power is this? An 18th level True Emperor can't even fight back. Too shocking. From now on, no one in the younger generation can compete with Lu Ming. His opponents will be the older generation. The so-called 9 severals can't even withstand a single blow from him. At the scene, countless people were discussing. Their hearts were in turmoil, and it was difficult for them to calm down. How can this be? Hung Xinghe, Yuan Xian, and the others who had a conflict with Lu Ming were dumbfounded. Their eyes widened in disbelief. During the 10 Earths competition, Lu Ming was strong but not much stronger than them. Moreover, they were confident that they could surpass Lu Ming in the future and crush Lu Ming if he couldn't become an emperor. However, it had only been a few years and Lu Ming's ability had already reached a height that they could not reach. The difference was too great. The current Lu Ming could kill them with a single finger. They were still in the Void Emperor realm, while Lu Ming could kill an 18th level True Emperor. They couldn't compare at all. Awesome, I'll definitely follow him in the future. My hair. Young Monk kept shouting. We have to work hard too. Otherwise, we'll be left behind by Lu Ming. Indeed. Long Chun, Huang Ling, and the others sighed. Father, mother was right. Father is unparalleled in the world. No one can compare to him. Looking at Lu Ming in the sky, Lu Shenhuang clenched his fists in excitement. Lan Cheng, the Yan clan's heavenly emperor, the Lan clan's ancestor, and the others were furious, but they could only endure it. Let's go. The old ancestor of the Lan clan shouted coldly. He turned around and was about to leave. Lan Cheng and the others did the same. Wait. Lu Ming's voice sounded. The Lan clan's ancestor and the others stopped. What else do you want? Lan Cheng held back his anger and asked. The Lan clan's patriarch is really forgetful. I won first place, so where are the 100 chaos stones? Give them to me. Lu Ming said indifferently. You Lanqing almost vomited blood. Lu Ming had killed so many people from the Long clan today, and now, he was asking him for chaos stones. That was ridiculous. What? The Long clan said it yourself. Are you going to deny it? Are you talking nonsense? Or are you playing the others like monkeys? Lu Ming said indifferently. Lanqing was about to explode. Give it to him. The Long clan's ancestor said. In the end, Lanqing had no choice but to take out a storage ring and threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a look and saw that there were 100 chaos stones in it. Thank you, thank you. These chaos stones can help me improve my cultivation. Haha. Lu Ming laughed. Lanqing's eyelids and lips trembled. Thank you, my ass. If it wasn't for the situation, why would he give 100 chaos stones to Lu Ming? That was prepared for Xianyuan Yi. Let's go. Lanqing squeezed out a word from the depths of his throat and turned to leave. The people from the Long clan, the Yen clan, and the forces related to the Long clan left one after another and entered the large palace in the depths of the Long clan. Lu Ming didn't let Tu Yi Jin and the other body cultivators stay. With their strength, they were enough to flatten the Long clan. However, the Long clan and the Yen clan were great forces after all. They had an ancient heritage and a few heavenly emperors. To the heaven realm, they were still very useful. If Lu Ming completely flattened the Long clan because of Bai Tai, he would probably be stopped by the other heavenly emperors in the heaven realm. Moreover, the Long clan's ancestor was a peerless expert. If he ran away desperately, they had no confidence in stopping him. However, if a crazy peerless expert took revenge, it would be too terrifying. But now, the other party was wary of Lu Ming's strength and definitely wouldn't dare to take revenge. At least, they wouldn't dare to take revenge openly. All around, everyone sighed. They didn't expect that today's matter would evolve like this. Today, the Long clan was originally the main character, and Xianyuan Yi was the main character. Xianyuan Yi defeated Lin Xiaofeng and stepped onto the peak, becoming the #1 genius in the world. But everything, because of the appearance of Lu Ming, had undergone an earth-shaking change. In the end, the Long clan and the Yen clan suffered heavy losses and left dejectedly. Lu Ming became the only main character today. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, long time no see. Monk Wuliang rushed out, his face full of smiles. Long Chun, Huang Ling, Huang Li, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others also stepped out and came to Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming greeted everyone one by one. Brother Long, this is for you. A jade bracelet appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he handed it to Long Chun. This was Long Chun's fiancée, Xian Yanlin, who asked Lu Ming to bring it to Long Chun. When Lu Ming was in the Divine Wilderness continent, he had taken the time to meet Xian Yanlin and told her about Long Chun's current situation. She asked Lu Ming to give Long Chun a bracelet. Long Chun's gaze trembled as he took the bracelet and cupped his fist to Lu Ming, saying, "Thank you. You're welcome. Xian Yanlin asked me to bring a message to you. She said that she will wait for you, no matter how many years it takes." Lu Ming said. Long Chun didn't say much, but there were tears in his tiger eyes. Father. Chapter 2332. Shenhuang. Lu Ming looked over and asked, "Where's your mother now?" "She's in the Grand Pure Heaven domain, not far from here," Lu Shenhuang said. "All right, let's leave this place first. Take me to your mother," Lu Ming said. Then they left Blue Moon City. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming, Long Chun, Tu Yi Jin, Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu, and the others bade farewell, and headed in a certain direction with Lu Shenhuang. Along the way, the father and son chatted a lot. Lu Ming also learned that Xian Yanqing had come to the Taiqing Heavenly Domain more than 10 years ago. All these years, he had been cultivating in the Taiqing Heavenly Domain, and imparted cultivation to Lu Shenhuang. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. In just 10 years, Xian Yanqing was able to raise Lu Shenhuang's cultivation to the 3-star illusionary emperor realm, and his battle strength was even more shocking. Lu Shenhuang's talent was undoubtedly shocking, but it had a lot to do with Xian Yanqing's teaching method. "Shenhuang, has there been anything unusual with your mother over the years?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes." Lu Shenhuang nodded with a solemn expression and said, "Mother, there seems to be two people in my body. Sometimes they love me, sometimes they are as cold as ice, but they have one thing in common, which is that they teach me cultivation seriously." Is that so? Lu Ming murmured with a heavy heart. He remembered that Xian Yanqing was also like this in the land of infinite demons. The day before, they were fine, but later, they wanted to kill him, as if they were different people. Lu Ming still did not know what was going on. It was exactly the same as what Lu Shenhuang said. The two chatted as they hurried along. It was the first time the father and son met. They were a little distant at first, but as they chatted, they felt that their relationship had become much closer. They were very fast. A few days later, they arrived in a mountain range. There was a lake at the top of the highest mountain. The lake was like a mirror that adorned the peak of the mountain, making this place look like a paradise. There was a figure standing on the shore of the lake. Her black dress fluttered in the wind, revealing a pair of jade-like beautiful legs that were slender and straight. Her long black hair reached her waist and fluttered in the wind, making her look like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. Xiaoqing. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as joy filled his heart. That figure was definitely Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming would never mistake it. Even if it was just a back view, Lu Ming would never forget it. It had been more than 10 years. It had been more than 10 years since they parted in the land of all demons. Mother! Lu Shenhuang shouted and flew towards Xian Yanqing. Divine Wilderness, you're back. What did you gain from this trip? What kind of prodigy did he encounter? Xian Yanqing spoke. Her clear and melodious voice rang out, and then she turned around. She looked exactly the same as before. After more than 10 years, Xian Yanqing's face had not changed at all. She was still as beautiful as ever. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanqing in a daze. When Xian Yanqing turned around, she also saw Lu Ming. Her words came to an abrupt halt as she looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming! Xian Yanqing whispered as if she could not believe that she would meet Lu Ming here. Moreover, Lu Ming came with Lu Shenhuang. This was beyond her expectations. Mother, look who I brought. Lu Shenhuang flew over. Lu Ming! Xian Yanqing whispered, tears welling up in her eyes. She missed him dearly. Then she stepped into the air and flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming also flew over. However, when Xian Yanqing was halfway there, her delicate body trembled. At this moment, her eyes changed and became as cold as a knife. When she looked at Lu Ming, her eyes were filled with killing intent. Despicable ant, die! A cold voice came out of Xian Yanqing's mouth. A jet-black sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming's face changed drastically. Xian Yanqing's move was a fatal threat to him. He felt that if he was hit by this move, he would definitely die. Retreat. Lu Ming retreated. At this moment, Lu Ming unleashed all his strength and retreated like a bolt of lightning. However, the black sword gleam was like an awl attached to a bone. It followed closely behind Lu Ming, and was even faster than him. Block. A spear condensed in Lu Ming's hand. This long spear was formed by intertwining 9 types of laws. It was Lu Ming's most powerful ability, Infinite Dragon Spear. At the same time, the power of Lu Ming's physical body and the power of the world erupted. Whoosh! Whoosh! The spear vibrated as Lu Ming thrust out several hundred times. Several hundred spear lights pierced towards the jet-black sword light. This could be considered Lu Ming's strongest attack at the moment. No true emperor could stop this move. Boom! 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 Hundreds of spear auras continuously bombarded the jet-black sword aura, causing continuous explosions. However, the jet-black sword light was incomparably sharp. Lu Ming's spear lights were shattered inch by inch and swept away. Whoosh! Even though Lu Ming tried his best to resist and retreat at the same time, a ray of light still swept past Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had activated the indestructible golden body and the defensive power of his physical body, he could not withstand the attack. His body was almost slashed into 2. There was a deep wound and even his bones were broken. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. Great Emperor! He could clearly sense that Xian Yanqing's cultivation had reached the Great Emperor realm. This speed was too fast. One had to know that Lu Ming's cultivation speed was astonishing. It could be said that he was advancing at a tremendous pace. However, Xian Yanqing's speed was even faster than his. He had entered the Great Emperor realm. Coupled with his terrifying strength, Lu Ming was no match for him. The difference was too great. Die. When Xian Yanqing saw that she did not manage to kill Lu Ming with one blow, she revealed a trace of surprise. With a shout, she charged towards Lu Ming again. "Mother, don't!" At this moment, Lu Shenhuang shouted and rushed over in a panic. Hearing Lu Shenhuang's voice, Xian Yanqing's body trembled. She stopped chasing and her eyes were filled with struggle. "Mother, don't kill father, don't!" Lu Shenhuang shouted and rushed over, blocking in front of Xian Yanqing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming circulated the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. His wounds healed at an astonishing speed. "Little Qing, wake up, it's me!" Lu Ming shouted. "Mother, it's father!" Lu Shenhuang also shouted. The struggle in Xian Yanqing's eyes became more and more intense. In the end, she shouted, "Lu Ming, leave now!" With that, Xian Yanqing turned and left. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared. "Little Qing!" Lu Ming shouted and chased after her. However, Xian Yanqing was too fast. At this moment, Xian Yanqing's figure was nowhere to be seen. "Damn it, what's going on?" Lu Ming roared. He couldn't figure it out. Xian Yanqing's situation didn't seem like she had been possessed. When they first met, she was indeed Xian Yanqing, just like before. But immediately, she seemed to have changed into another person. Chapter 23:33. The father and son stood there and looked at each other, not knowing what to do. "Lu Ming." At this moment, a voice sounded. Lu Ming turned around and saw a graceful figure in a long white dress. She looked almost the same as Xian Yanqing. She was unparalleled in her beauty. Xian Yanjuan. Lu Ming was tongue-tied. He never thought that Xian Yanjuan would be nearby. Back at Yuan Mountain, Lu Ming went to the ancient sacred tribe to find Xian Yanjuan. His purpose was to inquire about Xian Yanqing, but the people of the ancient sacred tribe told him that Xian Yanjuan had left and no one knew where he went. It turned out that Xian Yanjuan had also come to the heaven world. "Aunt." Lu Shenhuang smiled and flew over. Obviously, Lu Shenhuang and Xian Yanjuan had known each other for a long time. Xian Yanjuan stepped in the air and arrived in front of Lu Ming. He curiously looked at Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, long time no see. Your cultivation has improved a lot." Xian Yanjuan smiled. "Not as good as you," Lu Ming said. He looked at Xian Yanjuan, and the surprise in his eyes became stronger. Unfathomable. In his eyes, Xian Yanjuan was unfathomable. He had no idea what Xian Yanjuan's current cultivation level was. However, it was definitely not a true emperor. It was definitely above a true emperor. The Great Emperor realm. It was very likely that Xian Yanjuan's cultivation was also in the Great Emperor realm. At the thought of this, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. What was going on? How could Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan's cultivation speed be so fast? One had to know that Lu Ming had experienced countless dangers to reach his current cultivation level. The other geniuses from Heaven World were even weaker. For example, Xian Yuan only had the strength of a 15th level true emperor. However, he was the strongest outside of Lu Ming. However, Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan were around the same age as Lu Ming and the others, but they had already broken through to the Great Emperor realm. If news of this were to spread, it would probably scare people to death. "Lu Ming, do you really want to know why Xian Yanqing is like this now?" Xian Yanjuan said with a smile. "You know?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "Of course I know. Let's go to the side and talk. Little guy, don't follow me." Xian Yanjuan said one last sentence to Lu Shenhuang, and then stepped towards the center of the lake. Lu Ming followed. The two came to the center of the lake, and stood on the surface. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanjuan and waited for her answer. "Do you know about past and present life?" Xian Yanjuan asked. "Past and present life?" Lu Ming was stunned. Xian Yanjuan did not answer, and only looked at Lu Ming with a smile. "You mean reincarnation, past and present life?" Lu Ming asked. "That's right. Reincarnation, past and present life." Xian Yanjuan nodded. "How is that possible?" "As far as I know, although there is the law of reincarnation in this world, no one can reincarnate. Once they fall, their body will die and their Tao will disappear. Everything will become nothing," Lu Ming said. At Lu Ming's current cultivation, he understood more. No one in this world could reincarnate. At most, one could seize another's body. Even a peak heavenly emperor invincible powerhouse could not reincarnate. Moreover, Lu Ming had also asked reincarnation heavenly emperor back then. Reincarnation heavenly emperor also gave a similar answer. No reincarnation, that's because those people are too weak. As long as the cultivation realm is there, everything is possible, Xian Yinjuan said, revealing a trace of faint disdain. Lu Ming was tongue-tied, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Too weak. A peak heavenly emperor invincible powerhouse was too weak in Xian Yinjuan's words. A peak heavenly emperor was already an invincible powerhouse in this world. According to Lu Ming's current knowledge, it seemed that only the ancestral dragon was above the heavenly emperor. Could it be that above the heavenly emperor, there was reincarnation? You're saying that little Qing is the reincarnation of a powerhouse, and now the memories of her past life have awakened? With Lu Ming's wisdom, he immediately thought of a lot. That's right, Xian Yanqing is indeed the reincarnation of a powerhouse. Moreover, the memories of her past life have already awakened. This is also why when you see Xian Yanqing, it's like there are two people in her body. Originally, the awakening of the memories of the past life has to be fused with the memories of this life. In the end, with the memories of the past life as the main force, she will once again embark on the supreme path, and even surpass the past life. There is also a great possibility. However, Xian Yanqing is unwilling to fuse the past life with this life, because once fused, the memories of the past life will be the main force. At that time, I'm afraid that Xian Yanqing will not be the current Xian Yanqing. Therefore, the current situation will occur. Xian Yinjuan explained. So that's how it is. After listening to Xian Yinjuan's explanation, Lu Ming suddenly understood. There was actually reincarnation in the world, and Xian Yanqing had awakened the memories of her past life, but she was unwilling to fuse the memories of her past life with this life. Xian Yanqing was definitely unwilling to fuse because she couldn't let go. Therefore, it was like there were two people in Xian Yanqing's body. One moment, she was controlled by the memories of her past life, and the other moment, she was controlled by the memories of this life. Xian Yanqing's past life must have been an incomparably powerful powerhouse, but her body was taken by Lu Ming, and her chastity was taken away. She felt humiliated, so when she saw Lu Ming, she wanted to kill Lu Ming. Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Also, back in the Devil Sea in the land of infinite devils, those black-robed men had seized the ancient demon coffin and placed Xian Yanqing inside. It was very likely that they had helped Xian Yanqing awaken the memories of her past life. Lu Ming had figured everything out. Whoosh! Lu Ming took a deep breath, looked at Xian Yinjuan and said, "You are also the reincarnation of a powerhouse, right?" "That's right. And in my previous life, Xian Yanqing and I were also sisters." Xian Yinjuan smiled. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. In his previous life, Xian Yinjuan and Xian Yanqing were actually sisters, and they had both reincarnated. After reincarnating, they were also sisters. No wonder the two of them looked so similar. And it was obvious that Xian Yinjuan's memories of her past life had already fused. However, in the history of the Heaven Realm, were there such two powerhouses? What realm were you in your previous life? Could it be the realm above the Celestial Emperor? Lu Ming was extremely puzzled, and more questions emerged in his heart. Above the Celestial Emperor? Haha, forget it. Let's not talk about this. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. I'll teach you how to help Xian Yanqing. Xian Yinjuan said. You have a way? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Of course, you just need to help her and let her memories of her past life fuse. Xian Yinjuan said. No, according to what you said, the past life will be the dominant one in the fusion of the memories of the past life. At that time, Shaoqing will not be Shaoqing. No. Lu Ming shook his head. This was hard for him to accept. Who said that the previous life must be the dominant one after the fusion? Xian Yinjuan curled her lips and said. Now Xian Yanqing's two memories are fighting for control. As long as one of them has the upper hand and devours the other's memory with an absolute advantage, then the winner will naturally be the dominant one. For example, Xian Yanqing's memory of this life has the upper hand and devours the memory of her past life. That means that she only has an extra memory, and it has no effect on her personality. Xian Yanqing is still Xian Yanqing, understand? Chapter 2334. Lu Ming nodded. He could understand this point. Just like when he merged with some of the 9 dragons' memory fragments, it did not affect him. He only gained some extra memories, but he was still him. He would not become another person. It was the same for Xian Yanqing. As long as Xian Yanqing's memories of this life took the upper hand and devoured the memories of her previous life, then it would be equivalent to her gaining a few more memories. Not only would she be fine, but she would also obtain a great opportunity. What should I do to make Xian Yanqing's memories of this life devour her memories of her previous life? Lu Ming asked. It's very simple. Xian Yanjuan smiled slyly and said, actually, you have a great advantage now. You have a son, Xian Yanqing's, and your son. With a son by your side, Xian Yanqing's memories of this life will be greatly affected. It will make her more obsessed and unwilling to let go. It is also because of this that her memories of this life are not merged with the memories of her previous life. In the future, as long as you can stay by Xian Yanqing's side and accompany her more, her obsession will naturally become stronger. You can even sleep with her more often. Her memories of this life will naturally take over and devour her memories of her previous life. Lu Ming was a little confused. Sleep with her more often? It was that simple? How is it? Do you feel very happy? The method I taught you is not bad, right? Xian Yanjuan smiled. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Her memories of her previous life make her hate me to death. I'm afraid she will kill me before I can even get close to her, let alone sleep with her. Lu Ming touched his nose and said, therefore your cultivation is too weak. In the future, cultivate well. As long as your cultivation surpasses Xian Yanqing, you will be able to suppress her and subdue her. Then, you will be able to do whatever you want. Xian Yanjuan smiled slyly. Lu Ming was completely speechless. He felt immense pressure. The main reason was that Xian Yanqing's cultivation speed was too fast. She was the reincarnation of an unknown powerful expert. Even if her memories of her previous life and this life were not merged, her cultivation speed was still astonishing. Now she was already in the Great Emperor realm. It was too difficult for Lu Ming to catch up or even surpass Xian Yanqing. Other than this method, is there no other way? Lu Ming did not give up and asked. There is no other way. Xian Yanjuan shook his head. So little Qing won't recover in a short time? Lu Ming asked again. Yes. Xian Yanjuan nodded. Lu Ming sighed helplessly. At the end of the day, his cultivation level was too weak. Why are you helping me? After a while, Lu Ming asked curiously. It's very simple. Once Xian Yanqing's memories of this life and her previous life's memories are devoured, her cultivation speed will definitely drop. In the future, she will no longer be my opponent. As she spoke, Xian Yanjuan giggled. Lu Ming was speechless. So this was the reason. By letting the memories of her previous life take over, Xian Yanqing would become a terrifying expert. Her cultivation speed would naturally be astonishing. However, if the memories of this life devoured the memories of her previous life, she would only gain a few more memories. Although it was a supreme opportunity, there would still be a huge gap. In the end, Lu Ming stayed here and accompanied Lu Shenhuang for a while, giving him some cultivation resources. Lu Shenhuang did not cultivate the law system, but Xian Yanqing's system. Lu Ming had never seen it before, but it was extremely exquisite and powerful. Lu Ming stayed for another month, but during this month, Xian Yanqing did not appear. Lu Ming was helpless. After a month, Lu Ming left. Lu Shenhuang did not leave with Lu Ming. He continued to stay by Xian Yanqing's side. Cultivate. I must speed up my cultivation speed, and help little Qing's memories of this life devour the memories of her previous life. On the way back, Lu Ming swore to himself. Originally, he thought that his cultivation speed was already very fast. Previously, he had defeated Xianyuan Yi and suppressed all the elites to obtain first place. This made him feel like he was standing at the peak. But now he had a lot of pressure. Because of Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing's cultivation speed was faster than his. To catch up or even surpass Xian Yanqing was easier said than done. This forced Lu Ming to constantly move forward. Not long after, Lu Ming contacted Tu Yi and the others. Lu Ming brought Tu Yi and the rest, as well as the body cultivators, back to Two World City. With the addition of these experts, Two World City's strength increased greatly. The news of the battle in Blue Moon City had already spread throughout the Grand Pure Sky domain. Lu Ming's reputation had reached its peak. After defeating Xianyuan Yi, Lu Ming stood at the peak of the younger generation without a doubt. And behind Lu Ming stood a shocking number of heavenly emperors. Without a doubt, Lu Ming already had a great influence in the heaven domain, even greater than some heavenly emperors. After Lu Ming returned to Two World City, he devoted himself to cultivation. As for Longchun, Huangling, Bubbles and the others, they also came to Two World City to cultivate. Sometimes, they would go to the battlefield outside Two World City to train themselves. In addition, Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian, Tian Ming, and the other geniuses of the heaven domain, including Jiuju, were all cultivating with all their might. The battle in Blue Moon City showed them Lu Ming's battle strength. Lu Ming brought them unimaginable pressure, making them understand their own shortcomings, forcing all the geniuses to cultivate with all their might. In this great era where geniuses were as common as clouds, if one stagnated or did not improve fast enough, they would be surpassed and crushed by others. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. 5 years was just a blink of an eye for some heavenly emperors. However, 5 years was of great significance to geniuses like Lu Ming and the rest. In these 5 years, Lu Ming had made great progress in all aspects. First, Lu Ming had cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious art to the late 4th level. This allowed Lu Ming's physical strength to skyrocket. Now Lu Ming could defeat, and even kill an 18th level true emperor with just his physical strength. This was purely the power of his physical body. However, the drop of ancestral dragon blood in his heart was almost used up, leaving only a little bit. Moreover, Lu Ming's remaining laws had all reached the 3rd level. Lu Ming's 9 laws had all reached the 3rd level. In the last few years, Lu Ming had refined the 100 chaos stones he got from the Lan clan. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached peak 6-star true emperor, not far from reaching 7-star true emperor. This was an all-around improvement. Lu Ming didn't know how strong he was now. In any case, he could kill an 18th level true emperor with a flick of his finger. I wonder how strong I am compared to a grand emperor right now. Lu Ming pondered. A grand emperor was much stronger than a true emperor. A great emperor had cultivated all 9 types of laws to the 3rd level, and then used the 9 types of laws to evolve into a great Tao. Chapter 2335. Thus, Lu Ming was curious to see if he could fight against a grand emperor. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and flew in the direction of the Two World City. Soon Lu Ming arrived at a spacious area. It was a drill ground of Two World City. Usually the army and experts of Two World City would train here. From afar, Lu Ming saw a few huge light shields. They were like a few big bowls that were placed upside down on the ground. Around the light barrier, there were many different living beings. There were humans and divine beasts. Lu Ming looked over and saw more than 10 true dragons circling around the body, suspended in the air and looking seriously at one of the light shields. There were also 9 phoenixes and more than 10 cheilants. Divine beasts that were rarely seen in other places could be seen everywhere. It wasn't just a rumor that half of the Grand Pure Celestial Realms experts were gathered in Two World City. Boom, boom. Intense rumbling sounds could be heard coming from several of the light shields. There were people fighting inside. Lu Ming flew over and came to one of the light shields. Inside there was a human expert and a gigantic heavenly snake. They were fighting and killing each other. Both of them were true emperors at the 15th level. They were considered top experts among true emperors. The beings around the barriers were all true emperors. This is the place where true emperors compete. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. These light shields were like fighting rings. They were places for the experts of Two World City to fight against each other and train themselves. The barriers were formed by formations and were sturdy and indestructible. They could unleash their full power in battle. After all, it was too dangerous to train outside the city. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Therefore, many people fought and killed each other here to train themselves. Of course, the effect wasn't as good as on the battlefield because they couldn't kill their opponents here. At most, they would be heavily injured. Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. Many people recognized Lu Ming as soon as he arrived, causing a commotion. Many people's expressions changed. Could it be that Lu Ming was going to make a move? No true emperor was a match for Lu Ming. 5 years ago, Lu Ming was already able to kill a true emperor with ease. Now that 5 years had passed, Lu Ming must have become even more unfathomable. However, Lu Ming did not plan to make a move. He wasn't interested in the true emperor realm since it wouldn't do him any good. Lu Ming looked at it for a while before walking towards another light shield. The range of this light shield was more than 10 times larger than the previous one. Light flowed and flickered with a metallic luster. Inside, there were 2 figures clashing against each other. Terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard. Streams of energy shot out in all directions, but they were all blocked by the light barrier. The light barrier continued to vibrate, but it did not shatter. Great Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The people fighting inside the light barrier were all Emperor Realm experts. There were also some people watching around the light barrier, but the number was much smaller. In the heaven world, there were many true emperors, no less than void emperors. As long as one broke through to void emperor, it wasn't particularly difficult to break through to true emperor. As long as 3 types of laws reached the second realm, one's cultivation would reach the peak of 7-star void emperor. As long as one's talent wasn't too bad, it wouldn't be difficult to break through after a long time. However, to break through to great emperor, it wasn't something that could be achieved through patience. The prerequisite for breaking through to great emperor was to have 9 types of laws at the 3rd realm. Moreover, at least one of them had to be a King Dao law. Those who weren't talented enough wouldn't be able to reach this step in their lifetime. Not to mention comprehending the great Dao with 9 types of laws. There might not even be one great emperor among 100 true emperors. Great emperors were considered top-notch experts in the heaven world. They would be respected wherever they went. Therefore, it was normal that there were few great emperors here. Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Ming coming over, the great emperor's eyes moved. Could it be that Lu Ming wanted to spar with a great emperor? The great emperors weren't the only ones who thought so. The true emperors also thought so. Lu Ming went to the battlefield of the great emperors. Could it be that he wants to spar with a great emperor? Someone exclaimed in the true emperor's area. Impossible. The difference between true emperors and great emperors is too big. Even if Lu Ming could easily kill an 18th level true emperor, it would be difficult for him to fight against a great emperor. In history, there has never been a true emperor who could fight against a great emperor. Let's go and take a look. Many true emperors flew towards the battlefield of the great emperors. Even the battlefield of the void emperors further away was alarmed. Many void emperors also flew over to watch from afar. Lu Ming didn't say anything as he stared at the 2 people inside the light barrier. The 2 people inside the light barrier should be 2-star great emperors. The battle was extremely intense. Boom. Boom. The 2 of them controlled the power of the Grand Dao and continuously attacked each other. Not long after, the 2 of them were evenly matched. It was considered a draw and they retreated from the light barrier. Lu Ming, what are you doing here? Are you looking for a great emperor to spar with? At this moment, a voice rang out and a burly middle-aged man walked over. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. He didn't hide anything. He had come to find a great emperor to spar with to test his fighting power. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming actually wanted to spar with a great emperor. What great confidence! A true emperor fighting against a great emperor? Hehehe, I have never heard of such a thing. Aren't you too arrogant? The middle-aged man sneered with a hint of mockery. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. This person mocked him as soon as he arrived. It seemed like he was unhappy with him. Which force is he from? Lu Ming pondered. What's your cultivation? Lu Ming asked. 1-star great emperor. The middle-aged man replied. Alright, it's you then. I challenge you now. Come in and fight. Lu Ming was very direct and directly challenged the other party. Having said that, he stepped into the light barrier. The light barrier wouldn't have any reaction when one entered from the outside. However, if one was attacked from the inside, the light barrier would produce a strong defensive force. Seeing that Lu Ming dared to challenge him, the middle-aged man's eyes emitted a cold light. Everyone, Lu Ming is too arrogant and arrogant. He challenged me first. I didn't bully the young and the weak. The middle-aged man said excitedly. He originally wanted to find a reason to challenge Lu Ming. He didn't expect Lu Ming to challenge him first. This was exactly what he wanted. Although he was only a one-star great emperor, and had only comprehended an ordinary Grand Dao, he was confident that he could easily suppress Lu Ming. A great emperor was far from being comparable to a true emperor. Even the top prodigies with one supreme law and 8 monarch laws at the 3rd level only had the battle prowess of an 18th order true emperor. Even the weakest great emperor was much stronger than an 18th level true emperor. Chapter 2336. Everyone present was shocked. They did not expect Lu Ming to really want to fight with a great emperor. Moreover, he took the initiative to issue a challenge. A true emperor against a grand emperor. This was enough to shock the world. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the middle-aged burly man took a step forward and entered the light shield, standing opposite Lu Ming. Who do you think will win, Lu Ming or Lan Jie? A few people whispered outside. I think Lan Jie will win. Lu Ming is strong and could easily kill an 18th level true emperor 5 years ago. However, the difference between a true emperor and a grand emperor is too great. I've never heard of a true emperor being able to fight against a grand emperor. Even the strongest true emperor isn't a match for the weakest grand emperor. That's right, Lu Ming is definitely not a match for Lan Jie. I think Lu Ming will be defeated within 20 moves. 20 moves? If Lu Ming hasn't improved in the past 5 years, I think he won't even last 10 moves. Many people were discussing, but no one thought that Lu Ming would be able to fight with a great emperor. This was because the gap between them was too great. Lan Jie. Looks like you're from the Lan clan. Lu Ming said indifferently with a cold glint in his eyes. No wonder Lan Jie mocked him the moment he appeared. So he was from the Lan clan. That's right, Lu Ming, you're too arrogant. Even though I can't kill you here, no one will say anything if I torture you. Lan Jie said ferociously. Is that so? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then let's see what the #1 genius of Heaven World is capable of. Lan Jie said coldly. With a loud bang, Lan Jie's figure dashed toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. He threw a punch at Lu Ming, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. At this moment, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and unleashed the power of his physique and world. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Lu Ming struck out with his palm. This palm was surrounded by 6 different lights, containing 6 different laws. The laws of primal chaos, the laws of death, the laws of devour, the laws of tools, the laws of array, and the laws of alchemy. This was a type of divine ability. Lu Ming had obtained an advanced version of the primal chaos ancient scripture, which contained many divine abilities and laws. One of the palm techniques contained 9 types of laws. It was the evolved version of the chaotic divine palm. However, of the 9 laws, Lu Ming had only cultivated 4 of them. Over the years, Lu Ming had improved them, incorporating the laws of death and other laws into Lu Ming's unique divine ability, making it even more powerful. What Lu Ming was using now was exactly this kind of mystique. Boom. Lu Ming's palm collided with Lan Jie's fist, and there was an earth-shattering explosion. A terrifying force shot out in all directions from the collision of the 2 people's fists and palms. It bombarded the light shield but was blocked by the light shield. Bang. Bang. Both of their bodies trembled, and then they retreated a dozen or so steps, causing the ground to rumble and explode. What? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. In the first move, Lu Ming actually blocked the attack of the blue membrane. The 2 of them were evenly matched. How is this possible? Lan Yi hasn't used his full strength yet, it's only a probing attack. A Grand Emperor spoke. A Grand Emperor being forced back by a true emperor was a great loss of face. Even the other Grand Emperors felt ashamed. Lan Yi was enraged inside the light barrier. He had been forced back by a true emperor. This had never happened before. Lu Ming, you've successfully angered me. Die. Lan Ji roared. His body was like a cannonball, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Both his fists bombarded Lu Ming continuously. Before his fists reached Lu Ming, there was already a terrifying pressure that suppressed Lu Ming. This was the pressure of the Grand Dao. Great emperors could control the Great Tao and borrow the power of the Great Tao. The Grand Tao was a type of profundity that was even stronger than the laws. Lu Ming wasn't afraid at all, and countered with a palm strike. This time, another law appeared in Lu Ming's hand. 7 laws. Bang! Bang! The two continued to clash and exchange dozens of moves in the blink of an eye. It was still a stalemate. The power of the Grand Tao is truly frightening. During the battle, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Lu Ming's current abilities contained 7 laws, but they were in imminent danger under the onslaught of the Grand Tao. It felt as if they would be torn apart at any moment. If it wasn't for Lu Ming's powerful physical body, he wouldn't have been able to contend against the opponent. The two fought with speed and continued to clash. Terrifying shockwaves slammed into the light barrier, causing it to tremble violently. Damn it! Lanya roared. After so many moves, he still couldn't take down Lu Ming. It made him feel humiliated. If he couldn't defeat Lu Ming today, he would definitely become a laughingstock among the Grand Emperors. On the contrary, he helped Lu Ming and made Lu Ming's reputation even higher. Roar! Suddenly, a shocking roar came from Lanya's body. Above his head, a huge lion appeared. It was a golden lion. Its fur was golden and dazzling. It was majestic and extraordinary. This wasn't a real lion but a kind of divine ability. It was a divine ability condensed from the Grand Tao. This lion was covered in Lanya's body. Lanya was in the middle of the lion, as if he had transformed into a golden lion. Roar! The golden lion roared and pounced at Lu Ming. Finally using your ultimate move? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. At this moment, 9 types of radiance spread out from Lu Ming's palm. 9 types of laws were all used. This divine ability was no weaker than the infinite dragon spear. It was most suitable for close combat. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure also dashed out. He struck with his palm and the void directly shattered, revealing a pitch-black void space. His palm seemed to be able to pierce through space. Meanwhile, Lanya swung his lion claw at Lu Ming. Boom! The two collided again. This time, the explosion was even more intense. A terrifying force was generated. But the result was still a draw. Both of them were forced to retreat. Impossible! Lanya roared in disbelief. He had used all of his strength but still couldn't take down Lu Ming. This shocked him. He roared angrily and charged toward Lu Ming. The two of them were engaged in an intense fight. As for the spectators outside the light shield, they were all stunned. They were also extremely shocked. Oh heavens, Lu Ming can actually fight Lanya. He's not at a disadvantage at all. This is too scary. He's only a true emperor. How can he be this strong? What's going on? They're all true emperors but they can't even withstand a single blow from him. Many people found it hard to believe. It was a fact that true emperors were no match for grand emperors. But now, this truth was broken. Lu Ming's true emperor cultivation wasn't any weaker than a grand emperor. This was indeed a freak who used multiple laws to become an emperor. He couldn't be measured by common sense. Chapter 2337. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, but it was still a stalemate. Great emperors are indeed extraordinary. This Lan Jie should only have comprehended an ordinary Great Tao, but his power is so strong. I wonder how powerful the strongest Great Tao is. Lu Ming's mind was filled with various thoughts. Great Tao was divided into 2 types. In the true emperor realm, those who did not comprehend the strongest law, and only used the monarch law and ordinary law to form a Great Tao, were called ordinary Great Tao. As for those who had comprehended an ultimate law, they would use one ultimate law to create a Great Tao that was derived from the laws of the monarch Tao. Within the same level, the strongest Great Tao was much stronger than the ordinary Great Tao. Lan Jie had only comprehended an ordinary Great Tao, and was a 1-star Great Emperor. He was considered weak among Great Emperors. If a 1-star Great Emperor, who comprehended the strongest Great Tao came, Lu Ming would not be able to defeat him. Then let's change the way of fighting. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and his attack suddenly changed. He attacked with all his might and did not care about defense. This was a desperate fighting style. Lu Ming's attack suddenly increased, suppressing the blue membrane in an instant. Damn it, you don't care about defense. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Die. Lan Jie roared and gave up on defense to attack with all his might. Most people would reserve some strength for defense when fighting with others. Now that he attacked with all his might, both of them were hit. Bam! Bam! Lan Jie's fist landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming's palm also landed on Lan Jie's shoulder. Both of their bodies trembled and retreated frantically. The difference was that there was a dent in Lu Ming's shoulder. However, there was no blood flowing out, and the wound was recovering quickly. Lan Jie was in a much worse state. His shoulder seemed to have been slashed by a saber, and almost chopped off his arm. A deep wound appeared and blood flowed out. Even his bones were broken. Lan Jie's face was pale. Although the recovery ability of a great emperor was amazing, it could not be compared to Lu Ming's. Die. Lu Ming didn't give the blue membrane any time to recover, and launched another attack. His blue membrane was injured, and one of his arms was almost unable to move. His battle prowess was greatly reduced, and for a time he was completely at a disadvantage. He was no match for Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! After that, Lan Jin was hit continuously by Lu Ming's attacks until he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Although he had also hit Lu Ming was not seriously injured and his combat strength was not affected. Indestructible ancient scripture. Lan Ji roared out, extremely unwilling. He knew that Lu Ming was using the indestructible ancient scripture, so he was not afraid of being injured. Bang! This distraction gave Lu Ming another opportunity to land a palm strike on Lanya's face. Lanya let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying. Blood mixed with his teeth as he flew far away and crashed into the light barrier. Lan Jin's brain was buzzing. He was completely stunned. Of course, Lu Ming wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He rushed forward and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks on Lan Jin's face and body. Lan Jin was like a punching bag that took dozens of blows from Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. After a few dozen moves, Lan Jin was sent flying and fell to the ground. He was covered in blood as he lay there twitching nonstop. Hiss, gasps could be heard. Void True, and Grand Emperors outside the light barrier all had their mouths agape. Their hearts were in turmoil. A Grand Emperor was defeated by a young True Emperor. Moreover, he had been defeated so miserably. He had been abused so badly that he did not even look human anymore. Even his mother could not recognize him. What a tragedy. Needless to say, Lan Jin would become a laughingstock while Lu Ming's reputation would be pushed to the peak. A true emperor defeating a grand emperor was breaking the truth and creating a miracle. Haha, not bad, I enjoyed myself today. Lu Ming laughed. He had basically figured out his own combat strength. He was probably on par with the weakest grand emperor. Of course, he could use the indestructible ancient scripture and go all out to suppress Lan Jin. He should be able to compete with a one-star great emperor, who had comprehended the strongest grand Tao. His main goal in this battle was to test his strength. Now that the results were out, Lu Ming planned to leave. Initially, Lan Jie was a little more clear-headed. After hearing Lu Ming's words, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He roared and fainted. He fainted. Lu Ming curled his lips and stepped out of the light barrier. When the others saw Lu Ming coming out, they automatically made way for him. This was a kind of invisible power. Lu Ming was so young, but his combat strength had already reached the Great Emperor realm. In a few more years, he would definitely become an invincible overlord in the future. Lu Ming left the place and returned to his residence. With a thought, his soul materialized in the small world. He appeared on top of a mountain peak and looked into the distance. The current lesser world had a radius of 600,000 miles. It was vast and boundless. Moreover, Lu Ming had planted many spiritual herbs and sacred herbs in the lesser world. He had also scattered the seeds of various plants. Now there were many places in the lesser world that were covered in lush green grass and all kinds of flowers. There were also some small trees in some places. The lesser world was still young and there were no big trees yet. Similarly, there were no animals or demonic beasts. However, the lesser world was becoming more and more similar to the outside world. Lu Ming planned to let some animals and demonic beasts into the lesser world in the future. That way, it would be no different from the outside world. Of course, Lu Ming's cultivation had improved rapidly, but there were still large areas that were dead and lifeless. This required time for the plants in the lesser world to slowly reproduce. With a thought, Lu Ming came to the foot of the Tree of Enlightenment. The Enlightenment ancient tree was planted on a plain. It was now 500 meters tall. This was entirely the credit of the five-colored soil. The 500-meter-tall Enlightenment ancient tree pierced straight through the sky. The tree trunk was incomparably thick. Between the branches, there was great Tao lingering. Cultivating here, the speed of comprehending laws would be greatly enhanced. With the martial Tao ancient tree as the center, this plain was covered in lush green grass and clusters of fresh flowers, their fragrance assailing the nostrils. It was mainly because of the five-colored soil. The vegetation in this area was exceptionally strong. There were also many spiritual herbs and sacred herbs, their medicinal fragrance also assailing the nostrils. Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree and cultivated quietly. And regarding the matter of Lu Ming defeating Lan Mo, it was spreading out with the speed of a whirlwind. But those who heard this news were first stunned, then overjoyed, amazed, jealous, roaring, all kinds of expressions, all kinds of emotions. Lu Ming stirred up another wave in the vast land of the Grand Pure Sky domain. 7 days passed in a twinkle. On this day, Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu came to Lu Ming's residence. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu did not conceal his aura. The moment he arrived, Lu Ming sensed it. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and met with Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu. Senior Heng Yu, I wonder what you came to find Lu Ming for? Lu Ming said with a slight smile. Lu Ming, I heard that you defeated Lan Mo, so I came to take a look. Ha ha ha, really impressive, even I was taken aback. Chapter 2338. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu was overjoyed. Lu Ming came from the primordial realm, and he had a deep relationship with Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Ming's achievements made him happier than if he had made a breakthrough himself. Lu Ming, with your current strength, I'm afraid that training in Two World City won't do you any good. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu said. I'm planning to cultivate for a while, and raise my cultivation to the peak of the true Emperor realm, before heading to the Great Emperor battlefield. Lu Ming said. Great Emperor battlefield? I'm afraid it won't do you any good. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said. Won't do you any good? Lu Ming was stunned. Wasn't there a lot of great emperors from both sides fighting and training in the Great Emperor battlefield? Now there's no one in the Great Emperor battlefield. The great emperors from both sides have gone to the Void Sacred Island. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu said. Void Sacred Island? Lu Ming was puzzled. It was his first time hearing this name. That's right. The Void Sacred Island is a mysterious place that was discovered a few years ago. It's located in the Eternal Void, and contains countless treasures. Now many great emperors have entered the Void Sacred Island. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu explained. Even the foreign races can enter? Lu Ming asked. That's right. That Void God Island is located in the Void, and floats there for eternity. Both sides can reach it, and it contains countless treasures. Heavenly materials, primordial stones, primeval stones, fragments of great Tao, imprints of the heavenly Tao, and even weapons of heavenly Tao. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu's eyes were burning with passion as he spoke. There are even heavenly Tao weapons. Lu Ming was shocked. Heavenly Tao weapons were Heavenly Emperor weapons that contained the heavenly Tao. Once a heavenly emperor controlled a heavenly emperor weapon and activated the heavenly Tao's power, the heavenly emperor's combat strength would increase greatly. However, heavenly emperor weapons were extremely rare. Heavenly emperor weapons weren't like great emperor weapons. Heavenly emperors could forge great emperor weapons, and even some powerful great emperors could forge them. However, heavenly emperors couldn't forge heavenly Tao weapons themselves. The heavenly emperor could only borrow the power of the heavenly Tao. It was impossible for him to forge a weapon that contained the heavenly Tao. A celestial emperor weapon could only be forged by a supreme expert who had surpassed the celestial emperor. In addition, there were also some celestial emperor weapons that contained the heavenly Tao that could be nurtured in nature, but they were extremely few in number. In fact, the majority of heavenly emperors still used great emperor weapons, and did not have any heavenly emperor weapons. Once a heavenly emperor gained control of a heavenly emperor weapon, the heavenly emperor's battle prowess would skyrocket. Therefore, the price of a celestial emperor armament was astonishingly high. Lu Ming hadn't expected the Void's sacred island to contain a celestial emperor weapon. That's right, and there are definitely a lot of them. In the past few years, there have been people who have brought out celestial emperor weapons from there, causing a commotion. The fiery look in Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu's eyes became even more intense. He did not have a celestial emperor weapon either. For example, the Heavenly Monarch sword in Lu Ming's hand was not a Heavenly Monarch weapon. It was only a Great Monarch weapon, and did not contain the Heavenly Tao. Wouldn't even the celestial emperors be jealous of such a treasure land? What's the use of a great emperor going in? Lu Ming was puzzled. The Void Sacred Island contains an astonishing pressure that can suppress the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Emperors can't enter at all. Only those below the Heavenly Emperor level can enter. Therefore, a Great Emperor is the most suitable to enter. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu said. What? It can even suppress the Heavenly Tao? This. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. What was the highest in this world? It was the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao controlled all things in the world. All things in the world existed and evolved under the operation of the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Emperors were the pinnacle of martial arts, but they could only borrow the power of the Heavenly Tao. Now Lu Ming heard that there was a pressure that could suppress the Heavenly Tao. Naturally, he was incomparably shocked. Could it be the ancestral dragon's realm? Lu Ming's heart stirred, and he thought of the ancestral dragon. Dandan had once said that the ancestral dragon's realm had surpassed the Heavenly Emperor realm. It had reached a completely different realm, a supreme realm. Many people speculate that the Void Sacred Island was the dojo of a supreme figure in the distant past. It floated in the eternal void. Such a figure had already transcended the Heavenly Tao, and even the Heavenly Tao was suppressed by him. That's why there was such a terrifying pressure. This also explains why there are so many Heavenly Emperor weapons in the Void Sacred Island. Such a figure could definitely refine a Heavenly Emperor weapon. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu explained. Lu Ming was deeply shocked. It was hard to imagine such a dojo. It wouldn't be surprising if there were any treasures in it. I came this time to ask you if you want to go to the Void Sacred Island. However, the Void Sacred Island is very dangerous. There are already some dangerous places on the island. In addition, there are great emperors of the foreign races and the great emperors of the heavenly world. If you don't want to go, you can cultivate in the two-world city. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu said. I'll go. Lu Ming immediately nodded. His eyes were firm. Lu Ming would definitely not miss out on such a precious place. There were all kinds of heavenly treasures, chaos stones, primordial stones, great Tao fragments, etc. These would definitely be helpful to Lu Ming's cultivation. Moreover, tempering himself on the island and fighting for his life would be even greater for Lu Ming. If he wanted to catch up and even surpass Xian Yanqing, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it according to normal cultivation. He had to take risks. Alright, I'll arrange it for you. However, there's one thing you have to remember. On the Void Sacred Island, there are times when danger comes from the people of the heavenly world. There are no restrictions when fighting for treasures on the Void Sacred Island. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu said. Lu Ming nodded. He had experienced so much and naturally understood this point. During this period, try to improve your strength as much as possible. I'll inform you when I'm done with the arrangements. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu said and left. On the other hand, Lu Ming returned to his residence and thought about the direction of his cultivation. Next, Lu Ming planned to raise his cultivation to the 7-star True Emperor realm. This was currently the fastest way to improve his combat strength. Once his cultivation reached the 7-star True Emperor realm, he could try to break through to the Great Emperor realm. However, Lu Ming didn't plan to break through to the Great Emperor realm so quickly. Once he broke through to the Great Emperor realm, his Tao would be fixed. It would be difficult to integrate more laws. Lu Ming had an ambition. He wanted to cultivate all 10 supreme laws to the 3rd level, and then break through to the Great Emperor realm. Then he didn't know what level his Tao would reach. This was something that ordinary people wouldn't dare to think about. However, Lu Ming could do it. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming took out a few world cores and began to refine them to increase his world energy. He had already refined all the chaos stones in his possession. Now he could only refine the world cores and origin stones to increase his world energy. Naturally, the speed would be much slower. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was already at the limit of the 6-star True Emperor realm. He was only a step away from the 7-star True Emperor realm. It wouldn't be difficult for him to break through. Chapter 2339. After that, Lu Ming continued to strengthen his foundation. A few days later, Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu arrived. The arrangements had been made, and they could set off immediately. Not long after, Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu brought Lu Ming with him as they tore through space and rushed towards a certain place. An hour later, Lu Ming and the others appeared above a boundless sea. This sea was an inland sea of the Grand Pure Celestial Domain. It was vast and boundless. At this time, there were already some people waiting here. Lu Ming glanced over. Other than Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu, there were 3 other Heavenly Emperors. Apart from the 3 Heavenly Emperors, there were 5 other Great Emperors. Among the 5 Great Emperors, there were old men and middle-aged men. 2 of them caught Lu Ming's attention. The 2 of them looked exactly the same. It was obvious that they were twins. It was rare to see twins who had both reached the Great Emperor realm. It was obvious that these Great Emperors were also going to the Void Divine Island. Lu Ming's gaze swept over the sea again. In front of him, there was an area of space that was extremely unstable. It was constantly twisting and distorting. Occasionally, spatial cracks would appear. This was the spatial tunnel that led to the Void Divine Island. On the way here, Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu had already told Lu Ming about the spatial tunnel in detail. In fact, Two World City wasn't the only way to come to the Grand Pure Celestial Domain from other heavens. There were also 2 spatial tunnels that led to another battlefield. There were also other hidden spatial tunnels that led to other heavens. Some even led to other worlds such as the Fiend God realm. However, these tunnels were usually extremely small and unstable. Usually, only one person could pass through at a time. At most, 2 or 3 people could pass through at a time. Any more and it wouldn't work. Moreover, these tunnels were extremely chaotic and dangerous. Even great emperors could get lost if they entered. Only heavenly emperors could pass through safely. Naturally, there were terrifying experts guarding these tunnels on the heavenly world side. Although the surroundings were empty apart from the few of them, Lu Ming was certain that there were definitely terrifying powerful figures guarding this area. Once powerful figures from foreign tribes crossed the passageway, they would be killed forcefully. Moreover, this kind of passage usually only allowed 1, 2, or 3 people to pass through. If the foreign races dared to come, they would be surrounded and killed by the experts of the heaven realm. As a matter of fact, there were several such passageways in the Grand Lucidity Celestial Realm, all of which were guarded by experts to prevent outsiders from barging in. Lu Ming. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. He hadn't expected that Lu Ming would also want to enter the Void Divine Island. As people from the Heaven Realm, I hope that you can help each other when you enter the Void Sacred Island. A heavenly emperor spoke, looking at Lu Ming and the others. Of course. Definitely. The martial monarchs nodded, including Lu Ming. It's about time. Let's go. Another great emperor said. Immediately he waved his hand, and a wave of energy enveloped the twin brothers. At this moment, the space above the sea distorted, and a spatial crack appeared. The celestial emperor's figure moved, and he rushed into the spatial crack with the twins, disappearing from sight. This passageway only allowed 3 people to travel at a time. The others waited quietly. After a while, another heavenly emperor rushed into a spatial crack with 2 people. The third group was a heavenly emperor. He rushed into a spatial crack with a woman in palace attire. At the scene, only Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu and Lu Ming were left. They waited for a moment. Lu Ming, let's go. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu waved his hand, and a wave of energy enveloped Lu Ming. He brought Lu Ming into a spatial crack in a flash. As soon as they rushed into the spatial crack, an endless spatial storm swept toward the 2 of them. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu directly ignored it, and rushed into the spatial storm. Soon, they passed through the spatial storm, and came to a small void passageway. This void passageway was extremely small. At most, it could only allow 3 people to travel together. The surroundings were chaotic and dark, and there was a strong pressure pressing toward them. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu brought Lu Ming, and their speed was astonishing. They moved forward at extreme speed, and the surrounding void constantly flew past. No idea how long had passed, there was suddenly no path ahead, turning into darkness. The void passageway was cut off. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu brought Lu Ming and stopped. Closing his eyes, he sensed carefully. Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu brought Lu Ming and rushed toward the right, breaking through the darkness. After a while, they arrived above another void passageway. This was also something that only Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses could sense and find the right path. If it were the average person, even a great emperor, they would probably get lost in the dark void too. If their luck was bad, they would never be able to get out, forever wandering in the dark void. Just like this, walking and stopping, a full few days passed. Suddenly, a resplendent radiance came from ahead. In the eternally withered dark void, there would actually be radiance coming. It made Lu Ming slightly surprised. At the same time, he knew that they were about to reach their destination. Sure enough, the next instant, they passed through the void passageway and arrived at a vacuum region. Yes, this region seemed to be forcefully carved open by someone in the dark void. This region did not have a trace of spatial storm. It was as if it was the sky outside. This region was shockingly large. In the center of this region, there was an island floating there. Looking from afar, there seemed to be a sun hanging in the sky above the island. The radiance came from that sun. The heavenly emperors who came in before, the twins, and the others, were all waiting here. When they saw Heavenly Emperor Hengyu and Lu Ming coming over, they nodded and then flew toward the island. This region was extremely vast and shockingly large. Even with the Heavenly Emperor's speed, it took them a long time to fly there. When they got close to the island, they realized that it was also shockingly large. How was it an island? It was clearly a continent. This Void Divine Island is extremely vast. Someone estimated that it might be 1/10 the size of the Grand Pure Sky domain. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. The others were shocked. It was a 1/10 the size of the Grand Pure Sky domain, and this was just a single person's training ground. However, when they were a certain distance away from the Void Divine Island, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu and the others stopped. We can't go any further. We will be suppressed by that pressure. You guys go ahead yourselves. One of the Heavenly Emperors said. With your cultivation, don't go too deep into the Void Divine Island. You can move around the periphery of the Void Divine Island. Many high-level emperors have already gone to the depths of the Void Divine Island. Another high-level Heavenly Emperor said. Everyone nodded their heads and flew toward the Void Divine Island alone. Senior, farewell. Lu Ming bid farewell to Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. Lu Ming, be careful. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said solemnly. Chapter 2340. The group of 6 flew towards the Void Sacred Island. The closer they got to the island, the more they felt the vastness of the island. It was about 1/10 the size of the Grand Clarity Heaven realm, and was simply too vast. Below it were endless mountain ranges, endless plains, and all kinds of rivers and lakes. When they got close to the edge of the Void Sacred Island, they suddenly felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on them. It was as if they were carrying an endless weight. Their bodies couldn't help but fall downwards at an extremely fast speed. Their faces changed as they channeled their world force with all their might to stabilize their bodies. Lu Ming used his world force, and at the same time, his muscles were constantly vibrating. Only then did he stabilize himself. Otherwise, he would have fallen straight down. What a terrifying pressure. The 6 of them didn't look too good. Although Heavenly Emperor Hengyu and the others had warned them that the pressure here was terrifying, they were still shocked when they actually felt it. Among the 6 of them, 5 were great emperors. Lu Ming also had the battle prowess of a great emperor. Even with their cultivation, they were almost unable to fly due to the pressure. One could imagine how terrifying it was. If a true emperor was here, they wouldn't be able to fly at all. They would fall straight to the ground and die from the pressure. This pressure, this aura. The more the 6 of them sensed, the more shocked they were. The pressure and aura seemed to be higher than the heavenly Tao. It transcended and ruled over everything. Even the heavenly Tao would be subdued by this aura. It was as if there was a supreme existence in the center of the island that was emitting an aura that suppressed the universe. However, someone had set foot on this island a few years ago. In the past few years, everyone speculated that this island was left behind countless years ago. The owner of the island had long left. The aura on the island should be the remnant aura left behind when the owner of the island preached and went into seclusion. Lu Ming and the others were even more shocked when they thought of this. However, the remnant aura was still so terrifying even after so many years. It was truly terrifying. Even heavenly emperors couldn't enter the island due to the pressure. After they stabilized themselves, they slowly descended towards the ground. Soon, they were only a few tens of thousands of meters above the ground. What's that? Suddenly, someone looked ahead. Over there, a dark cloud was flying towards them at an astonishing speed. Croak, croak, croak. Following that, a series of ear-piercing cries could be heard. Not good, crows, all crows, someone exclaimed. Let's go. Their expressions changed. They turned around and rushed downwards. Croak, croak, croak. That flock of crows blotted out the sky and covered the sun. It was unknown how many of them there were. Every single one of them exuded a terrifying aura. Among them, there were true emperors and void emperors, but there were too many of them, so they could only retreat. However, the speed of those crows was also very fast, and they were quickly approaching. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, streaks of black light shot towards Lu Ming's group from below. These black streams of light were also crows. Their bodies were pitch black, and they were about the size of a head, as if they were made of black iron. Why are we so unlucky? We met this kind of crow as soon as we came in. One of them shouted angrily. As far as they knew, there were some terrifying mutated beasts living on the Void Sacred Island, and these crows were one of them. They were very terrifying and came in flocks. Some people were unlucky and met these crows as soon as they landed. It was very dangerous, and many people had died in the mouths of these crows. However, the Void Sacred Island was so vast, and the chances of meeting these crows were not very high. They could only say that they were too unlucky. Let's kill our way out. Lu Ming shouted, and a long spear was formed in his hand, shining with 9 different colors. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The long spear burst out, turning into streaks of spear light, and collided with the crows. The spear light was extremely sharp, and each spear light could pierce through a crow. The others also attacked. Among the 6 people, only one was a 1-star Great Emperor. Among the other 4, 3 were 2-star Great Emperors, and 1 was a 3-star Great Emperor. Their attacking power was much stronger than Lu Ming's. When the 6 of them attacked, a large number of crows were killed, and their corpses fell to the ground. However, there were too many crows, and they continued to attack from below. The flock of crows in the distance also rushed over, and there were too many of them. Lu Ming and the others were delayed, and they were instantly surrounded by the flock of crows. Let's work together and kill our way out. The 3-star Great Emperor was a middle-aged man, and his fighting power was shocking. He held a battle axe, and with a swing of his axe, an axe radiance that was tens of thousands of meters long slashed out, and a large number of crows were killed. Void Emperor and True Emperor crows could not stop him at all. With him as the leader and the others as support, they immediately tore a path out of the flock of crows and rushed out continuously. Caw. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound was heard, and a streak of fiery red light rushed towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man swung his axe, and when it collided with the streak of fiery red light, there was a loud explosion, and the streak of fiery red light was sent flying. It was a fiery red crow, and its feathers were bright red, as if it was burning. The crow was shockingly strong, and it did not die after being hit by the middle-aged man's axe. It was an emperor-level crow. Caw, caw. Ear-piercing sounds were heard continuously, and the crowd saw a streak of fiery red light flashing in the flock of crows. Those were fiery red crows, and all of them were great emperor crows, and there were more than a dozen of them. The 6 of them were shocked. There were more than a dozen great emperor crows, and their strength was too shocking. Go quickly go. Someone shouted, and they unleashed their full strength. At this moment, no one held back, and they used all of their strength, and attacked continuously, trying to rush out. However, more than a dozen fiery red crows were already closing in on them. Caw, caw. Ear-piercing sounds were heard, and the crows flapped their wings, and they were as fast as lightning. Their claws were indestructible, and they pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. Get lost! Lu Ming shook his long spear, and swept it out, and it collided with a fiery red crow. Buzz! The long spear vibrated continuously, and a terrifying force came along the long spear. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he took a few steps back. The long spear that was formed by the power of the world, and the laws was almost shattered. What a powerful force! Lu Ming was shocked. That crow was only sent flying by Lu Ming, but it was not injured. Its eyes shone with a cold light, and it flapped its wings, and pounced towards Lu Ming again. The other 5 were also in a tough battle. The weakest of these crows had the combat strength of a 1-star great emperor, and the strongest was no weaker than the middle-aged man. Chapter 2341. More than 10 fiery red crows were surrounded by terrifying flames. The temperature was shockingly high. They were like more than 10 small suns, constantly charging toward Lu Ming and the group of 6. Their speed was shocking and their power was terrifying as well. Lu Ming's group tried their best to defend themselves, but they were still in danger. Caw, caw. At this moment, there were 2 fiery red crows attacking Lu Ming. Lu Ming exerted all his strength and did not hold back at all. The long spear in his hand pierced out continuously. Boom, boom. The claws of the 2 fiery red crows collided with Lu Ming's long spear. The long spear vibrated continuously, while Lu Ming's body trembled violently as he retreated continuously. The 2 fiery red crows had the combat strength of a 1-star great emperor. Lu Ming could still deal with one, but there were 2 of them. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, and his arms were numb from the impact. Fight! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with dazzling battle intent as he circulated the indestructible ancient scripture to fight against the 2 fiery red crows. With the indestructible ancient scripture's terrifying defensive power and recovery ability, Lu Ming could still defend himself. However, the others were in danger. Another 1-star great emperor realm old man was careless, and was scratched by one of the crows. A piece of flesh was torn off and a deep wound appeared on his body. Blood flowed out and his face turned pale. His aura was weak. The others were also in danger, and they could not even take care of themselves. Charge out! Someone shouted. They tried their best to charge down to the ground, and use the complicated terrain to get rid of the crows. However, there were too many crows. There were dozens of fiery red crows, all of which were Great Emperor Realm crows. The crows below the Great Emperor Realm formed a flock and attacked continuously. This was a huge problem for Lu Ming's group. Therefore, they could not charge out at all. Bang! Another person was hit by a fiery red crow's wing, and was almost cut in half at the waist. It was extremely dangerous. Everyone, under such circumstances, let's just mind our own business. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly spoke. Everyone's expression changed. What do you want? An old man roared with an ugly expression. Boom! At that moment, the middle-aged man unleashed an all-out attack. The middle-aged man was a 3-star martial monarch. He was the strongest among them. At this moment, he had repelled a fiery red crow, which was equivalent to a 3-star great emperor, with a single move. Then he seized the opportunity and rushed to the side. He wanted to escape alone. If he stayed behind with Lu Ming and the others, he would only be exhausted to death by so many crows. However, with his strength, if he escaped alone, a single 3-star Great Emperor Realm crow would not be able to stop him. Damn it! The others roared in anger. If the middle-aged man escaped, the 3-star Great Monarch Crow would attack them. They would be in great danger. They might all die here. Caw. Gee. The crows screeched as several fiery red crows surrounded and attacked the middle-aged man. However, the only one that could truly pose a threat to him was the 3-star Great Emperor Crow. Hence, the middle-aged man fought with his life on the line and sent a few crows flying. After paying the price of some injuries, he forced his way out. The middle-aged man turned into a ray of light and flew away quickly. The others' hearts started to turn cold. Without the middle-aged man, they would be finished. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. Was he going to use the Heavenly Emperor's physical body now? Over the years, Lu Ming had given the Heavenly Emperor's physical body most of the black crystals that he had obtained from the foreign tribes. Now, the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was filled with energy. If he used the Heavenly Emperor's physical body, he would have no problem killing those crows. However, Lu Ming had intended to keep the Heavenly Emperor's physical body and use it when he entered the Void Sacred Island. A large number of great emperors and foreign tribes had gathered on the Void Sacred Island. There were even many peak great emperors from the heaven boundary. In addition to the dangers of the Void Sacred Island, Lu Ming had intended to keep the Heavenly Emperor's physical body and use it when he was in danger. It would be a pity to use it before entering the Void Sacred Island. However, it seemed like he had no choice but to use it now. Just as Lu Ming was thinking about it, a sharp cry rang out in the distance. Ji. It was the same cry of the crows, but this cry had the power to pierce through gold and crack stone. It was as if it could tear the space apart. A flock of fiery red crows appeared in the distance. Yes, it was a flock. There were more than 20 of them, and all of them were fiery red crows. All of them were at the Great Emperor realm. Some of them had terrifying auras that covered the sky and earth. Their auras were even stronger than the 3-star Great Emperor Crow. Above the 3-star Great Emperor was the high-level Great Emperor. Other than Lu Ming, everyone's face turned pale. They were already in a desperate situation. Now that a flock of even more terrifying crows had appeared, there was no chance of survival. The dozen or so crows that came from behind all rushed towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face was pale, without a trace of blood. He screamed and his body emitted a bright light. His speed increased as he tried to escape. He was burning his life potential, causing his strength to increase by a large margin. However, the crows were too terrifying. A few of them were extremely powerful. With a flap of their wings, they chased after the middle-aged man like red lightning. Soon the crows caught up with the middle-aged man. Chi-Chi, a crow that was as big as a mountain, swiped at the middle-aged man with its sharp claws. The middle-aged man roared and unleashed all his strength. He attacked with his strongest move to block the attack. However, his attack was torn apart by the crow's sharp claws. Half of his body was torn apart. The middle-aged man screamed and retreated. He let out a desperate roar. Following this, the other terrifying crows attacked, and the middle-aged man was powerless. Under the attacks of the crows, his body was torn apart and devoured by the crows. The middle-aged man wanted to escape alone, but he was the first to die. The others did not feel happy about the middle-aged man's death. At this moment, they only felt despair. It's over. Someone growled. Once the middle-aged man died, it would be their turn. Lu Ming, what a pity. An old man looked at Lu Ming with pity. Lu Ming was so young and talented. His future was limitless. It was very likely that he would become an invincible expert in the heaven domain. However, he was going to die here. It was a pity. Even if I die, I will kill a few of them. Another person roared, planning to fight with his life. Caw, caw. At this moment, the fiery red crow that had killed the middle-aged burly man fixed its eyes on Lu Ming and the rest. It flapped its wings and flew toward Lu Ming and the rest at high speed. Its blood-red eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. It seems that I can only use the Heavenly Emperor's body, Lu Ming whispered. Then a small stone statue appeared in his hand. Chapter 2342. The stone statue quickly grew to the size of a mountain. Lu Ming took a step forward and merged with the stone statue. Clang. The sound of sword whistling resounded through the sky. The stone sword emitted a dazzling sword chi as it slashed out. Puff. Puff. The two fiery red crows that were attacking Lu Ming were split into two by the stone sword. The two one-star Great Emperor crows were killed instantly. In the past 5 years, the Heavenly Emperor's body had absorbed a large amount of energy, but Lu Ming had not used it. Now, the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's body had reached 80%. The explosive power of 80% of the energy was already extremely terrifying. Lu Ming speculated that if the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's body reached 100%, it would be enough to fight against a peak Great Emperor. Therefore, 80% energy was enough to kill an ordinary 5-star Great Emperor. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as he controlled the Heavenly Emperor's body. Powerful energy burst out, and the Heavenly Emperor's sword seemed invincible. The sound of sword whistling was endless, and the piercing sword chi slashed through the void. A few more crows were killed. Even the 2-star Great Emperor crows were killed instantly. There was no suspense. This relieved the pressure on the others, and they were overjoyed. They did not expect Lu Ming to have such a treasure. Instantly they revealed a hopeful look. Caw, caw. When the other crows saw Lu Ming killing a few fiery red crows, they immediately let out sharp cries and attacked Lu Ming and the others with all kinds of attacks. As for the 10 to 20 terrifying crows that came from behind, they were closing in on Lu Ming and the rest at high speed. They were a distance away from them. They flapped their wings and each feather was like a sharp sword, shooting toward them explosively. Lu Ming slashed out with his sword, and the sword light cut through the void, blocking all the feathers. Charge out! Lu Ming shouted as he took the lead and charged downwards. The others followed closely behind. The fiery red crows did not give up and chased after them. There were more than 30 fiery red crows coming from behind, including the ones in front. They attacked Lu Ming and the others with all kinds of attacks. Lu Ming could only turn around and block one attack after another. Kill! Then Lu Ming charged into the flock of crows alone. Rather than wasting energy to block the attacks of the crows, it was better to kill all of them. Puff! Puff! Lu Ming brandished his battle sword. His sword chi was unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, the 5 fiery red crows were killed. Caw! The remaining crows screeched, as if they were furious. A few of the strongest crows rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming slashed out with his sword, causing an intense explosion as he exchanged blows with a few of the strongest crows. Several crows were sent flying by Lu Ming. 3 4-star Great Emperors and 1 5-star Great Emperor. Lu Ming's heart stirred. After exchanging blows, Lu Ming roughly judged the combat strength of the crows. 3 4-star Great Emperors and 1 5-star Great Emperor. This was definitely a terrifying force. Caw, caw, caw. The crows retreated and charged towards Lu Ming again. Then I'll kill all of you. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. The rich energy in the Heavenly Emperor's body exploded as he charged towards the crows. Lu Ming completely ignored his defense and attacked with all his might. Boom, boom, boom. One attack after another landed on the Sky Emperor's body, but they only left shallow marks on his body. The Heavenly Emperor's body was left behind by a Heavenly Emperor after all. It was extremely sturdy. Even a peak Great Emperor would find it difficult to break it. 4-star Great Emperors and 5-star Great Emperors naturally could not break it. As for the other crows, they could not even leave a mark. Lu Ming ignored his defense and focused on killing. He swung his combat sword with all his might, and chopped off one of the wings of a 4-star Great Emperor Realm Crow. On the other hand, a 2-star Great Emperor Realm Crow was sliced into 2 by the sword gleam, and its feathers flew everywhere. The 4-star Great Emperor Crow let out a mournful cry. Blood splattered all over the void as it retreated frantically. How could Lu Ming let it go? He chased after it with all his might. The other crow's attacks landed on Lu Ming's body continuously. Boom, 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 boom. However, they could only slow down Lu Ming's speed slightly. Lu Ming forced his way through and slashed out with his sword, chopping off the crow's head. The soul in the head was also destroyed by Lu Ming. With a flash of light, Lu Ming kept the corpse of the crow into his small world. The entire body of a Great Emperor Crow was a treasure. It was extremely valuable and could not be wasted. After killing a 4-star Great Emperor, Lu Ming turned around and targeted the other crows. He started killing them rapidly. Those that were below 4-star Great Emperor could not even withstand a single strike from Lu Ming. They were killed by Lu Ming, and their corpses were kept in Lu Ming's small world. Caw. Not long after, another mournful cry was heard. Another 4-star Great Emperor Crow was killed by Lu Ming. At this point, Lu Ming had already killed more than a dozen fiery red crows. However, there were still 20 of them left. After Lu Ming killed so many of their comrades, the crows became even crazier. Those that were below Great Emperor level threw themselves at Lu Ming without any regard for their lives. Although these crows could not break through the defense of the Heavenly Emperor's physical body, they could deplete the energy of the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. This can't go on. I have to kill the strongest crows first. Lu Ming thought in his heart. The Heavenly Emperor's physical body had stored 80% of its energy. Although it was extremely robust, It was being depleted at an alarming rate as he continued to fight with the great emperors and the other crows. If this continued, the energy in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body would be depleted in no time. If the energy in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was depleted and the 3-star Great Emperors, 4-star Great Emperors, and 5-star Great Emperors were still alive, they would be in danger. Therefore, before the energy in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was depleted, they had to kill the strongest ones. At this moment, Lu Ming ignored the other crows and targeted the 3-star Great Emperors and above. Poof! Poof! Blood splattered and dyed the sky red. 2 3-star Great Emperor fiery red crows were killed by Lu Ming. In this way, there were only 2 3-star Great Emperor fiery red crows left. A 4-star Great Emperor and a 5-star Great Emperor. Lu Ming went all out to deal with these 2 crows. Swoosh! 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 Lu Ming waved his battle sword crazily and attacked the 2 crows. Terrifying rumbles continued to erupt, and the sky was smashed into pieces. The scorching temperature was about to burn everything, including the space. After a dozen moves, the 4-star Great Emperor Crow was finally killed by Lu Ming. In an instant, there was only 1 5-star Great Emperor Crow left. Kill! Lu Ming ignored the other attacks and attacked the crow crazily. This crow was as big as a mountain and was extremely powerful. Its sharp claws and wings were indestructible and extremely terrifying. However, Lu Ming was able to restrain it, and did not need to be afraid of its attacks. His battle sword constantly slashed at its vital points. Chapter 2343. At this moment, the twin brothers and the other 2, a total of 4 people, had already rushed to the ground and fled frantically. "It's not good for us to leave Lu Ming alone," an old man said with a worried look. "What's not good about it? Lu Ming's puppet is shockingly powerful. In my opinion, it's even stronger than a 5-star Great Emperor. He can protect himself. If we stay, we will only be a hindrance to him," one of the twin brothers said. "That's right. Let's leave first so that Lu Ming can fight freely. If we stay, we won't be of much help," the other twin brother said. The old man sighed, knowing that the twin brothers' words were reasonable. Then the few of them used the terrain below to quickly leave this place. In the sky, the battle between Lu Ming and the 5-star Great Emperor Realm Fiery Red Crow had reached its climax. Lu Ming ignored his defense and completely suppressed the crow. Both sides exchanged dozens of blows and the crow was already drenched in blood. One of its wings was almost cut off by Lu Ming, leaving only a thread hanging on it. At the same time, its chest was stabbed by Lu Ming and blood flowed out. With only one wing left, the crow's speed was greatly reduced. It was no match for Lu Ming and could not even retreat. Bang! Lu Ming took the attack head-on. His body swayed slightly and then he stabbed back with his sword. Puff! The sword pierced through the crow's chest. Caw! The crow wailed and struggled violently. Its whole body was covered in fiery red flames and surged towards Lu Ming. However, it was useless against the Heavenly Emperor's body. Die! Lu Ming shouted and energy burst out crazily. The Heavenly Emperor's sword vibrated continuously, and sword chi whizzed out. Bang! Lu Ming slashed horizontally and eventually, the crow's body was split into 2 halves. Its soul was also annihilated by this blow. The 5-star Great Emperor Crow had fallen. Not good. The energy consumption is too great. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. Killing so many fiery red crows had already consumed a frightening amount of energy. Fighting against this 5-star Great Monarch Realm Crow had consumed an even more frightening amount of energy. Now Lu Ming felt that the energy in the Celestial Emperor's body was about to be exhausted. He no longer had the strength to continue killing the remaining crows. Lu Ming's body emitted a ray of light that enveloped the crow's corpse and stored it in his miniature world. Afterward, Lu Ming dashed toward the ground at lightning speed. The crows in front of him were killed one by one. Lu Ming successfully broke out of the encirclement. But at this time the Celestial Emperor's body trembled and rapidly shrank. Lu Ming's body also flew out of the Celestial Emperor's body. The energy of the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was officially exhausted. Lu Ming put away the Celestial Emperor's body and fled frantically. When the crows saw Lu Ming keep the Celestial Emperor's body, they let out ear-piercing cries and chased after Lu Ming. Among them, There were more than a dozen great emperor fiery red crows. Many of them were 2-star great emperor crows. If Lu Ming was surrounded, it would be very dangerous. Lu Ming used the 6 feathered divine wings and flew towards the distance at extreme speed. The crows behind him chased after him at extreme speed. Both sides, one chasing and one fleeing, crossed a long distance. Those crows chased after Lu Ming tightly and did not let go. However, Lu Ming used the 6 feathered divine wings, and his speed was very fast. Only those great emperor crows could barely keep up with Lu Ming's speed. Not long after, an endless desert appeared in front of him. The ground was all golden fine sand. Moreover, there were waves of heat coming from far away. Lu Ming rushed into the desert area. The strange thing was that when Lu Ming dashed into the desert, the crows actually stopped. They hovered around for a while before leaving one after another. This made Lu Ming curious. These crows are not entering the desert. Is it because of the area they're in, or is there a terrifying existence in the desert that scares them? Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless and used the divine breath art to completely conceal his aura. Then, Lu Ming went deeper into the desert. This desert was filled with golden fine sand that stretched as far as the eye could see. Moreover, the temperature was shockingly high. The temperature here didn't come from the sun in the sky, but from the ground. Scorching heat constantly emanated from the ground. It was unbearable. In addition to the pressure of the heaven and earth, a true emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, it was fine for Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked for a while, and found that this desert was dead silent. There was no vegetation or life. Other than fine sand, there was only fine sand. Fortunately, there was always a sun hanging in the sky above the center of the void divine island. This sun would never change its position, so it could be used as a basis to determine direction. As long as one walked towards the sun, they would be walking towards the center of the island. Lu Ming had been walking in this desert for 3 days. There was no abnormality at all, and there was no danger either. A plant. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a plant in front of him. This was the first time Lu Ming saw a plant after walking in this desert for 3 days. Under such high temperatures, there were still plants. Lu Ming's interest was piqued and he flew over. It was a purple plant, sparkling and translucent, with a medicinal fragrance that assailed his nostrils. It was without a doubt an imperial herb. However, Lu Ming was more interested in the root of the herb. There was a small pond there with some liquid that emitted a shocking amount of energy essence. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He knew that this small pool of liquid had given birth to this stalk of emperor medicine. This liquid was very valuable. This liquid contains powerful life essence. Even in such a dangerous place, it can still nurture a sovereign medicine. It's extraordinary. I'm cultivating the art of the 7 gods, so I need this kind of spirit liquid. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to break through. Lu Ming thought. Now, there was not much energy left in the drop of ancestral dragon blood in his heart. If he wanted to make a breakthrough in his physical body and cultivate the 7 gods' mysterious art to the 5th level, the remaining ancestral dragon blood was not enough. He needed other energy. Of course, sacred herbs and imperial herbs could also help cultivate the physical body. However, at Lu Ming's current level he needed an extremely high-grade imperial herb. Immediately, Lu Ming carefully dug out the imperial herb and planted it in his small world. Then he took out a jade bottle and collected all the liquid in the pond. This liquid is enough for me to cultivate for a while. I'll find a place to refine this liquid and see if I can break through to the 5th level of the 7 gods' mysterious art. Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Now he didn't plan to break through to the Emperor realm so quickly. He wanted to comprehend all the other strongest laws before breaking through. Chapter 2344. Once the 7 gods' mysterious art broke through to the 5th level, Lu Ming's physical strength alone would be comparable to the Great Emperor realm. Then his combat strength would definitely skyrocket. Lu Ming moved his body and left the place. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming rushed into the desert and went 100 miles deep into the desert before entering the mountain river diagram. After entering the mountain river diagram, Lu Ming immediately took out the liquid that he had obtained before and began to refine it. The liquid contained a huge amount of life essence. Lu Ming activated the seven gods' mysterious art to absorb the life essence and strengthen his physical body. Buzz. Lu Ming's muscles and bones vibrated violently. In an instant, they vibrated hundreds of millions of times. The vibrations produced a terrifying energy that absorbed the essence of the spiritual liquid and permeated it into his muscles, bones, organs, blood, and cells. It permeated into every small corner of his body and strengthened Lu Ming's physical strength. Half a month later, Lu Ming had completely refined and absorbed the spiritual liquid. However, the seven gods' mysterious art did not break through. It was still in the late 4th level, but it had reached its limit. Unfortunately, it's still a little short. Lu Ming sighed. It was too difficult to cultivate the seven gods' mysterious art to the 5th level. The Archean cultivation system, whether it was the Archean body cultivation system, the Archean martial arts, the Archean demon path, or the Archean demon path, was more difficult to cultivate than the system of laws. The resources consumed were also more. Otherwise, the Archean cultivation system would not have been defeated by the system of laws in the Archean era. If he wanted to break through to the 5th level of the seven gods' mysterious art, he would need more resources. However, the spirit liquid was not wasted. Although Lu Ming did not break through, the strength of his physical body had increased by a notch. His strength had also increased by a notch. There are many natural treasures on the Void Sacred Island. I'm sure I can find enough resources to break through. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He then exited the mountain-river diagram and continued to search the desert. But in the next few days, Lu Ming found nothing, nor did he meet anyone else. On this day, Lu Ming was hurrying along when the desert suddenly exploded. A terrifying axe light slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was startled. He quickly retreated while throwing out a punch. Boom. With a loud sound, Lu Ming slid along the desert for a distance before coming to a stop. A burly figure appeared in front of him. Evil God Tribe. This was a member of the Evil God race. His entire body was covered in purple scales, and he had a tall stature. He held a battle axe in his hand and stared coldly at Lu Ming. A true emperor actually dared to come here and stop my attack? Looks like you're a supreme genius from heaven. Haha, looks like I'm quite lucky. The Evil God Tribe member grinned, his eyes incomparably cold. 1-star Great Emperor. Lu Ming judged his opponent's realm based on his opponent's aura, and the exchange of blows just now. The other party was only a 1-star Great Emperor, but as a noble of a foreign race, his combat strength couldn't be underestimated. However, Lu Ming wasn't afraid. Just now he had hurriedly blocked and was repelled by the other party. He was far from using his full strength. 1-star Great Emperor, let's start with you. Lu Ming said coldly. What did you say? Start with me? The Evil God Tribe member grinned. A mere true Emperor ant from Heaven World actually said that he wanted to start with him. What a joke. Bang. The Evil God Tribe member took a step forward. Sand and dust filled the sky as he rushed towards Lu Ming. The battle axe in his hand slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body emitted 9 different colors of light. His physical strength and world power were also circulated to the extreme as he rushed towards the other party. Boom. The two of them exchanged a blow. The force spread out in all directions like water waves. The sand was swept up and surged in all directions like waves. A deep pit that was thousands of miles long and wide appeared below the two of them. Swoosh. A figure retreated continuously. This time, it wasn't Lu Ming but the Evil God Tribe member. You. The Evil God Tribe member's 3 eyes were wide open as he looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. He seemed to find it hard to believe that he would be repelled by a true emperor. Your strength is only SOSO. Kill. Lu Ming shouted and charged towards the other party. Bang. 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 The two of them turned into 2 streams of light and collided continuously. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. However, the Evil God Tribe member was completely at a disadvantage. He couldn't defeat Lu Ming. His body trembled and his arm was in pain. Before entering the Void Sacred Island, Lu Ming could already defeat Lon Membrane when he fought with him. At that time, Lu Ming's cultivation was only a 6-star True Emperor. Now Lu Ming's cultivation had entered the 7-star True Emperor realm. Moreover, his physical strength was even stronger. Although this great emperor was stronger than Lan Membrane, he still wasn't a match for Lu Ming. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming's hand was like a divine sword as it pierced the great emperor's body. The great emperor's body was covered in purple scales. His defense was astonishing. However, Lu Ming's hand was covered in 9 types of laws. They intertwined to form a divine ability that was even more terrifying. In addition, Lu Ming's physical strength broke through the scales and left a hole in the great emperor's body. Blood flowed freely. Damn it! The great emperor roared and retreated frantically. His eyes were filled with fear as he turned to flee. He knew that he wasn't a match for Lu Ming. If he forced himself to fight, not only would he not be able to kill Lu Ming, but he would also be killed by Lu Ming. How can such a terrifying genius appear in the celestial world? He's only a true emperor, but his combat strength is stronger than mine. This is too terrifying. No, I must spread this news so that others can kill this brat. Otherwise, if he grows stronger, it'll be a disaster for my race. The alien Grand Emperor thought to himself. However, how could Lu Ming let him escape? He used his 6 feathered wings and chased after him. You may be stronger than me, but it's impossible for you to kill me. The great emperor roared. Lu Ming was stronger than him, but not to a ridiculous extent. As long as he wanted to escape, Lu Ming wouldn't be able to kill him. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled up as a bow appeared in his hand. It was the fallen star bow. Lu Ming pulled the fallen star bow with all his might. The bowstring of the fallen star bow bent. Even now Lu Ming still couldn't pull the fallen star bow fully. He could only pull it halfway. The 9 types of laws and the power of the world were constantly injected into the fallen star bow. The fallen star bow emitted a resplendent light as a 9-colored arrow was formed. Wang. Lu Ming loosened his grip, and the bowstring vibrated violently. A 9-colored arrow flew out and shot toward the foreign race great emperor. The great emperor roared and swung his axe at the 9-colored arrow. Dang! There was a deafening explosion as the great emperor's body trembled. He retreated rapidly, almost losing his grip on the axe in his hand. How is this possible? The great emperor was shocked by the power of the fallen star bow. Wang. Chapter 23:45. The arrow tore through the air, leaving a long trail behind it. It was dazzling with 9 colors, but its speed was unbelievably fast and its power was shocking. The alien emperor roared and shot out a destructive light from his third eye. At the same time, he swung his battle axe. Clang! The 9-colored arrow struck the alien emperor's battle axe for the second time. The axe shook violently and flew out of his hand. The alien emperor's body shook violently as he retreated continuously. His palm was torn and blood flowed out. One of his arms had completely lost feeling. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 7-star true emperor, and his 9 nomological laws had reached the 3rd realm, the power of pulling the bowstring was many times stronger than before. Ordinary 1-star great emperors would find it hard to block. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming drew his bow and shot 2 more arrows. The alien emperor roared in anger, and used all his strength to block, but it was all in vain. It was just a dying struggle. Of the 2 arrows, one pierced through the outsider emperor's chest, nailing him to the ground. The second arrow pierced through the outsider emperor's forehead. This arrow directly killed the outsider emperor. A great emperor was killed by Lu Ming. This was the first time he did it without using the heaven emperor's body. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Unknowingly, he had grown to the point where he could kill a great emperor. More than 10 years ago, when he was in the Yuan continent, great emperors were so high up in his eyes that he couldn't reach them. At that time, Lu Ming could only rely on the heaven emperor's body. He couldn't fight against a great emperor at all. With his true strength, a great emperor could kill him with one slap. But now things were different. Unknowingly, his strength had grown to a shocking level. After the 9-colored arrow killed the alien emperor, it turned into energy and dissipated. Just as Lu Ming was about to fly over and put away the corpse of the alien race's great emperor, 2 beams of rainbow light flashed in the distance and flew toward him at high speed. It's them. Lu Ming's eyes moved. The 2 streaks of rainbow light were actually the twin brothers. They had obviously noticed Lu Ming from afar, so they flew very quickly and arrived at Lu Ming's side in an instant. The two of them looked at the foreign race great emperor with surprise in their eyes. Brother Lu Ming, you're really amazing. You killed a great emperor with your own strength. Respect, respect. One of them said, his eyes filled with amazement. I was just lucky. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He walked over and kept the corpse of the alien race great emperor. Brother Lu, did you kill all the crows that day? The one who spoke earlier asked. No, I rushed out. Lu Ming answered casually. Oh, the twin brothers glanced at each other and nodded. Brother Lu Ming, it seems that we are fated to meet. Why don't we move together? Sure. Lu Ming thought for a moment and nodded. He was not familiar with this place and the two in front of him were not weak. Lu Ming could not use his heavenly emperor physical body now. If they were together, they would be able to help him if he was in danger. The two of you, do you know how big this desert is? Lu Ming asked. This desert is very big. We have been wandering around this desert for the past few days. This desert is dead silent and there are no opportunities. We are just wasting our time here. As long as we keep going deeper into the void sacred island, we will definitely be able to walk out of this desert. One of the twins said. This person was the eldest of the twins. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, there was nothing to be gained in this desert. He had wandered around for many days, and had only obtained a great emperor herb and some spiritual liquid. The three of them discussed for a while, and then headed towards the center of the void sacred island. Along the way, Lu Ming learned the names of the two brothers. One of them was called Wu Xiu and the other was Wu Bo. Both of them were two-star great emperors. Along the way, they encountered a group of foreign races. There were only two of them, a two-star great emperor and a one-star great emperor. Naturally, they were surrounded by Lu Ming and the other two and killed in the end. Later on, they encountered a group of foreign races. There were 7 or 8 of them. Wu Xiu had suggested that Lu Ming take out his puppet to kill these foreign races. However, Lu Ming turned around and left. The puppet that Wu Xiu had mentioned was the Heavenly Emperor physical body. However, the Heavenly Emperor physical body had exhausted its energy and could not kill the foreign races. Lu Ming naturally turned around and left. Fortunately, they were fast enough and did not get surrounded by the foreign races. They successfully escaped. Just like that, they flew for half a month before they walked out of the desert. The main reason was that the pressure in this area was too strong. Their flying speed was thousands or tens of thousands of times slower than outside. That was why it took them so long to cross the desert. After passing through the desert, they came to a land that was scarlet red. The temperature of this land was shockingly high. From time to time, they could see magma flowing out from the ground. Shockingly high temperatures were constantly spreading out from the ground. Logically speaking, such an environment should be more deathly silent than the desert from before. There was even less vegetation. However, the reality was the opposite. Here, they could see vegetation from time to time. Various types of fiery red vegetation were rooted in the scorching land. Some of them were even rooted in the magma. That's flowing flame wood and firestone grass. Not long after coming to this land, Lu Ming found several types of emperor herbs. They were all very valuable and were taken away by the three of them. This land of flames was simply a land of treasures. The three of them looked around with blazing eyes. A few days later, the three of them each obtained more than 10 stalks of emperor herbs. On this day, the three of them suddenly stopped after crossing a large mountain. This was because a few figures appeared in a canyon in front of them. The three of them quickly hid and watched from afar. Evil God Tribe. That canyon was filled with evil God Tribe members. There was a total of 5 of them. There was a pitch-black cave in the canyon. The 5 evil God Tribe members were pacing back and forth outside the cave, emitting powerful auras from their bodies. 3 2-star Great Emperors and 2 1-star Great Emperors. Wu Bo muttered with a grave expression. Brother Lu Ming, these 5 evil God Tribe members have been pacing outside that cave. I reckon that there are treasures in that cave. We cannot miss out on such an opportunity. However, the other party has 3 2-star Great Emperors and 2 1-star Great Emperors. They are much stronger than us, and are not people we can deal with. Brother Lu Ming, why don't you take out that puppet and kill these 5 evil God Tribe members? At that time, if there are really treasures, Brother Lu Ming can take the lion's share. Wuxiu said. This plan won't work. Let's continue to observe. Lu Ming said. Wu Xiu and Wu Bo exchanged glances. A glint flashed across their eyes. Chapter 2346. The 5 members of the evil god tribe paced back and forth in the valley. After a while, a 2-star evil god tribe member suddenly charged into the cave. Roar! A furious roar suddenly came from the cave. This roar was like the roar of a dragon, but also like the hiss of a python. It was extremely ear-piercing. Immediately after, an intense rumbling sound came from the cave. The entire valley started to shake. In less than a minute, the member of the evil god tribe that had charged into the cave previously charged out. Outside the cave, the 4 members of the evil god tribe had solemn expressions as they waited in formation. Roar! With an explosive roar, a huge and slender figure charged out of the cave. This is... In the distance, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It was a mutated beast that looked like a real dragon. Its entire body was covered in scales, but it only had 4 claws. Moreover, there was a pair of fleshy wings on its back. When they spread out, they were incomparably huge. This was a mutated beast that Lu Ming had never seen before. Roar! The mutated beast roared. Its entire body was covered in blazing flames. Its fleshy wings flapped, and its speed was as fast as lightning as it pounced toward the member of the evil god tribe. The member of the evil god tribe from before charged toward the other 4 members of the evil god tribe. Attack! One of the members of the evil god tribe roared. All the members of the evil god tribe attacked together. For beams of destructive light shot out from their third eyes, and then turned into various attacks. Some turned into battle swords, some into battle sabers, and all kinds of ferocious beasts. Swoosh! The dragon-like mutated beast flapped its fleshy wings. It slashed through the void like a heavenly saber, cutting off the space, wanting to block the attacks of the evil god tribe. However, it only blocked a portion of the attacks. A few attacks broke through the encirclement and bombarded the mutated beast, causing it to roar and stop. Attack with all your might and kill this beast. A 2-star evil god tribe member shouted. The 5 members of the evil god tribe surrounded the mutated beast and attacked it together. The battle prowess of that mutated beast was extremely strong. It was stronger than any of the evil god tribe's 2-star martial emperors. However, it wasn't that strong. When it was surrounded by 5 evil god tribes' 3-star martial emperors, it was instantly overwhelmed. The mutated beast's defense was astonishing. Its scales were tough and indestructible. Even a 1-star great emperor from the evil god tribe would find it hard to break through its scales. Only a 2-star great emperor from the evil god tribe would be able to injure it. Thus, although the mutated beast was injured, it was still able to withstand the attacks. Roar! Roar! The exotic beast roared, as if it was very unwilling to accept the result. It was abnormally furious, and the flames on its body burned even hotter. In the end, its huge body actually began to shrink. Its body that was originally over 100 meters long shrunk to 3 meters long. However, on its body, a sparkling and translucent light flashed. The biggest change was its wings. They became fiery red and translucent, as if they were made of fiery red jade. Whoosh! The mutated beast flapped its wings, and its speed increased explosively compared to before. Like a beam of rainbow light, it soared into the sky and instantly charged out of the encirclement of the evil god race. Be careful! A member of the evil god race roared. Roar! The mutated beast roared. Like a red bolt of lightning, it pounced down from the sky, pouncing toward a 1-star great emperor from the evil god race. Its speed was extremely fast. That member of the evil god race was shocked. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Pucci! The mutated beast's sharp claws slashed out, breaking through the other party's defense and directly tearing off one of his arms. At the same time, one of its wings slashed out horizontally. It was even sharper than a heavenly blade. Pucci! That member of the evil god race was directly cleaved into 2. A 1-star great emperor from the evil god race was directly killed, courting death. The other members of the evil god race roared. All kinds of attacks blasted toward the mutated beast. The mutated beast's speed was extremely fast. It tried its best to dodge, but it was still chopped by an axe. Its scales scattered, and a wound was left on its body. Blood flowed out continuously. After the mutated beast was injured, it became even more furious. It roared continuously and pounced toward the remaining one-star Great Emperor from the evil god race. The mutated beast's speed was too fast. It was almost impossible to dodge if it wanted to attack. It could only attack head-on. That one-star Great Emperor from the evil god race fought back desperately. The other 3 two-star Great Emperors from the evil god race also attacked continuously. But in the end, the mutated beast was hit once. However, it still successfully pounced toward the one-star Great Emperor from the evil god race. Using both its sharp claws and wings, it killed this evil god race member. The 2 weakest members of the evil god race were killed by the mutated beast one after another. Only 3 two-star Great Emperors from the evil god race were left at the scene. After 2 of them were killed consecutively, the members of the evil god race were also enraged. All kinds of fierce attacks bombarded the mutated beast continuously. The mutated beast relied on its extremely fast speed to dodge continuously, and pounced toward a 2-star Great Emperor from the evil god race. However, a 2-star Great Emperor was not that easy to kill. In a one-on-one battle, the mutated beast might be stronger than any one of the members of the evil god race. However, when 3 evil god race members joined forces, the mutated beast was no match for them. Both sides exchanged more than 10 moves. One of the members of the evil god race was almost torn into 2 by the mutated beast, and was severely injured. However, the mutated beast was also dripping with blood. Its injuries were also quite serious. Swoosh. In the end, the mutated beast targeted the severely injured member of the evil god race. It pounced toward the other party crazily and started a fierce hunt. The mutated beast's entire body was a weapon that could launch attacks. Its attacks were like a violent storm that was impossible to guard against. Pooh. That member of the evil god race was already severely injured, and was no match for the mutated beast at all. His chest was pierced through by the mutated beast's tail. The terrifying power tore this member of the evil god race into several pieces. However, the attacks of the other 2 members of the evil god race also arrived. A huge axe chopped toward the mutated beast, and directly chopped off one of its wings. There was also a mace that smashed into the mutated beast's body. The mutated beast's bones emitted cracking sounds as its body crashed heavily into the valley. Boom. The earth trembled and dust filled the air. A huge crater appeared in the ground. This time, the mutated beast was severely injured, and was on the verge of death. Kill, kill. The eyes of the remaining 2 members of the evil god race were extremely cold. They did not give the mutated beast any chance to catch its breath at all. All kinds of attacks poured down continuously. Roar. That mutated beast roared. It was extremely unwilling to give up, and charged toward the cave with all its might. Don't let it return to the cave. One of the members of the evil god race roared. The 2 members of the evil god race charged toward the dragon-shaped mutated beast with all their might. All kinds of attacks bombarded the mutated beast's body. More wounds appeared on the mutated beast's body. Its tail was even chopped off. One of its sharp claws was also chopped off. Bang! The mutated beast was powerless to reverse the situation. It fell heavily onto the ground, and did not have much breath left. Vile beast, how dare you kill a member of my race? Today, I'll make you into a dish for wine. One of the members of the evil god race said coldly and flew toward the mutated beast. When he got close to the dragon-shaped mutated beast, he chopped down with his axe, wanting to chop off the head of the dragon-shaped mutated beast. However, at this moment, the dragon-shaped mutated beast suddenly roared. Its entire body shone as it charged explosively toward that member of the evil god race. The 2 of them were too close to each other. When that member of the evil god race saw that the dragon-shaped mutated beast was about to die, he did not have much defense at all. At this moment he was greatly alarmed and retreated frantically. At the same time, his third eye shone with light. Pooh! That rainbow light directly broke through the destructive light of the evil god race, and pierced through his body. Chapter 2347. That dragon-shaped mutated beast unleashed its final attack, severely injuring one of the evil god tribe members. However, it was exhausted and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Beast! That severely injured evil god tribe member was enraged. With a swing of his axe, he chopped off the head of the dragon-shaped mutated beast and dug out a fist-sized crystal. Then, the two evil god tribe members looked toward the cave, a fiery light flashing in their eyes. In the distance, Lu Ming, Wu Xiao, and Wu Bo exchanged glances. "Attack!" Wu Xiao said in a low voice. Lu Ming and Wu Bo nodded. Now there were only two evil god tribe members left. Although they were both two-star great emperors, similar to Wu Xiao and Wu Bo, one of them was injured and his battle prowess weakened. Lu Ming and the other two were still confident if they attacked. Without any hesitation, the three of them charged out at an astonishing speed. Heaven Realm's human race. The moment the three of them charged out, the two evil god tribe members discovered them and immediately roared. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two evil god tribe members immediately attacked. Their third eye shot out a destructive light. One turned into three battle swords, and the other turned into a fierce tiger, pouncing toward the three of them. The infinite dragon spear condensed in Lu Ming's hand. It contained 9 types of laws and pierced forward. Dong! The long spear pierced one of the battle swords, producing a loud boom. The battle sword was sent flying, but Lu Ming's long spear was also vibrating and buzzing. What a strong force! Lu Ming felt his arm go numb. A 2-star great emperor was indeed strong. If Lu Ming did not use the fallen star bow now, he might be able to suppress an ordinary 1-star great emperor with his own battle prowess. However, he was still lacking when facing a 2-star great emperor. Air-shattering hand. On the other side, the twin brothers Wu Xiao and Wu Bo also used their special abilities. The divine abilities they used were exactly the same. Their palms became transparent, but there was a shocking aura circulating around them. The two of them waved their palms and blasted forward. Wu Xiao attacked the fierce tiger. Wu Bo attacked the remaining 2 battle swords. Boom! Boom! A fierce explosion sounded. The tiger and the 2 swords were directly destroyed by the 2 people. What a powerful force! Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. After destroying the attacks of the evil god tribe, the 3 of them didn't stop, rapidly closing in on the 2 evil god tribe members. "I'll deal with this uninjured one. You guys work together to kill the injured one, then come and help me." Wu Xiao sent a sound transmission to Lu Ming and Wu Bo. Then he charged towards the uninjured evil god race. The 2 of them started fighting. As for Lu Ming and Wu Bo, they charged toward the injured evil god tribe member. Boom! Boom! Wu Bo's palms were really transparent, as if they were made of a pair of transparent crystals. The power of his attacks was shocking. Wherever his palm passed, the space directly exploded and shattered. "Humans kill!" the evil god tribe member bellowed. Wielding his battle axe, he chopped down at Wu Bo. Clang! Clang! Wu Bo's palms collided with the evil god tribe member's battle axe. A violent explosion sounded like metal clashing. After a few violent vibrations, Wu Bo's figure swayed. As for the burly evil god tribe member, he kept retreating. This evil god tribe member was severely injured by the dragon-shaped mutated beast's counterattack. His battle prowess was greatly reduced. In a head-on clash, he was no match for Wu Bo at all. At this moment, Lu Ming also launched his attack. Lu Ming directly took out the fallen star bow. Although the other party was injured, he was still a 2-star great emperor. When he went all out, his battle prowess was still very shocking. If he wanted to kill the other party, only the fallen star bow was effective. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated, and a 9-colored arrow shot toward the other party. The terrifying might cause the other party's expression to change. He could only do his best to block it. Clang! The other party slashed out with his axe, blocking the 9-colored arrow's attack. However, as he retreated, his injuries worsened, worsening the injuries of the evil god tribe member. How could Wu Bo let go of such an opportunity? He launched a barrage of attacks at the other party. This evil god tribe member was already injured, and was no match for Wu Bo. With the threat of the fallen star bow, he was naturally no match for Wu Bo. In just a few moves, Wu Bo struck the other party. Bang! Wu Bo's palm struck the other party's body. That spot had already been pierced by the dragon-shaped mutated beast earlier. Now that it was struck, it directly exploded, sending flesh and blood flying. The evil god tribe member screamed miserably. His body was sent flying like a broken sandbag, his aura weak. Lu Ming grabbed the opportunity and shot an arrow. Pooh! The arrow pierced through the other party's head. The other party roared and stopped breathing. With Lu Ming and Wu Bo working together, the two of them easily dealt with that injured evil god tribe member. When the last evil god tribe member saw this scene, he turned pale with fright. He threw a few consecutive moves at Wu Xiao before turning to flee. He understood that if he faced Lu Ming and the other two alone, he would definitely die. Stop him! Wu Xiao shouted and chased after the other party. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming continuously drew the fallen star bow. 2 9-colored arrows flew out, drawing a semicircle in the air. They ran to the front of the evil god tribe member and shot toward him. This evil god tribe member could only brandish his spiked club to block. Although he blocked the 9-colored arrows, his body was blocked. Wu Xiao rushed over quickly, his palms striking out continuously. As for Wu Bo, he also rushed over quickly and joined the battle. With the two brothers working together, their battle prowess increased explosively. The evil god tribe member could no longer break out of the encirclement, and could only do his best to block. As for Lu Ming, he appeared not far away with the fallen star bow in his hand. This caused the evil god tribe member to be even more flustered. He had to divert his attention to pay attention to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out a pile of origin stones, and started to devour the origin chi in them to recover his world power. During this period, he suddenly shot out an arrow. Every time Lu Ming shot out an arrow, he would look for an opening to shoot, catching the other party off guard. With the other party distracted, how could he block the attacks of Wu Xiao and Wu Bo? His body was hit continuously, purple scales flew everywhere, and his bones broke. The evil god tribe member roared furiously, but the result was already decided. After a few more moves, the evil god tribe member's head was pierced through by Wu Xiao, and he died completely. All 5 evil god tribe members died. The 3 of them looked toward that cave. Clearly, this cave was the cave of that dragon-shaped mutated beast from before. Since the 5 evil god tribe members had their eyes on this place, there was definitely a treasure inside. The 3 of them landed in front of the cave. The 3 of us will go in together. Be careful. Although the dragon-shaped mutated beast in the cave has been killed, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be other dangers. Wu Xiao said, appearing very cautious. Lu Ming and Wu Bo nodded. Then, the 3 of them carefully headed toward the cave. The moment they entered the cave, they felt a scorching heat rush over. The 3 of them felt as if their bodies were going to burn up. Lu Ming circulated his world power and 9 types of laws to cover his entire body, resisting the heat in the cave. This was a very large passageway. It was dozens of meters tall and wide. Chapter 2348. The 3 of them followed the passageway and advanced forward. After about 1,000 meters, they crossed the passageway and arrived in a cave. This cave was very big, and it was crimson red. The temperature was even more shocking, like a furnace. If not for their high cultivation, ordinary people would definitely not be able to withstand it. That is, as soon as they entered, their gazes were attracted to a small pool in the middle of the cave. In that small pool, there was a red liquid. The terrifying temperature was spreading out from that red liquid. This was not magma, because there was extremely rich essence inside. This is liquid fire, Lu Ming muttered. Wu Xiao and Wu Bo's eyes also lit up. Flames were generally like gas. They could be seen but not touched. However, in places with extremely rich flame energy, after hundreds of millions of years of evolution, it would form a strange treasure. That was liquid fire. Liquid fire was an extremely rare treasure. It contained a huge amount of flame essence, and was extremely valuable to cultivators. The key was that no matter which path one cultivated, it could be used. Those who cultivated the laws could use it to temper the world's power and condense a small world. Those who cultivated the primordial demon path, or the primordial demon path, could also use it to temper their unique power. Primordial body cultivators could use it to temper their physical bodies. Even the evil god tribe could use it for cultivation. No matter which path it was, the effect was very shocking. It was no wonder that the 5 evil god tribe members wanted to rush in here, and that dragon-shaped mutated beast was unwilling to leave. The eyes of the 3 of them became fiery. There is quite a lot of liquid fire in this pool. How about we split it equally? Wu Xiu's eyes flashed and looked at Lu Ming. I have no objections, Lu Ming said. I'll take some first, Wu Bo said. Then, with a wave of his hand, a jade bottle appeared. Wu Bo controlled the jade bottle and flew toward the small pool, wanting to scoop some. However, when the liquid fire entered the jade bottle, it directly burned and turned into ashes, dissipating without a trace. Such high temperature. The few of them were shocked. I don't believe it. Wu Bo waved his hand again, and a box appeared in the air. This box was made of metal and was engraved with runes. The aura it emitted was extremely shocking. This is a true imperial weapon. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Wu Bo controlled the box and flew over, wanting to collect the liquid flame into the box. However, when the liquid flame flew into the box immediately emitted a sizzling sound. Within a few seconds, the box began to burn. A few minutes later, the box followed in the footsteps of the previous jade bottle, turning into ashes and dissipating. The group glanced at each other. The temperature of this liquid flame was too high. Even a true emperor weapon was burnt to ashes. Are we going to use a great emperor weapon? Wu Bo gritted his teeth. Let me, Wu Xiu said. Then he took out an imperial armament. That imperial armament was truly a great imperial armament. It resembled an alms bowl. However, when the liquid fire was poured into the alms bowl still emitted a sizzling sound, and a burst of light smoke floated out of the alms bowl. Wu Xiu's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly poured out the liquid fire, and then looked at the alms bowl. There were already a few holes in it. Wu Xiu's heart ached so much that he wanted to die. In such a short period of time, his great imperial armament had already been damaged. If he had delayed any longer, his great imperial armament would have been burned through. We can't take it away at all. Wu Xiu sighed, somewhat speechless. The liquid fire couldn't be taken away at all. The temperature was too high. Even a great imperial armament would be damaged. Could it be that they needed a heavenly imperial armament? However, a heavenly imperial armament was extremely precious and rare. Many heavenly emperors didn't have a heavenly imperial armament, so they naturally didn't have one. Since they couldn't take it away, they could only slowly refine it here. However, a large number of experts had entered the Void Divine Island from the heavenly world and the evil god tribe. This place might be discovered by other experts at any time. It was very dangerous to stay here and refine it. Let me try. At this moment Lu Ming spoke. Then, light shone from his forehead, and a large cauldron appeared. This was the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron was the weapon of the Nine Dragons. Its power was incomparably shocking, and it was indestructible. Lu Ming guessed that it was definitely a heavenly imperial armament. Even if it couldn't display its power now, the liquid fire shouldn't be able to do anything to the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming controlled the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron to fly out and into the small pool. Then, the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron released a powerful suction force that sucked the liquid fire into the cauldron. There was no problem at all. There was nothing wrong with the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. He took the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron back and found nothing strange. It was like an ordinary liquid being poured into a water tank. It works. Wu Xiu and Wu Bo were overjoyed. Lu Ming also relaxed and continued to control the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron to absorb the liquid fire. Soon, the small pool of liquid fire was completely sucked into the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron flew back and was put away by Lu Ming. Let's find a secret place and split it evenly among the three of us. Then we can slowly refine it. How about it? Lu Ming looked at Wu Xiu and Wu Bo. All right. This time, it's all thanks to brother Lu Ming. Let's quickly leave this place. Wu Xiu's face was full of smiles. Wu Bo was the same. Let's go. Lu Ming nodded and turned to leave. However, the moment Lu Ming turned around, Wu Xiu and Wu Bo launched a sudden attack. Their palms turned transparent and blasted toward Lu Ming. Their power was shocking. This change was extremely sudden. Lu Ming sensed danger and roared. 9 types of laws spread out from his body and covered his whole body. Lu Ming only had time to react before Wu Xiu and Wu Bo's attacks landed on Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming's body flew out and crashed heavily into the wall of the cave. Everything in the Void's sacred island was under that kind of terrifying pressure at all times. Therefore it was extremely sturdy. But now, Lu Ming had collided with the wall. The entire cave shook violently. The wall exploded and a huge, deep pit appeared. Lu Ming lay in the pit and vomited blood. His face was pale and his aura was weak. You. Why? Lu Ming shouted angrily. Why? Ha ha ha. Who asked you to have so many treasures? Wu Xiu laughed. That's right. That puppet could even kill a 3-star great sovereign, and a 4-star great sovereign. If it fell into the hands of us brothers, how strong would it be? Also, the cauldron in your hand can even store liquid fire. It's definitely extraordinary. The number 1 genius of the heaven domain is indeed extraordinary. Lu Ming, I'm afraid you have more treasures than this. If we can get them, we will definitely soar to the sky. Wu Bo laughed coldly, his eyes full of greed. Lu Ming had too many treasures. Moreover, the number 1 genius of the heaven domain must have many fortuitous encounters. If they could take away all of Lu Ming's fortuitous encounters, the 2 brothers would definitely rise to the top. Chapter 2349. Aren't you guys afraid that I'll control that puppet to kill you? Lu Ming asked. At the same time, he used the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. Of course, on the surface he still had to pretend to be weak to confuse them. Of course I have misgivings. At the start, we didn't dare to make a move against you. However, after we met the evil god tribe a few times, I intentionally asked you to control the puppet and kill the evil god tribe members. However, you didn't do so. This made me suspect that your puppet needs energy. Back then, when facing so many crows, its energy should have been exhausted. Wu Xiu sneered. Lu Ming's face was a little gloomy. There's no need to say any more. Let's kill him first. This person is a peerless genius. Things might change if we delay. Wu Bo said. That's right. Wu Xiu nodded as a cold light flashed in his eyes. They didn't dare to be careless against Lu Ming. The 2 of them attacked together and used all their strength. Wait a minute. I was the one who saved you when we met those crows. Speaking of which, I'm your savior. Is this how you treat your savior? Lu Ming shouted. Savior? Ha ha ha, what bullshit savior. You're a genius, but you still believe in this. In this world, benefits are the most important. Do you understand? Wu Xiu laughed mockingly. Wu Bo also sneered. The 2 of them stepped toward Lu Ming. However, the 2 of them were very cautious. They set up layers of defense around their bodies, afraid that Lu Ming would counterattack before he died. The 2 of them had used all their strength in the attack just now. They were confident that it was a miracle that Lu Ming didn't die. There was no way he could resist. However, Lu Ming's reputation was there. They had to be careful. Sigh. At this time Lu Ming sighed. You don't have to sigh. We will help you carry forward your fortuitous encounter. Wu Xiu sneered. I'm sighing because my ancient scripture will be lost from now on. Lu Ming said. Ancient scripture? Wu Xiu and Wu Bo's eyes lit up. That's right, the primal chaos ancient scripture. Lu Ming said. Wu Xiu and Wu Bo's eyes burned with passion. Hand over the primal chaos ancient scripture, and we'll give you a quick death. Wu Xiu said. No. If you agree to spare my life, then I'll give you the primal chaos ancient scripture, as well as all of my other treasures. Otherwise, you can only take my treasures. Don't even think about taking the primal chaos ancient scripture. Lu Ming said. Wu Xiu and Wu Bo's eyes flickered. What should we do? Wu Bo transmitted his voice to Wu Xiu. Pretend to agree and give him 2 minutes to inscribe the primal chaos ancient scripture into the jade talisman. His injuries are very serious, and he won't recover for a few days. He won't be able to play any tricks in a few minutes. Wu Xiu transmitted her voice to Wu Bo, and the 2 of them nodded silently. All right, we agree not to kill you. Inscribe the primal chaos ancient scripture into the jade talisman. Wu Xiu said. Do you think I'll believe you? Swear a blood oath. Lu Ming said. Kid, you're still trying to negotiate with us? You have to understand your situation. You're not qualified to negotiate with us. If you continue to talk nonsense, we'll just give up on the primal chaos ancient scripture and kill you right now. Your treasures will still be ours. Wu Xiu said coldly. Lu Ming, hurry up and inscribe it. We don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Wu Bo shouted coldly, and his killing intent grew colder. All right, I hope you keep your word, Lu Ming said, pretending to be helpless. He took out a jade talisman and started to inscribe. Soon 2 minutes passed, and Lu Ming was still inscribing. Kid, why are you so slow? You'd better not play any tricks, Wu Xiu said coldly. The Primal Chaos Ancient Scripture is the Primal Chaos Emperor's ancient scripture. It's incomparably mysterious, and it's not that easy to inscribe. If you want an incomplete ancient scripture, I'll give it to you right now. Lu Ming curled his lips in disdain. Lu Ming, we'll give you 3 more minutes. If you're still not done after 3 minutes, don't blame us for being ruthless, Wu Xiu said coldly. He was still worried and felt that he couldn't delay any longer. Lu Ming continued to inscribe. Soon 3 minutes had passed. It's done. At this time Lu Ming said, and then waved his hand, and the jade talisman flew to Wu Xiu. Wu Xiu was ecstatic. He reached out and took it, and quickly checked it. At first glance, Wu Xiu was stunned, and then he revealed a furious look. It's empty, Lu Ming. How dare you lie to us, Wu Xiu roared. But at this moment, Lu Ming's figure suddenly rushed out at an astonishing speed. Behind Lu Ming, there was a pair of wings that flapped rapidly. He dashed toward the passageway and dashed out of the cave. Damn it, Chase. You're courting death. Wu Xiu and Wu Bo were furious and chased after Lu Ming. The 3 of them were very fast, and in an instant, they rushed out of the cave and flew into the distance. However, Lu Ming's speed was too fast. Although Wu Xiu and Wu Bo tried their best, they couldn't catch up with Lu Ming in a short time. Damn it! How does he still have energy left? Wu Xiu and Wu Bo roared. Previously, the 2 of them had joined forces to launch a surprise attack. Even if it was another 2-star Great Emperor, they would definitely die. It was already a miracle that Lu Ming didn't die. They thought that Lu Ming would definitely be severely injured and wouldn't have any energy left to escape. They didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to burst out with such an astonishing speed. In fact, Lu Ming's injuries were far less serious than they thought. Lu Ming's current physical body was extremely strong, and his defense and vitality were shockingly strong. At the same time, Lu Ming didn't trust Wu Xiu and Wu Bo that much. Secretly, Lu Ming was constantly circulating the indestructible golden body, making his body as hard as a divine weapon. The indestructible golden body, in addition to his strong physical body, had an astonishing defense. Even if Wu Xiu and Wu Bo launched a surprise attack, although Lu Ming was severely injured, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't retaliate. In addition, Lu Ming purposely wasted time by circulating the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. Lu Ming's injuries were much better now. Just now, Lu Ming had pretended to carve the Primal Chaos ancient scripture and passed the jade talisman to Wu Xiu and Wu Bo. As expected, Wu Xiu and Wu Bo were overjoyed and relaxed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming made a sudden move and successfully escaped. Lu Ming, you won't be able to escape. If I catch up to you, I'll tear you to pieces. Wu Xiu roared. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered. He activated the 6 feathered divine wings and flew rapidly. At the same time, the fallen star bow appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 9-colored arrows flew towards Wu Xiu and Wu Bo. The 2 of them could only use their own attacks to block them. With their strength, although they could block the 9-colored arrows, it was inevitable that their bodies would be blocked and their speed would be slowed down. Chapter 2350. As Lu Ming flew, he attacked with the fallen star bow. The fallen star bow's attack range was extremely far. Wu Xiu and Wu Bo's figures were blocked. Lu Ming took the opportunity to fly forward for a while, widening the distance between the 2 sides. I, Lu Ming, will remember today's matter. Keep your heads for now. In the future, I will definitely come and take them personally. A cold voice came out from Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming must kill Wu Xiu and Wu Bo. Damn it! Wu Xiu and Wu Bo roared in their hearts. They were incomparably anxious. They knew that Lu Ming was not just saying it. He would definitely do it. The key was that with Lu Ming's talent, he would definitely be able to do it in the future. There was no doubt about this. It would not be long before Lu Ming's battle strength surpassed theirs. Not to mention Lu Ming's talent. Even the power behind Lu Ming was incomparably terrifying. The matter of the Lan family had long spread throughout the heaven realm, allowing everyone to recognize Lu Ming's powerful strength. Any one of the Sky Emperors behind Lu Ming could kill them casually. Therefore, they must not let Lu Ming leave. At this moment, the two of them were somewhat regretful. They did not regret attacking Lu Ming, but regretted that they were too confident after attacking and gave Lu Ming too much time. To deal with someone like Lu Ming, once they attacked, they had to kill him with lightning speed. Every minute and second delayed would cause an unforeseen event to occur. They had only given Lu Ming a few minutes, and Lu Ming had escaped from under their noses. Unfortunately, they understood now. It was already too late. Wu Xiao and Wu Bo erupted with all their strength and chased after Lu Ming. They chased after Lu Ming and did not let go. Lu Ming was definitely injured and would not be able to hold on for long. As time passed, they would definitely catch up to him. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, another 2 arrows shot towards them. They could only wave their palms to block the arrows. As a result, their figures were once again blocked, and the distance between them and Lu Ming was once again greatly increased. Damn it, damn it! The two of them roared in their hearts as they madly chased after him. But they still couldn't change the fact that the distance between them and Lu Ming was growing larger and larger. Just like that, after Lu Ming shot a few arrows, they had already flown out of this blazing land and arrived at a more normal place. This place had verdant hills and limpid waters, and mountain ranges were everywhere. After arriving at this place, Lu Ming rushed down to the ground and ran along the mountain forest. Not long after, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo completely lost track of Lu Ming. Damn it! Wu Xiao and Wu Bo stopped on top of a mountain peak and roared like wild beasts. Both of their palms struck out randomly, and the terrifying palm imprints bombarded the mountain peak, causing the mountain peak to tremble and debris to fly everywhere. At this time, Lu Ming had already entered a hidden cave, and then went deep underground. He moved forward along the ground, and not a trace of aura was emitted from his body. Puff! In the process of moving forward, Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was somewhat pale. Although his defense was shocking and his vitality was extremely strong, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo were still 2-star Great Emperors. Their combined strength was truly terrifying. Lu Ming's injuries were still very heavy. Just now, he had used his full strength to continuously draw the fallen star bow. Naturally, his injuries had worsened. However, it didn't matter. With the profoundness of the indestructible ancient scripture, no matter how heavy his injuries were, they were nothing. Lu Ming continued to move forward in the depths of the ground. After an unknown distance, he entered the mountain river diagram and began to circulate the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. Lu Ming's injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. In the distance, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo were madly searching for Lu Ming. Lu Ming must be hiding somewhere to heal his injuries. We must find him and kill him. Wu Xiao roared. If they couldn't kill Lu Ming, then the best ending for their lives would be to hide in the Void Divine Island. Once they returned to the heaven world, they would definitely be killed by the heavenly emperor behind Lu Ming. Therefore Lu Ming must die. Time passed by day. 3 days later, Lu Ming's injuries had completely healed, and he had reached his peak state. Following that, Lu Ming's heart moved. A large cauldron appeared between his eyebrows and landed in front of him. It was the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. In the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, there was liquid fire. Liquid fire can be said to be a top-grade treasure to temper one's physical body. If I refine this liquid fire, the 7 gods' mysterious art will definitely break through. Lu Ming muttered. Then he controlled the power of the world and rolled out a ball of liquid fire. Chi. The temperature of the liquid fire was shockingly high. Even the power of the world was burning, and it made a sizzling sound. Lu Ming withdrew the power of the world and grabbed the liquid fire in his hand. Chi. Immediately, Lu Ming's palm emitted a burnt smell, and it was about to burn Lu Ming's palm. However, Lu Ming's physical body was extremely strong. Coupled with the immortal golden body, it was comparable to an ordinary Great Emperor weapon. At the same time, he circulated the immortal ancient scripture. Although Lu Ming's body was burned, it recovered at a faster speed. Then Lu Ming controlled the power of the world and spread out the ball of liquid fire, wrapping Lu Ming's body evenly. Lu Ming began to circulate the seven gods' mysterious art to refine the liquid fire. With the power of the liquid fire, he began to temper his physical body. 3 days later, the ball of liquid fire was refined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's physical body had improved, but he still hadn't broken through the bottleneck. This cultivation is too slow and too gentle. I will enter the cauldron directly. With the strength of my physical body, I should be able to withstand it. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes flashing with madness. He planned to enter the divine nine-dragon cauldron and soak in the liquid fire. This way, his cultivation speed would definitely increase greatly. It could be said that this was an extremely crazy idea. If others knew about it, they would be scared to death. The liquid fire could even burn great emperor weapons. If one's physical body entered it, they would probably be burned to death. Of course, this was only for ordinary people. Lu Ming was not included. With the strength of his physical body and the recovery power of the immortal ancient scripture, he could definitely withstand it. Immediately, Lu Ming entered the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Of course, he had already taken off his clothes. With a plop, Lu Ming's entire body was submerged in the liquid fire. Immediately, a tearing pain enveloped Lu Ming's body. Although Lu Ming's physical body was very strong, he was still slowly being burned by the liquid fire and was about to be incinerated. Lu Ming immediately circulated the immortal ancient scripture, and his physical body began to recover rapidly. However, the pain didn't lessen in the slightest. Lu Ming focused his mind and cleared his mind. He circulated the seven gods' mysterious art and began to cultivate. The liquid fire contained a huge amount of energy essence. It was constantly being absorbed by Lu Ming. At the same time, the burning of the liquid fire could also help to temper his physical body. Under the dual effects, Lu Ming's physical body rapidly improved. Half a month later, the seven gods' mysterious art finally broke through to the 5th level. After breaking through to the 5th level, Lu Ming's physical strength increased crazily. At this point, Lu Ming's physical strength alone was comparable to a great emperor. This was a qualitative leap. Chapter 2351. The art of the seven gods' mysterious art had broken through to the 5th level, and his physical strength had reached the great emperor realm. Lu Ming's physique had improved in every aspect. Every cell in his body had been tempered and strengthened to the extreme. To be honest, with his current physical strength, even without the indestructible ancient scripture, his vitality was extremely strong. Even if his body was torn apart, he would be able to recover quickly. Now Lu Ming could withstand the burning of the liquid flame, even if he did not use the indestructible ancient scripture. Continue. Lu Ming muttered and continued to use the art of the seven gods' mysterious art to refine the liquid flame. There was still some liquid flame left in the divine nine-dragon cauldron, and Lu Ming planned to refine it all before coming out. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed and Lu Ming had refined the remaining liquid flame. The art of the seven gods' mysterious art had reached the peak of the early 5th level. However, without breaking through to the mid-5th level, the improvement in his physical strength was limited. The art of the seven gods' mysterious art could only increase his strength by breaking through the bottleneck. For example, when one broke through to the mid-5th level, their strength would increase tremendously. Without a breakthrough, even if one was at the peak of the early 5th level, their strength would be limited. However, compared to before the art of the seven gods' mysterious art had broken through, Lu Ming's strength had increased significantly. Phew! Lu Ming let out a long breath and ended his cultivation. He walked out of the divine nine-dragon cauldron, and the divine nine-dragon cauldron shrank rapidly and flew into Lu Ming's glabella and disappeared. With my current strength, I should be able to kill a 2-star great emperor. Lu Ming muttered. Before he had a breakthrough, he could easily suppress an ordinary 1-star great monarch with all his moves combined. Now that the art of the seven gods' mysterious art had broken through and reached the peak of the early 5th level, he could kill a 1-star great emperor with his physical strength alone. He could even kill a 1-star great emperor, who had mastered the strongest great Tao. With the help of the power of the world and various laws, he could kill a 2-star great emperor. Wu Xiao Wu Bo, don't let me see you. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Then Lu Ming came out of the mountain and river diagram and came to the surface. After reaching the surface, Lu Ming headed towards the depths of Void God Island. Lu Ming didn't deliberately search for Wu Xiao and Wu Bo. The Void Divine Island was too big, and a month had already passed. Who knew where the two of them had run off to? The laws here are so gentle. Comprehending them seems to be especially easy. Suddenly, Lu Ming stopped in his tracks, a look of surprise on his face. He carefully sensed it, and it was indeed so. The laws here were especially docile and easy to comprehend. He didn't have this feeling when he was in the land of fire and the desert, but now that he was in a normal land, this feeling was very obvious. Could it be because of that terrifying pressure? Lu Ming guessed and felt that it was very possible. That kind of terrifying pressure was supreme. Even the heavenly Tao would be suppressed, let alone the laws. Under this kind of pressure, the laws became incomparably docile and easy to comprehend. It was just like taming a horse. In the outside world, the laws were like wild horses with wild temperaments. They were extremely difficult to tame and naturally difficult to comprehend. But here, the laws were like docile domestic horses. They were easy to touch, easy to tame, and naturally easy to comprehend. Holy Land. This is simply a holy land for comprehending the laws. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a fiery radiance. Lu Ming felt for a while, and found that the speed of comprehending the laws here was at least 100 times faster than the outside world. For martial artists below the Great Emperor realm, this was simply a supreme cultivation holy land. Unfortunately, the pressure here was too strong. True emperors couldn't enter, but great emperors could. However, great emperors had already passed the stage of comprehending the laws. This place couldn't be more suitable for Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted to walk a different path. He wanted to comprehend all the other strongest laws before breaking through to the great emperor realm. If he was outside, he didn't know how long this would take. But here, time would be saved greatly. For Lu Ming, this was a great opportunity. Find a place to go into seclusion and comprehend. Lu Ming showed a look of excitement. In Lu Ming's heart, great Tao fragments and heavenly Tao weapons were not as important as comprehending the laws. Lu Ming didn't need those things for the time being. Comprehending the laws would greatly increase Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming wanted to know how amazing it would be if he completely comprehended the 10 strongest laws and evolved them into great Taos. Swoosh. Lu Ming's figure moved and flew forward. He planned to find a quiet place with rich origin chi to enter seclusion and comprehend. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. Before long, he flew hundreds of thousands of miles. When Lu Ming flew over a mountain range, 2 rainbow lights suddenly flew out from the mountain range. The rainbow lights were extremely fast. In a flash, one in front and one behind, 2 figures appeared and surrounded Lu Ming. Wu Xiao Wu Bo. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled slightly, revealing a strange look. He didn't expect to run into Wu Xiao and Wu Bo not long after he came out of seclusion. What a coincidence. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, your luck is really not too good. The two of us were lying in ambush here just to try our luck and see if we could run into you. I didn't expect you to really go in this direction. Wu Xiao laughed loudly, but his voice was cold. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. They searched for Lu Ming for more than half a month, but found nothing. They might as well wait here to see if they could run into Lu Ming. They didn't expect to really run into him. Is that so? Lu Ming said indifferently. However, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo did not make a move immediately. They looked at Lu Ming somewhat cautiously. They had some misgivings about Lu Ming's puppet. Back then, they had all witnessed the prowess of that puppet. They were afraid that Lu Ming would fill that puppet with energy again over the past month. That shouldn't be possible. That kind of puppet is so strong that it needs a lot of energy. I don't believe he can fill it up so quickly. Wu Xiao transmitted to Wu Bo, his eyes full of greed. That's right. If that puppet could be used, he would have done it already. Wu Bo added. Lu Ming had too many treasures on him. They couldn't give up. Their hearts were completely consumed by greed. However, they didn't make a move right away. They slowly approached Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming's aura completely erupted with 9 types of laws revolving around him. It was still the aura of a peak true emperor. Die. Lu Ming charged at Wu Xiao. Lu Ming, no matter how powerful you are merely a true emperor. How dare you fight with me? Wu Xiao shouted with a ruthless glint in his eyes. His palms turned transparent as he attacked Lu Ming. The transparent palm blasted toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming also threw a punch. Seeing that their fists and palms were about to collide, Wu Xiao revealed a look of joy.